Hello, one. Hello, all. Welcome once again to Blaine's Escape Corner, our little corner of the internet where we get together, we talk about the things that help us escape. This is the very first stream of 2024. Let me make sure I've got all my properties set. Yep, we are rocking and we are rolling. Welcome to the new and improved Escape Corner, brand new 2024. That's right. This is special. This is unique. This is something you've not seen before, or you've seen and it's just been a while. I am focusing in. I am focusing in. In addition to the fact that I'm uploading shorts, I am now only going to stream on YouTube, Twitter with a link to YouTube or Discord, and Twitch because for some reason people randomly show up from there. So we're dropping the Rumble Bumble, we're dropping the kick streams. They're not going anywhere, and if I don't focus on them, they won't grow. So we're gonna focus in here on YouTube, get this thing up to 1,000. We are so very close. As well as it is the start of the year, which means we're on a cut. It's cut time, so no alcohol this month outside of celebrations. So kampai everyone to starting the year out on the right foot. Serranos with the 1 month escapee membership. Thank you very much for extending that membership. I can't put a heart on this for some reason, but I can say thank you very much. It means a lot. Kampai. Gape will find us. Gape will find a way. He will gape that M3, and we will finally be able to converse with him once more. All right, we're gonna start this off with a little thing I like to call anime reviews. Oh, how many am I up now? Probably that many. That seems close enough. And bingo. Close enough there too. Okay. Anime review. Let's open in a new tab. Get all these images together. Open an image in a new tab while you got someone
You're telling
else
me you watched
joining the show.
anime?
I did. I watched animes. There's been multiple
There's been
animes.
one. There's been one anime. There was literally one anime.
What do you mean?
Yeah, of new stuff. The new season. There's Fluffy Paradise.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't watch that.
Oh, so you're gonna talk about anime you watched, but not the new stuff. The only reason we come here is breaking, cutting edge anime reviews.
I'm cutting all the news here with these, with such fan favorite news shows as Zom 100.
Oh yeah, I watched that. Yeah, that anime was pretty good.
I'm on this second to last episode now, episode 3. Spoiler Gundam on deck. They escape to a village where his parents live, and then that village gets attacked by the reverse death note of a guy who hates the world and wrote down "do whatever I want." And now we have two notebooks fighting to see who gets to win. And that guy released an entire tunnel full of zombies on the world,
Yeah,
or on the village.
he's the bad version of the main character.
He's the baddie. He's the big baddie. We're not supposed to like him, but somehow he's still like a sympathetic baddie because, oh well, he's just been teased or he just like hates life, and it's like the guy just hates to hate. I don't. He's not very sympathetic. I'm not feeling it, right?
No,
Like
you should not be sympathetic towards him as an audience member. The main character is sympathetic because he understands the situation. He can connect to that.
of putting a
That's
notebook together with a list of things. You
no,
want
it's
to
just
do.
like how he got treated like shit. That's really it.
Welcome, Stu.
He
How's
he
it?
recognizes the situation he was in, and he realized that he had friends that
But I
kept him
don't think he
hoping.
got treated like shit. I think he just saw other people happy and was like,
Oh
that
no,
makes me
he
sad.
lived the same, basically the same life that our main character did. He worked for like a terrible company, and he just like he was a bad person though.
Just a
That's
baddie.
he was a bad person. Yeah. But no, our main character can understand his situation even if he still is a bad person.
Maybe they'll flesh out more in the next one. So far, all I've gotten is I saw you smile, and now I hate you, and you want to turn you and everyone you know into a zombie. That's all I've got so far.
Yeah.
So
Well, obviously he is a bad person, but no,
yeah.
yeah.
I thought this was a racing channel.
This is a racing channel.
This
is
isn't
the
a
most
racist
racist
channel
you've ever seen.
You want to talk about racing games? I could talk about Inertial Drift. I played more of that.
Inertial drift. That's
Yeah.
the
Inertial D.
Yeah,
inertial D. That's
it's
exactly
fun.
the joke.
It,
That's the one with
it kind of
the
is.
twin stick, where like one stick turns, the other stick drifts.
Yeah, one stick doesn't really turn that much, but all the cars have like slightly different properties in terms of the handling and whatnot, and it has a nice aesthetic, a cute little aesthetic. Outside of the characters, yeah,
It's like a bad visual novel in between
It really
races. It's like, oh, I got all the power I need right here, and they're like, you're gonna need more than that if you're gonna beat me. Okay,
This isn't even my final form.
it's so dumb.
yeah. The
So very
characters, the
dumb.
writing, trash. The actual game is fun.
He's playing it right now.
Yeah, I am playing it right now, but that's because we're not playing Project Zomboid. You never invited me to play Project Zomboid.
I'm thinking about. So I threw the idea out to the chat if we're gonna. Do
Oh
something.
yeah, I did post in the Blaine's Discord the other day a couple different survival games because I don't really care about them too much, but I'll do the multiplayer. That was where Blaine wanted to pick one of those up, just like choose one.
Potentially.
You have until like tomorrow, and then the sale ends, and I'm not gonna buy any of them.
Okay, well, I'll look now. I'll look now after
Okay,
reviews.
wait
Yeah.
3 weeks for the next sale.
It's actually gonna be 3 months.
Yeah, this is the guy that tracks them.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, real quick though.
Yeah.
How dumb is the village for canning a bunch of zombies into a tunnel and then just leaving them?
Yeah, I feel like they have
How come
power
it no-
equipment. You could just run them over.
At no moment were they like, you know what? Having a bunch of live zombies nearby seems like a bad idea. What if we, burned them, killed them, something?
Yeah, they could have burned them. They have power equipment to literally just crush them. That's how they blocked off the tunnel. A bunch of different things.
It's
Well-
ridiculous.
The entire premise of zombies is stupid to begin with.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that.
I mean, I get like the first few days, maybe the first few weeks, but you're talking about rotting flesh that's deteriorating. I mean, joints go first, then what's
yeah, how are they
holding-
gonna walk? Stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, even the real zombie stuff that we have, like those zombie funguses that like take over ants and such, they only have like 12 hours to move the body where they need it to be.
And then it just reproduces and just spreads to something else.
Now, a reproduction spread that like wipes things
Yeah.
out, that makes more sense. But
Yeah,
yeah,
they
the
were,
constant shuffle is weird.
The latest fear article I saw on the news was, what if the deer zombie virus transfers over to humans?
It doesn't
It's like,
really matter.
yeah.
I mean, it's a disease, I guess. That could
What
be
if all
deadly.
of it? What if anything? What if anything
That-
makes
wait.
the leap?
Doesn't that already transfer to humans, but all it does is like rot your organs and you die? Like you don't go zombie.
I mean, even
You
if it
talk
turns
about
you into a
wasting
zombie,
disease?
like a person
Yeah,
turning into
the
a zombie
the
isn't
policing one.
isn't
They're
necessarily
saying it
that
isn't.
threatening at all.
They're saying it isn't. I haven't heard of that. I mean,
I thought it jumped to mice, and we were like, oh, if it jumps to mice, then humans are next.
I think that's very possible. They're closer mammal to us than deer.
yeah, I know a few rats.
Like the thing is, it's possible, but also diseases specifically want to reproduce. So if it can't reproduce off of humans, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, a lot of humans now don't want to reproduce. So I mean,
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
like, with
why would
chronic
anything want to
wasting
hitch its
disease-
ride to humans that are intent on wiping themselves out, right? At least deer try to live.
Well, I think that's why
oh
it
no,
works with.
have you ever seen them? It's like they want to die.
Well, and, and like
no,
I think
I've
that's
seen,
why
like,
it
the
works
like
with
residential
deer, right?
deer. They do not care about
They
anything.
do not.
Because they run around like drooling everywhere, and their drool spreads it around. So like it's because when a deer gets sick, it just goes and like throws itself everywhere that it is able to spread. Whereas like a human would be like, ah shit, just gotta go to a hospital and like As
gotta
long
go
as no
lay
one
down.
drinks their saliva, we should be fine.
I'm gonna sleep
Yeah.
it off.
As long
And
as
they just
the
rot in their bed.
as long as the horror population doesn't get a hold of it, we're fine.
I think they might have already tried that with what's the STD horror movie? It comes or it walks or what is it?
Kids.
No, the one where it's just like it's basically a zombie it thing, but like they just keep walking at you, and they're just like if they get you, then you're it, and now you die, and then it keeps going.
That sounds
What
really
was it called?
dumb.
And everyone was
I
like,
don't think
"This
it would
is
actually
like
be
a,
that funny. It feels like
it's
it'd be
like an
poorly
analogy for
produced.
AIDS." I was like, "What?"
Amazing.
Experimental transmission. Okay, hold on. Speech study of oral transmission of it to reindeer shows reindeer can be susceptible.
Mhm. I mean,
Uh,
those are basically deer, right?
No, regular deer can't fly.
Did your dad never tell you that Santa wasn't real?
Well, then why are reindeer real?
Exactly.
We got elves in Hollywood. It Follows was the movie. Thank
Out
you.
up here, Dinklage is way too grumpy to be an elf.
You're too grumpy to be an elf.
That's true.
Anyway, based on this map of chronic wasting disease, I have no fear right
There
now.
we go.
So
Oh, imagine that chronic wasting disease, and a lot of it's up in the DC area.
it is kind of hilarious how it's like I imagine all of these hunting and deer spread around area, and then just what is this DC and Philly? Like, what is going on over there? Why?
Yeah.
Why is it red?
Why is it right there? And why is it always around DC? Because
It's full of zombies.
it's full of trash.
And then what is this one? Michigan? No, Michigan's the glove. Wisconsin? Yeah. Weird. Okay. At least Wisconsin makes more sense too. Anyway,
You know,
It's
I'm
all the
enjoying this.
cheese
I'm gonna
curds.
finish that.
yeah. Oh, definitely.
Well, what show was that you were just
Zom 100. he's
Zom
talking about.
100. So
Okay.
zombie guy in his everyday life is basically a work zombie, and his life sucks. And then the zombie apocalypse comes, and his
He just
boss
blends
gets
in.
eaten, and he's like, "Oh shit, I can do whatever I want." And then he makes
I don't
a
have to go to
list of
work
a-
anymore.
Yeah, he makes a list of 100 things he's gonna do before he turns into a zombie.
He looks
Except
very
starts out with like 33 because he doesn't know what he wants to do.
Yeah, he just keeps adding to it. I think we're at 38 by the end of the season.
No, I
one.
think we get to 40. I think we get to 40.
you get up
in
to
the
40.
next two.
Okay.
The shark
so-
is probably the thing that's got me it's the most compelling.
Oh, yeah,
It is the
funny.
first time zombie shark has made sense in a show. Honestly,
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
pretty good.
need to make sense.
it
Just
doesn't,
need
but
to
they
be.
went the extra step.
I think the
That's a
show
bonus.
keeps it going pretty well. They keep introducing new stuff to you to keep
Mhm.
you like munching your popcorn. It's a fun show.
Basically
I enjoy
Zombieland.
it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
also fun too because all of the blood is like rainbow neon colors. So anytime you
very
see
colorful.
the zombies, it's
Yeah,
like this
part of
bright,
it is like
happy explosion.
anti-censorship stuff. Also, another part is because it is just a nice artistic choice.
As long as it moves faster than the next show that Blaine's about to talk about.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know what that next show he's talking about. I'm playing Inertia Drift.
Oh, it's Freyren.
Freyren.
Love
I'm up to
Freyren.
episode 8, and I still don't
Not
know
even
like what I'm
halfway through.
rooting for.
Autism.
At least at this point, I'm like, okay, Stark.
This is the anime version of the Good Doctor.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, Stark is fun because he just feels like a dude, and you're like, yeah, I can root for dude who wants to like try to be better and impress someone who's like his mentor. I like that. I can root for that. Still know what to root for Freyren for, and it still all circles around her. And
Is she really good at counting?
Waifu hates this show so much, but it's like the only thing that like is on our list until there's new stuff to come out. So it's like, well, we'll just watch another one. Like she got a TikTok today that was top 5 anime of 2023 from this person, and Freyren came up and she's like, God, will someone explain why anyone likes this show?
Well, I could have
Piranhas?
explained it when I was in Seattle, but you guys never asked.
Well, yeah, because we don't ask guests about boring things. I get it. It's beautiful. If you've never introspected on the mortality of life, it could be like a cause for you to really think deep about something. The animation's great. I just I just still don't get it.
Were they like this in Genesis at the before when men and women were living to be like 900 years old?
I'm like, what now? Well, that was like last week, bro. That was 20 years ago. All right. So, and again, Cargo Room, much more fun show. I
That's weird
am
looking.
second to last, I have to believe, on this one as well. I'll click that link in a minute, Jimmy. This is
Guy looks
Shangri-La
like a bird
Frontier.
version of the guy from Demon Slayer.
Except this guy would never cry.
Does the guy from does the dude with the boar head, does he cry at all in
No.
Demon Slayer?
He
Actually, maybe
might
one time,
cry at
maybe
the
one
end of the
time.
Choo Choo movie.
Yeah,
But he
does-
runs
I
away
remember
before
that, yeah.
anyone can see him cry.
Uh,
And the thing is,
Okay,
if he
this guy
cries,
wouldn't even
he
do
has a
that.
much better reason to cry because his guy who like was a huge inspiration to him from the one episode he was with him, like the Fire Hashira. He just really liked the Fire Hashira guy, so he cried because he died because he saved him. I don't think that's
True.
really an unreasonable situation. Unlike the other stupid Zenitsu, or not Zenitsu, but the stupid
literally
lightning guy.
every other time.
He
we're
just
Zenitsu,
looking-
yeah,
cries
that's Lightning
because
guy.
he exists. Okay, Zenitsu. Yeah, he just cries. Like that's
He
all
does.
he does. That's his thing. It's just like his gimmick. He cries.
Okay. Are you ready for the pitch on this one, Stu?
Yeah.
So, in a world where we have VR MMOs and all kinds of different VR games that people can now play that are full dive. So you put the helmet on, you lay down, and
Sword Art Online.
you're SAOing yourself through the games. Okay. So, in this world, there are people just like the angry video game nerd who derive pleasure from playing the worst of the worst games and just beating them. And so our main character is a guy who only plays the shittiest, glitchiest games of all time and finally beats like all of them. And the game store clerk is like, why don't you play a good game? And now he's playing basically Elden Ring. And he's like, holy shit, this game's awesome. And being so good at shitty games for so long, he's awesome at this game, even at a low level, because he can still control stuff when
Like,
they're fighting.
What is it like?
yeah, because he's very
resistance
used to
weight
playing
training,
VR
like
games.
Goku
He's
in the
actually
weight room?
really good at
Yeah,
them.
exactly. In the hyperbolic time chamber, and literally where I'm at right now, he's they're at the level cap for this next boss, and to get ready to fight the boss, he's playing this glitchy ass fighting game that like has like split second like frame perfect inputs and stuff, so that he can get better at going back into this game and playing against that boss. So
I'm
it's like
sold.
it's the
Where's
most real gamer
It
thing
is
I've
a
ever
super,
seen.
yeah. It is made by a true gamer.
Oh, is this dubbed?
It might be at this point. Let me see.
Hold on, let me pull up.
Check it
Crunchyroll.
up, because this is a show that should be dubbed. Yeah.
What's the name of it?
Shangri-La Frontier.
It's also not Chinese
there it is.
whatsoever, so don't worry about that.
13 episodes.
Yeah, it's gonna have another whole second half of the season too.
ADR Crunchyroll, so that should be dubbed.
Up to episode 10. It looks like. Is
Okay, so yeah, it's pretty kept up.
Nice. Yeah, it is hilarious.
Oh, I'm watching this. This is
Yeah,
add to watch list.
I absolutely recommend it.
That is.
It was one of my
that's-
favorite
that's
from
quite
this
the
season.
pitch.
Because at first, when we were looking through on like the seasonals, like, oh, should we watch this one? I was like, RPG, VR, furry bird guy.
I've seen.
I
this,
don't know.
I've seen Sword Art Online before.
I've seen
Yeah.
this one before.
Then we started it, and I didn't start it at first because I was busy going to Japan and everything else. And then everyone was like, "Oh, this is great!" So I was like, "You gotta see it. You're gonna love this. It's a game made by gamers for gamers." And I started it, and I was like, "Holy shit, this show's amazing!"
I would ask if it's child appropriate to watch it with my son, but he's
Pretty
scared,
much, yeah.
he's
Yes.
scared to watch Sword Art Online. So
No,
It-
you don't die.
There is no death. Like any monsters they kill, like have that weird digitization of the bodies. So like,
I think he might be okay with that then.
yeah.
How old is your son?
10.
Yeah, that's plenty old. Yeah.
You down to watch that? I think he's down to watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no ESRB on Crunchyroll, so it's hard to figure out.
That's true. Usually lots of anime will be mixed between like super childish, some sexual stuff, and all that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
That's just how
You mean
anime
like the
is.
first episode of Naruto, and I'm like, oh, this is great for kids. Oh, yeah, it's naked women in there.
Who doesn't want naked women in their TV show except for the ones that are meant for kids?
I don't.
Does it actually even have an age rating? It has to, right? Because it's on TV Japan.
How is? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, I got 2 questions, Blaine.
Yeah.
So first one, I guess, just came up because of what we're talking about. How does the age rating for shows work in Japan versus with culturally?
Oh, sexual stuff is not as harshly controlled.
Yeah, a little more European in that aspect.
Yeah, there is much
language-
more permissible. There's
It is
obviously
rated PG-13 Shangri-La Frontier.
Okay.
because there is an obvious difference between like full-on nudity and risque.
Yeah.
That's how they treat it. A show can very much be risque, and that's like PG-13 at most.
Okay.
But
Whereas
like you'll
here,
still
it
watch
would
like a
often
show and
be-
you've got
yeah.
Hard Gay in his leather short shorts and bondage gear going Hard Gay and like running an entire variety show in this hilarious getup.
Also, homoerotic stereotypes. Those are fair game. Those are E10.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, those are
Everyone is a dandy.
yeah, those guys with the makeup and just like the whole type of subculture like stereotype from Japan. That is like seen as that's A-okay for everybody. They have no problems with that.
I don't know what localizer means, Jimineer.
It's the person who reads the Japanese and translates it to English for us. There's a
Okay.
big hubbub because people are like, "Hey, we got AI localizers," and then Asmongold was like, "Why is this important? It can't be that bad." And then people showed him the old Dragon Maid clip where they say, "Well, the patriarchy didn't like my outfit, so now I'm wearing it more modest." And he was like, "Oh my god, it's real! It really is this shit."
Yeah, people don't realize how bad some of these are.
Okay. My other question was, and it's off topic, is why in many anime intros and outro music is the music half in Japanese and half in English?
There are
Because
words that
Japanese
don't-
people love English words for songs.
Yeah, there are words that just don't really exist the same way in Japanese, and just the
That's
sound
because
of
we had
it.
the best words.
They get
A
the
lot of
greatest
it is
words,
how
the
it
best
sounds.
words.
A lot of it is how it sounds. They like how it sounds.
Because in Japanese, rhyming and sort of rhyme schemes don't really exist in like phonetic Japanese. You have to actually like break the Japanese language to make it work, so they can use English words to get some sort of rhyme scheme going, or they just like it. They just really like it. Like there's a band I love. It is called Cold Rain, and it is a rock band that only sings in English, but they are 1000% Japanese people.
There is one part of it in that to like write a rap / hip hop type song, you cannot write that in authentic Japanese. I
Around
believe.
us, we're talking about music.
Yeah,
Not
but that's
that.
we're talking about anime intros though. Lots of them are hip hop style.
Well, like, yeah, but it was something I kind of picked up on the rhyming thing too,
Mm-hmm.
because me and my son, we love the Kenshin intro and outro music,
Yeah.
and it's. But I was wondering about it because I was like, sometimes these start off all in Japanese, so my assumption is the songs are just throwing English words in there sometimes, and a lot of times they don't make a whole lot of grammatical sense or
Nope.
thematic sense.
Nope.
Sometimes
Just in there.
they're like, well, that sounded like a lyric.
Yeah, like
Just
if
while
you see
communication
fully
makes
translated
no
songs, it doesn't make more sense. It just is kind of gibberish.
Yep.
It is more common in Japanese than it is in English songs. Usually in English songs, even if it doesn't make sense, at least it sounds like a coherent sentence most of the time. Oftentimes, it doesn't come together as a sentence. They are just saying stuff to say stuff that's tangentially related to the song's like theme.
How old were you when you watched Neon Genesis, Blaine?
10, 9 or so.
Yes, that's young.
You should probably be like 14, I think, before
That's
you
what I
introduce somebody
told.
to it,
That's what I
yeah.
told my son because he asked this weekend or
Yeah,
earlier
it's like
this week.
14.
He said, "When
Because
can
I think teenage is a good age to see Ava. I think you'll really connect to it there.
Yeah. Well, I told him I was like, "There's adult themes that you
Yes.
just that one you probably shouldn't be exposed to, and two that'll go over your head." But I thought 14. I was kind of in the same boat as you, Serranos.
Yeah.
So my first viewing at 10, the entire thing was fun robot. Oh, so weird ending. Then when I watched it again at 13, then it was a little more like, oh hey, yeah, this whole like Hedgehog's dilemma, learning to get along with people, it being like the hardest but also most important thing we do as humans. Um, and yeah, I think I gleaned more meaning from the show overall when I was 13 than when I was 10.
Yep.
But it wasn't like none of it felt off at 10. It was very just like cool robot show, robot fight good.
But I think you will definitely understand more when they're just a little bit older.
I don't know. I think some of the like interactions between Shinji and Rei and Shinji and Asuka.
Also, the masturbation.
That's only at the movie.
No, that's only okay.
You can just
You can ignore that.
Well, you don't need the movie. The original series is all you need.
Okay, so he only
remember the
became a
airport- I
huge
remember when he
pervert
meets
later.
Asuka, it's
When he meets Asuka, the wind
Yeah.
blows her dress up,
yeah, don't
but
they?
you don't see anything. It just
I
cuts
thought
to
you
their
did.
faces. No.
That seems fine.
Yeah, it's one of those like you see the dress start to ruffle, and then it
Right.
cuts to the Toji's face going, oh, and you're like, okay,
I thought when I was watching it, I was like, or maybe it was just because I was about 14,
yeah, no, you
I
want
was
to
hoping.
I
it
mean,
was.
it makes you imagine what's going on there. Oh yeah.
with Rey, her introduction is a little racy because she walks in from the shower and then he like trips and falls on her.
Yeah.
But you also, it's all filmed in a way where you don't see anything.
Well, she's pretty autistic too, so I mean.
Oh
True.
yeah.
True. And then but that's why like I would say, because when I was 10, the movie wasn't in America that we were aware of, so I didn't actually see the movie until I was 14 or 15. And the movie is definitely, you better be of age to watch that one, when like Gendo spoiler alert, he shoves his hand through a boobie. That was a little like, huh.
Yes,
as a
back,
kid.
he said.
Oh, I know, but he'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
One thing I really like, a whole off tangent because I'm still playing Inertial Drift. One thing I like about the DLC is that it introduces the 4 new cars and it has you do challenge races against them to unlock them.
Yeah.
And it forces you to use different cars, so you have to learn how to use all these different cars and introduces you new cars. One of the ones I liked a lot was I forgot which one it was, but basically you get most of your control just from the drifting, but it has
Right.
really good acceleration, so you're encouraged to brake hard and then take corners with a really great angle, so come out and start accelerating fast as possible, basically.
Yeah.
You're not as worried about maintaining momentum in that car as you are others, which is pretty cool.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's majorly focused on just taking really good lines so you can keep accelerate as soon as possible.
Did you ever play Thumper?
No.
Okay. It was kind of a
I do know
music-based,
what it is,
like,
though,
you
yeah.
gotta like hit and do the turns and stuff.
Yeah, because I've seen it on
That's
Steam a
kind of
couple
how I
times.
feel with Inertial Drift, is like once you get like, here's what I do next, it just turns into like a DDR kind of a game, more so than a race game, I think. Is it Seal or Selly? Cell? I've always called it Sele because it's way more fun to say. I think in Japanese it's more Seiru. which is just like saying sell. But no one would say sele if you see this word, you're not gonna say it in as seal. People are like, oh, you're stupid. It's just seele. It's way more fun to go sele. But it's German. It's a German word. No spoilers. Wait until my video hits. It's the only show I rewatch. It's true. And I'm rewatching it again. It's so freaking good. You can't believe that chick spent all New Year's raving about how people brought back up the fact she said something stupid about changing crap in the translation.
Some people just don't have people, you know?
Here's the deal. If it's funny and fits, we're usually okay with changes to the translation. If you have something where it's like a Japanese idiom, like I don't know, clap for the shrine, right? Like you finish up your wish and you clap at the shrine. And that doesn't make sense in English. Or itadakimasu, where it's like itadakimasu literally means I'm receiving this meal from you, or I'm receiving this food from you. That doesn't really make, like, you wouldn't translate that to I'm receiving this meal from you. You
just say itadakimasu.
Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub is my favorite translation, because it's just so, it's a silly little phrase you say before you eat, or like, you know.
I think depending on the character that definitely works, but I think
it depends on the character, depends on what they're doing, but yeah.
I think most of the time, if it's not like a younger child, I would, or actually just most of the time, I would translate it as itadakimasu, because I don't think the translation of English is as good.
Unless they're English. If they're in Japan,
oh yeah, okay,
itadakimasu is perfectly fine to say in English. But if they're not supposed to be Japanese, then just a quick thanks for the food, depending on the character. But yeah, it's one of those, like, people don't want exact translations. We want localized translations. We just don't want it to be shit. So if you're in a group where people are joking about the patriarchy and you don't know that the wider audience will be generous and say 50-50 for and against the use of the term patriarchy to cover up boobs in anime, even though we're watching a titty anime, and you use that word, like, you gotta understand that's not funny. That's funny to you and your little group, but it's not funny to the audience that you're trying to serve. So if you focus in on your audience, you could definitely use words that localize things in different ways in that case, but you have to focus on what your audience wants. If your audience doesn't want it, who cares? Thanks for the food. Yeah, that's probably one of the most common ones, but I will never forget Rub-a-dub-dub. Thanks for the grub.
Which one was that from? Because I feel like that was pretty appropriate in that scenario.
Let's see. My brain's not working. Simpsons said it.
It's not an anime.
Oh, what's the anime one? Come on. Brandon just showed it on his last little, like, meme thing. Oh, here we go. I don't know what this show is, but this show did it. That doesn't look familiar. Fansite, I gotta trust you. Was it Ghost Stories? I'm sure Ghost Stories says it. That would make a lot of sense.
I don't think so. I don't remember that. I could just be remembering it wrong, but I do not believe it's in Ghost Stories.
Would it change your opinion if it was meant to break the fourth or fifth wall? Wait, are either of those walls the glass ceiling? Because then I have a problem with it. No, I think my opinion stays that we don't actually want direct translations. What we want is something that makes sense in our language. And that if a direct translation of what someone is saying doesn't make sense, that it requires some form of localization. Now, the beauty is most things that don't make sense in a language will consistently need to be translated the same way. So I think AI translation is going to be a much simpler way to quicker get a result. And then, you just clean it up from there and the machine learns from your cleanup.
Yeah, but, I think like in the future, just using AI as a baseline is going to work really well.
Oh yeah, speed you up if nothing else. You go from having 10 people who are writing and translating to 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, what are they gonna do for work? They find other jobs. They'll figure it out. They should work
Or
on
they
the
just
AI.
get better. They just get better at it.
Yeah, be better at using the
Okay, I'm
AI than
back.
everybody else around you. Welcome back, Stu.
Yeah, because you're going to be able to train the AI to understand situations better over time.
You could even have trained AI specifically for comedy, where one would write rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub, and another one specifically for a drama that would just say thanks for the food.
Yeah, like our advancements in the machine learning in spaces like that is going to improve significantly.
Like cleaning up fan subs. Exactly.
Yeah. It's going to be so much easier for fan subbers to actually do it. Because right now, fan subbing is largely, specifically like for currently airing shows, they're just ripping like the Crunchyroll dubs. Like, because it's the fastest way to do it.
It's true.
Because taking the time to actually go through and translate takes so much longer because they don't have the source material ahead of time.
I'm just mad that they don't put the subs with the dubs.
Oh, the Crunchyroll's app is the dumbest thing. And it won't get fixed anytime soon. They're too busy trying to figure out what to do after losing so much money with their take your $30 sign up here thing. What was that? Oh, they were mishandling personal information. That's what it was. That's right.
Yeah, join the club.
Join the club.
Literally every online institution ever.
Yeah, well, they got caught. And now they have to
I mean,
pay.
they're a Sony company. What do you expect?
High Dive app can't remember what you last watched. High Dive app can't remember that you put something on your list. Except the one show you put on your list when you first made the account. And that's the only show that keeps popping up on my list for some reason. Yeah. No, all of these apps suck. And it's like, well, no wonder that we just go elsewhere to watch.
No
our
wonder I
anime.
don't pay for any of the anime.
I'm still on the other side. It's like, take money, make better thing. But we'll see. Maybe I can give money to a pirate site so they can do what Crunchyroll did and go legit.
They can't even give an update to send an update out to people saying, "Hey, the dub has been done for this. New dubbed
Yep, 'cause it's
episodes."
just an
You know
audio
how
track
you
that
know
gets
how you check
uploaded.
that out? You go to AnyList. AnyList will tell you when it's out, not the site.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what game we're gonna play. First one is The Raft, final chapter. Wait, do these have copyright music?
I can't hear anything, so you're good
Oh,
there.
I turned it down. Okay, so we got dudes on a raft. They're 3D. Oh, it's first person.
Yes, first person.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is very much the whole game that they're showing you. It's the cycle of you're in your raft, there's stuff in the ocean, you'll grab that. You can go to islands, you grab stuff from the islands, and you can park your raft there so you can take as long as you want. And then you continually upgrade your raft and go through like a science tree to get upgrades to your raft.
Okay. Do you know how the multiplayer works? Is it like
Multiplayer is
we have a
totally
server
fine, yeah.
online that runs
I
it,
believe
or-
it's just you have your friend like start their thing and then you just join
and you
off
just
of them
join
through
local.
Steam.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just join off through Steam. I don't think
Similar.
Is it
to
just
like
co-op?
before.
Yeah, it's
I
just
see
co-op.
3.
Well, there's more than one. Yeah, you can have more
4.
than one friend.
Okay.
Translation for Stu there. Can more than 2 people play?
Yeah, that's why.
Because
that's
back
why
in our day, co-op meant 2 people working on the campaign, and if you had 3 friends, you had to play the multiplayer, which was always shitty.
That's
yeah,
what it still
cooperative
means, damn it.
specific. Cooperative specifically means you're not playing against each other. That's what it means. on
As a
Steam.
word in the English language, yes. You are correct. Is there cap?
The cap of how many people play. I'm not
online?
sure.
Yeah, it just says online co-op.
You could look it up specifically. As far as I know, there.
Okay,
I don't know of a limit, but I assume there should be at least 4 players.
Oh wow, that thing is getting quite.
Yeah, advanced.
And you got a little garden on it or something.
I've played Subnautica. Big deal.
Yeah, I've seen Raft around. It seems pretty
8
cool.
players can play. Okay.
Okay.
That is pretty fun. Could have
Hey,
quite
maybe that's a good idea for perhaps the Flawed Man gaming
the gaming man
F.
of God,
gaming man. Yeah.
Flawed Man Gaming. We'll find
Send
a
me your
better-
gamers and your gamer words.
You're poor and you're needy. Okay, we also dive. This is weird that all of this is in third, like cinematic perspective. If the
Yeah.
game is all in first.
Yeah, there's
person.
like a lot of extra like main
They did-
story stuff.
They did the entire preview through Forge.
It's all SFM. It's none of that's in game.
No, that's what the game looks like.
Flogged Man Gaming. All
Yeah,
right,
I don't. Green Hell's the one I
Green-
know the least about, but it really looks a lot like the forest.
I saw leeches. I see gators. This looks like just living in Florida.
It is. Literally, it
See?
looks like it too.
Okay. Fair. Yeah. Solo. It is very like that tree. That's a tree from the forest.
Can you invade Disney?
Those,
Pop out of the jungle into the park.
I would say like Green Hell isn't the one I'm most interested in. It seems
Yeah,
a little bit.
Those Baron
normal, but-
Zamdi guys coming at you are a little.
Good
That's
Bond
fine.
reference.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
put it
thank
there
you.
because it's another game and it's well received.
Astroneer. Green Hell's for masochists. Got it.
Yeah, this one is in space. You play as cute little astronaut men, and you go around planets finding resources.
Son wants to
Okay.
get this.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
it
one.
seems like a decent game.
Astroneer.
Astroneer.
Yeah, it's $12 right now.
Okay.
No, he just got a bunch of video games. He's not getting any.
He's not getting more. What do you think of a bit of money?
He got Super Mario Strikers.
Oh, then there's a
and
new one. Yeah.
Super Mario Strikers from Santa Claus, and he's like, "Oh, I guess Santa brought this one for Dad." And I was like, I was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "You clearly have never played the original Strikers."
I know it's so fun.
It is.
Assuming it's as good as the old one, I love that.
Oh, it
yeah.
is. It's very much. Only it's customizable players too, and
Okay.
so he's like, as soon as he starts playing it, he's like, "This game is like the best I've played."
Yeah, it's just combat soccer. Why would it not be fun?
And it's like the new Super Mario Golf, where it's like the old Super Mario Golf was fun, and then the new one is like, hey, what if it was just more fun? You're like, oh hell yeah.
It's also
It's like
so
it's
golf.
like the anti-Disney.
Okay, Astroneer,
Yeah, I'd say my
Uh,
favorite one is the last one you're gonna open up here though, Grounded.
Grounded, got it. Astroneer is not bad. I guess my question is I don't know. I didn't
There's
really get a
more
good
story
feel for the
stuff
game.
to raft. Basically for Astroneer, you have like all the other survival games, you have a science tree that you expand, and you can make spaceships to go to other planets.
Right.
Yeah. Apparently there is some story thing in Astroneer, but I do not remember very well because I only played a little bit of it on Game Pass. I liked
Gotcha.
what I saw, but I did not play too much of it. I'm not very familiar with it.
Well, next up is Honey, I Shrunk the Kids,
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
without the giant oatmeal cream pie.
I'm seeing small
before
soldiers
jokes.
personally.
'Cause, yeah, I have followed this Grounded for like since it was announced, and I've really liked the development and progression it's had.
This one's had the least appeal to
All
me.
right,
for
good night,
some reason,
Veritex.
though.
Because yeah, it has a
Good night,
lot of
Veritex.
it's more handcrafted than the other games. The other games have procedural generation. This one has like a set map. As
Just
far
the
as I
setting.
remember.
It's just a setting that it's just
Mhm.
like I'm just kind of meh on. It's a me problem.
I'm not like a big fan of the characters because they are just like little kids and whatnot. It's like, not that interesting, but you're not playing it for the character
Acorn.
models.
Barry.
Yeah, there's just little I guess this is the custom map editor or something. It's like plop down
What
whatever
the
you want.
heck are we in? Okay.
Yeah, basically the
Forge.
goal is to break into the science bunker made by the government and make yourself normal size. That's like the end
I
goal.
see. So there is like an end goal to it.
Oh, good.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like all three of the games, I don't know about Green Hell, but all three of the games I believe have an actual end game, like an actual finish to their story.
Okay. We're fighting spiders and oh good. Text. It's my favorite. I like the setting. I'd be curious to see what the actual like in-game, because this stuff, this design objects and everything, feels much more like
This trailer is
like a
very
Forge
much
Maker.
Yeah, this is a game maker thing that's showing off in this trailer. You can check
Let's
the other
try this
trailer. It
one.
probably is more of the actual game where you're
This
running
looks like
around.
Spartacus.
Yeah, that's like a
Midget
whole
edition.
view of the yard, and the yard has like the different zones and stuff where the different animals around there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's how my yard is. I only have certain insects in certain areas of the
Yeah.
of my yard.
You keep
Yeah.
them all segregated.
Yeah.
And then you have the koi pond where the fish will just freaking eat you.
Classic. Do they have the
And
molehills
As
for
one
the
does.
Yeah, there's different weapons, there's different armors you can make based on killing different enemies, blah blah blah. Stuff like that.
Got it. But it's like a backyard survival.
And there is definitely more development put into Grounded. There's more like time they put into it, and it is more expensive than the other two.
Oh, the Moth Express.
Moth meme. Moth
Everybody,
meme.
everybody's got their car battery in their backyard. Classic.
Yeah.
The paper just
Must be
disintegrated.
California.
Yeah, the paper that hasn't melted in the weather.
Yeah, base
Starring the teens.
some robot.
Dr. Wendell. Well, I'm definitely leaning towards Raft for no other reason than you can do 8 players, and I think that would be hilarious to have like a ton of people on a raft.
We had
oh,
two
hey, here we
people
go.
playing
Construction.
Minecraft until after I banned Michael.
It's
Do you
true.
really think we're gonna get that many people playing Raft?
I do. This channel's gonna
You
grow
believe
in this
You
month.
believe.
This month is gonna be huge.
You believe you're gonna be playing Raft more than 2 months?
It's gonna be huge.
It's gonna be huge.
Yeah, that one's fun. I like that when you finally saw the construction and building. I like the idea of the enemies literally just being bugs.
Oh yeah,
Did you do
two-
Zomboid?
I was gonna say yeah. There's two other options. I didn't post Zomboid there, but yeah, Project Zomboid. You can search for that.
I've been playing that a lot. That's to me. And like I said, me and my buddy, we play it a few times a week. It's definitely something where you've got different people and they can all be doing something different to kind of contribute.
Yeah, you go into zombie apocalypse, you gather resources, and you go back to your
Yeah.
home base.
He just got cut
Oh god.
because he went into the window.
He
went to the
dead.
window with yeah. I've been there before.
Yeah, there's just 100 zombies, and you just go out in a blaze of blood. Really, you just get eaten.
They
I
got to
like
work
the way
on
the game does blind spots. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. They've got to work on that a little bit with the vehicles. The vehicles just interface just needs a little bit of touching up.
It was originally designed, like you can tell from the look, it was originally designed as basically just a normal isometric game. So it has some of the limitations there
Yeah,
in
it's
terms of how that works.
You can go fishing.
Yeah, I never got to Zomboid myself. I know it's a good game though.
It's good. I highly
And
recommend it.
Stu will vouch for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just need somebody in the group who can do Charlie work.
Yeah, the last thing.
Oh,
would
I
be
did that. I mean, look,
Yeah.
so we were me and my buddy were somewhere, and we've been looking for a horde. Like we've gone through
Has
some
fishing? 100%.
going through a whole lot of stuff. But we hadn't seen a real horde of zombies. And we've got all these we've stashed up all these weapons and ammo. And so we were in this one place just collecting some loot, and I turned the corner and I was like, I'm just gonna go up here and see what these houses have to offer. And then I look back, I turn around and go, dude, it's ridiculous. It's lousy with zombies out there. And it's just no place where you would expect them to be. And then more came, and then more came, and we were sitting there just firing off. I think I had 20 boxes of shotgun shells on me, and that's 24 rounds each. By the time it was done, I had 2 boxes of shotgun shells left. So many dead people.
Summon a date. Okay, so I'm gonna grab Raft, and I'm gonna grab Project Zomboid because it handles 126 folks simultaneously. How about that? And then someday, this one will finally. I've got actually a few things here on my list that I'm waiting on.
What I
Empires
found,
Shall Fall is what I'm really excited for.
what I found with Zomboid, so you create the server and you create kind of the rules and kind of the difficulty level and what you run into.
Mm-hmm.
Only you can start the server up.
Right.
Like if
As-
you
oh, yeah.
leave, everybody's off. And when
Also,
you,
he said rules. There are a lot of rules to change the difficulty.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can tweak it to our heart's content.
There's so many rules.
I
like
love-
how often zombies spawn, do zombies spawn at all?
Yep.
I love this.
Also,
where
the
it's like,
types of zombies too.
on my wish list. There's like, oh yeah, we got some 15, some 40% off. Ooh, 66, that's pretty good. Dungeon Defenders, not really popular, so I could, see someone trying to move that more.
Japanese
Kingdoms.
Driftmaster, that's such a
Kingdoms
surprise.
now has the hold on, that's now got the Japan faction. Maybe we got a change of pace here.
SnowRunner.
Yeah, SnowRunner. I just keep that on the list. Like if that thing ever drops like $5, I'll probably buy it.
So what is Empire Shall Fall? Because I haven't
It's,
seen that one yet.
This is basically
It's trying to remake Advanced Wars.
yeah, it's Advanced Wars.
Also, if you want to see something that's on sale, Blaine,
literally
check
Advanced
out
Wars.
XCOM 2. It is 93% off.
Or just
pretty-
buy BattleTech because it's better version of XCOM.
Or Alterium Shift. I started looking at this one.
Stompy robots instead of aliens.
Oh yeah, you have
Need
the
for
Metropolis on
Speed
there, yeah.
Unbound is down to $9.
Oh no, the other Need for Speed game is literally $2.
I've heard such bad reviews about this.
Just watch the trailer for it.
I know.
You don't even need the music. Just put
I
the
want it.
trailer.
I wanted it to be so good
Oh yeah.
because I actually really like the way the 3D car with like the 2D effects looks. I think
Mhm.
that's a really
You like that,
fun
yeah.
look.
Well,
but
it
then
goes
it-
back to the old Midnight Club.
Yeah, but then it
Racing.
gets into like the like some of the story starts to come out and you're like, I don't care about any of this. What
Need
are we
for
doing?
Speed Heat was the game that came out before this one. It is 95% off, $350.
There hasn't been a good Need for Speed game since
Underground 2.
Underground 2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was
And
not
that
ex-
was
it's not as old as I am. So, first
All-
for the games you guys have mentioned.
I took Need for Speed Underground 2 and it wasn't a new game then to Iraq with me in 2005.
Actually, that would have been pretty new at that point because that was 2004, so it came out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
this
it
is
wasn't
towards
right
the end
now.
of 05, so it'd been out for a little bit.
Okay, a couple years or year and a half.
Builder City. Okay, it's a city builder.
Which one is this?
This is Kingdom something.
Was that the one that had the new Japan faction?
Yeah, they got a new Japan faction.
The new Japan faction.
Fine, I can build my own Japan city.
You want a great city builder? Look up Timberborn.
I had
Timberborn,
Timberborn.
Timberborn does look
Plays
good.
beavers, dude.
Yeah,
Plays
I-
beavers. That was
You
sick.
made me
Do
play
they
that
have
game. I thought it
Japanese
was funny.
beavers though? Blaine
Oh, you
needs
did?
to know.
Yeah, we played it
I
on
didn't
stream.
remember- I don't remember Timberborn. You playing that?
Yeah, I remember because I was like, they're silly little beavers.
Okay.
Prosper. Okay.
Just buy Age of Empires.
Age of Empires is really cheap. Age of Empires 2, that is, and it has 1 billion campaigns.
Oh, it's got so much DLC. They keep updating. This
yeah,
is,
they're still
this is-
making more.
this is the kind of work that classics like Age of Empires deserve.
I
They
really
even-
like that they're keeping up the tradition of just the way it used to be as well with the new DLC.
Yeah.
Like the new DLC,
Well, not
'cause
only
they make a campaign on top of giving you the faction.
Like I got into Age of Empires 1 was part of my real introduction to CD-ROM gaming beyond battle chess and stuff like that. Like real-time strategy, I got into it was Command and Conquer Red Alert and Age of Empires 1. And Age of Empires 1 was such a good game. And they messed up the definitive edition with that one, but everybody loved it so much they brought Age of Empires 1 into Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. So now you can play Age of Empires 1 with 2's interface.
Age of
Oh,
Empires 2
you just have to
Definitive
own
Edition
Age
is
of
only
Empires.
$5.
Yeah, like I said, it's really cheap. Has a bunch of campaigns in there, and there's more to buy as well for also cheap.
That is
Like the oldest DLC is $250, then it's $350, and the more modern or the more recent ones are $750 and like.
me and my
full
son
price.
played a match today for 3 hours. We
The game
played
speed's too low.
So there's
No.
2, there's 3, and there's 4. Why would I not buy 4?
4 is
4 is different. 4 is
yeah,
not.
4
the
is
same.
different. 4 is not really. And Age of Empires 3 was okay, and then because there were Native American tribes in there, they decided they needed to be more politically correct with them, and they went in and changed some stuff. Age of Empires 3 it's okay.
It's the least appealing game out of all of them.
Yeah, two was just needed some interface tweaks to bring it. The things we can do now that we couldn't do then.
good. 2 was so good back when it was released that there was barely any reason to update it.
20 years of RTS history at
It
one
was-
great price.
Age of Empires 2 has been the most popular RTS alongside StarCraft since it's been released.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nothing
Alright.
was able to dethrone them.
you never played Age of Empires?
No, never played Age of Empires.
I've played very
Whoa.
little of Age of Empires because I'm not an RTS guy, but I still like single player campaigns.
I'm a huge RTS guy, which is sad because there's not
So
a
many
lot of
shows.
good RTS.
Let me
now.
throw you one that's coming out this year. I've been following it for a while. It's called Stormgate.
Stormgate.
The
Okay,
last
check-
one that was.
Check that out when it comes out. It's gonna be free. You should
Was
yeah,
I
you should
looking
check
at
it
that
out.
one? I think.
I might
I
have
wish
shown it to
listed
you
it.
before. It's called Stormgate. It was made
The
by
last-
guys who worked on StarCraft before. Yeah.
Iron Harvest, I wanted it to be. It's okay, but it's like, guys, real time RTS has been out for a while. You know it works, and you know it different doesn't work. Nothing that ever since Dawn of War, or I'm sorry, Company of Heroes, and Dawn of War were like the two last good ones, the really good ones.
That's what I hear is really frustrating to most people. Is the fact is you know what's good about Age of Empires and StarCraft. Just take those principles.
Yeah.
Use them. Use them.
Hey,
And
do
that
we
was
have
the
2
great-
other people that need a code for Zomboid? Because there's a buy 1 for yourself and 3 for friends. That makes it $10 each.
I think it gives you a gift in your Steam library, so you can give it to other people
You can.
when you want to.
You can.
Gotcha.
So yeah, if you want to pick that one up, you can give it to some other people. Yeah.
People give me dumb games all the time. I'm
I
like,
think
wish you had-
that
I wish you
it
had
saves
spent
you like
money on
$3 per copy or something, right?
Yeah, it saves you $3.39 doing that.
Okay.
Why'd I play RTS? You're not Korean? So that we can finally reassert dominance in the gaming sphere.
Dude, I remember
That's never happening.
in 2002 when I was the first time, like I was in the middle of helicopter school. I was on base, and we went to like the MWR building, which is kind of like your recreational area. And I go in there, and it's a computer room filled with people playing either Counter-Strike or Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, which is also another amazing good RTS.
I played Red Alert 2 forever.
And
That
Red
one I
Alert
played
2
the
is
shit out of.
so good.
I remember the mission where you had the dogs, and the dogs would like die on the barbed wire, and you had to like guide them like personally so they would like make it. That frustrated me as a child.
Oh man. And then Red Alert 3 came out, and I was just like, this is not as good as Red Alert 2. Give me Red Alert 2 again.
Yeah, you picked up Raft, right, Blaine? That was when you wanted Raft
Well,
and
yeah.
Zomboid.
So I have Raft, and I have Age of Empires 2, and then I'm just debating if I buy the 4-pack or not.
So you probably don't need to buy the 4-pack because if anybody wants to get it, they can buy it.
You said it was
they can buy their
Stormfront?
own game. It's not like we need to do charity for Michael. He's his
It's
his
not
own
charity. I'd make him pay for it, but he'd pay $10
Don't buy
instead of
him
paying
anything.
13.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hold it, yeah, that's probably fine. If you know you're gonna be able to get other people
Buy
to
it
play
for
with.
other people in front of Michael. That would be the funny. What's the name of that
Okay.
one that you said is coming out?
Michael
Well,
just messaged me.
Stormgate is the one.
Stormgate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the link to that in the chat.
Private chat in here.
I'm pulling it up. I'm just pulling it up right now.
Yeah, you can bring up Stormgate. You check that out. It should be
It's
free
got a
on
dude.
release. Yeah.
It's got a dude talking and voice acting in the.
Yeah, the first video is not exactly selling me on the game, but
Yeah,
the
exactly.
other,
It's
you
like-
click the other ones, you're like, oh, I see this game. So, we're doing
Yeah, I've heard the
Zomboid,
devs talk
Age of
about it for a
Empires,
while, so it seems cool.
and Raft. These are the new games. And then Gran Turismo 7 will be on the cycle.
Oh, I'll definitely play some AOE 2 with you.
Okay, sweet. Cool. I'll purchase for myself.
Do the campaign? Is there co-op campaigns in AOE? too?
There's nothing but campaigns.
no co-op campaigns.
There
I mean.
is.
Yeah, there are co-op campaigns.
That's what the internet told me. I checked.
Yeah. Are they
Yeah,
are they available by default, or are they part of some DLC? Because I can pick some of those up now.
Yeah, this Stormgate is very StarCraft, Warcrafty.
Let's see.
That's obviously very deliberate.
Yeah. Which I was I enjoy playing StarCraft 2 and StarCraft and Warcraft 3, but it's not as good because they just sit there and they just shoot at each other.
Is there anything we should buy on Age of Empires besides the definitive edition in order to
You
get
can
the
start.
co-op?
If you want to get specific civilizations, Japan is default, so you don't have to worry about it.
Sweet.
You can get some of the others. I've got a couple of them.
Right now, Dynasties of India and Dawn of the Dukes are the cheapest DLC.
Yeah.
And then Return
there's
of Rome
three.
is $6.
Yeah, Lords of the West, Dawn of Dukes, and Dynasties of India are all cheap. They're all like pretty cheap ones.
A lot of
Return of Rome is half off, and then Mountain Royals is more. I'm pretty sure the older ones, the ones that are $10, I think those are the old DLCs.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. I'm just going to do base game for now.
Yeah,
I'll do
Return
that
of
now.
Rome and Mountain Royals are like the new DLCs. They have some like negative reception. I think most that's connected to the civilizations themselves more than like the quality.
Apparently, the Persians are getting a complete rework from what I've been.
You know, those Persians have always needed a good reworking.
Well, I mean, I'm only saying what other people are thinking. That was another good kind of RTS game. Is the Settlers series.
The Settlers? Wow, this is the Settlings. How
I
did you
know.
know?
Different game, or perhaps, yeah. This is the Settlers was a game series from back in the late 90s.
Oh, okay. So apparently they added the co-op campaigns for AoE 2 were added as part of it, just a general update 2 years after its launch. Yeah, so it's not connected to DLC at all, looks like.
Yeah.
They should just be by default available. That's what I mostly wanted to check. Like AoE 2 is on sale all the
Someone's
time,
dying in
but
there.
I'd be willing to shell out a little bit more to make sure I get them.
No, don't die. Whoever's coughing, I
Is
believe
your
in
son
you.
okay, Stu?
He's doing all right.
So you need some cough suppressant.
We gave him some Dimetap earlier.
That's what it is, right? It's the orange flavored cough suppressant.
And just give him some of the, just give him some
Great.
of that pumice soap. It'll fix him right up.
Hey, does this smell like ether to you?
Oh yeah, I made
Hey,
a
you know they
joke
make
about-
NyQuil just for falling asleep now? Back in my day, we had to drink a whole bottle.
Hey, Blade, you remember? I made a joke about the orange pumice soap. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, Gojo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
Gojo.
yeah, you're talking to a guy who works on cars, of course.
I was gonna say I have to assume you know what that is.
Dude, I found a face wash that was basically Gojo, and I was like, "Damn, my skin's gone, but I feel so clean."
And it smells so good.
It was so
Well,
good.
I feel like I got Stockholm syndrome into liking that smell from working in, with around that.
Right? Anytime you need the degreaser, you're just like, okay.
It's so useful. It's so good.
You don't feel clean otherwise.
I know it's because oil. It's not Gojo, it's not getting oil off.
Exactly.
I guess like Dawn works, but it's like I'd rather use the pumice soap.
Years
Everyone
and
should-
years ago, I used to have Axe body wash when that was cool in the cringier days of my life.
Yeah,
But they
when that
had
was
one called
cool.
Snake Peel that was like that, and it was awesome. It was my favorite.
Snake peel?
Yeah.
It just smelled like piss, didn't it?
No, it was smelled like citrus. It
Uh,
just it had that that grainy, what do they call it, exfoliating style of waiting for the coughing to stop. But I mean, like I said, it was a cringier time of my life when I was 19, 20 years old, and that stuff was cool because it just came out.
Cool.
Axe.
I remember
Axe
when
brought
that came out and people like thought that's just all you had to do instead of bathing.
the Axe bath. Just-
God, it was the worst.
it brought the tool out in everyone.
The Tool.
I think I'm definitely picking up Dawn of the Dukes because I want to play as a Polish. I like Polish.
Polak, I believe, is the proper term for that.
Just another type of Slav.
Polish is a type of hot dog. Alrighty.
Or was a hot dog just a type of Polish?
Hot dog. Do we want a top 10 fall anime or a all anime of fall 2023 ranked?
I don't really care what either of them say, so you can choose.
I don't know. Okay. All right.
Top
Maybe-
2023
Maybe
of
they're
or top 10.
Which
Okay,
one has
okay.
Which one has more text? Which one's
It's Bleach.
longer?
Bleach is
oh,
number
God,
one.
why is it so tiny? Why can't I zoom in on my snips?
Oh, is this a video? Oh, I thought you were talking about this as an article.
No. It's a video. I know. I'll post it
Um,
in Discord.
Yeah, I guess you could show me both, and I can choose.
If I post it in Discord and then I open it up, it's going to open up in browser and then I can make it bigger. Science!
Ew.
All right.
That's what I'm gonna look like.
Or this
You don't look like that already.
No, I haven't shaved my head yet.
top or bottom? Which direction do we
Oh,
wanna
which
go?
video?
Which
Bullet.
video we clicking?
Bullet.
Wait, how long is the first one though? It doesn't have
The
a
first one
time.
is 35 minutes.
And is that the one for all anime of fall?
That's that yes, that's
And
all fall
the
anime
second one is just the top 10.
of
It has
2023.
that show as a top 10 show. I think that guy has good taste.
You vote for Hawaiian Jedi?
Which one is that?
Hawaiian shirts. Why do they both have Hawaiian shirts?
This is why I'm not an AniTube, because I don't wear Hawaiian shirts every day. I only wear t-shirts on
I
stream.
just wear hoodies all day, dude.
He's got a hoodie. He's got a hoodie on his
He has both.
he's rocking it, man. All right, we will watch the Jedi,
also
which
the
I
lack of
assume
neck
is the
beard,
one in the
too.
brown.
Oh, no, pick the guy with the glasses. Oh, they both have glasses. Pick
Yeah,
the guy with
yeah,
white
you-
shirt. Oh, they both have white shirts. Pick the guy with a bunch of cringy background. Or, oh, they both have it.
Oh, pick the guy that showered recently. Ah,
Oh.
neither of them.
The neck beard.
Oh,
The one with the shirt, SM7B. Ah! They have the same microphone. And both their mics are doing the thing where it's like coming down from the top of the screen.
I got one. Pick the one with the gay lighting.
Oh.
the pink. That's the pink.
That's the pink.
Yeah,
All right.
there you go. That's how you differentiate it.
Pick the one with
Don't
low
go.
T.
Got to pick the one with the gay lighting.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Axe body spray.
Dahlgren.
Yeah, we got a little Old Spice
Old Spice is always better.
and then the commercial. Whoops.
All right.
Hold on. I need to switch our audios
I'd
around
rather
here.
listen to my son cough than listen to this guy.
You haven't even heard this
Oh
guy.
no! What is
I
this
already know.
face? Look at this face. It's horrible. I never
Uh,
want to see this when I'm
and look,
coming
Michael
into a
shows
video.
up.
I am free.
You freed yourself.
There's no more relatives. No more relatives.
Only my brother's girlfriend is left.
Only my brother's girlfriend is left.
But she's not related to you.
True.
That would be awkward if he was.
Yeah, that's true. He's not saying anything. But then again, it wouldn't change if you turn the audio on.
Exactly.
Who's
Beat
this
me
guy?
to
What
it.
do you
Wait, you
do?
guys can't hear it?
Oh yeah, I hear it. Just keep playing.
Oh wait, no,
Is
hold
this,
on. I
is
gotta
this
hit these
Tectone
buttons.
or whoever. Tectone?
Is this what? No.
Oh no, some guy named Tectone had a meltdown over
You mean
lollies.
Tectone?
Yeah,
Over
Tectone.
what?
Why'd you say Tectacone?
I'd never seen him before. I guess Tectone.
What did he have a meltdown over?
He's a gacha
Over-
game player and he like breaks down over lollies.
And also he's following lolly Twitter artists, like lolly hentai.
Yeah,
artists.
I know that guy and I've seen him like post that.
Why are you talking about these things?
He
I got a
looks like
guy
him.
in a palm tree shirt here who's gonna talk
He
to us
looks like
about.
him.
He looks like him.
Yeah.
No,
It's probably
Tectone's
because
fat.
there's
Or
no
well, okay,
difference.
Tectone used to be fat, but no.
He does have
their
an
faces are
archetype.
different. I don't think Tectone wears Hawaiian shirts either. He's actually better dressed.
This is why you can't be.
This is like
Lame.
Wendigoon.
This is
Don't you dare compare
don't
that guy to
besmirch
Wendy.
Wendy.
Boot Michael campaign begins now.
Anime of fall 2023. But before we do, if you enjoyed the video,
Challenge
consider
mode.
liking, commenting, maybe even subscribing to the channel for more content like this.
I really
reactions and
don't like it when they
reactions.
lead off
We do
with
some
that.
tier
It
lists.
feels cringe.
We do a bunch of stuff.
When they lead off with the like and subscribe.
Please like and subscribe before I've presented anything of value.
Love
I don't
me.
like that.
Please like and subscribe, even though my voice is
Just-
unbearably feminine.
Just feed that in afterward. Like, feed that in once they've actually watched some of your video. There's no point in telling people to do so
I go
unless you're
entire
just trying
episodes.
to get
telling-
children to do it.
I go entire episodes without telling anybody.
Yeah, like, you could just wait. Like, if your audience can't wait 3 minutes of watching your video before you tell them to subscribe, they weren't going to be an actual watcher of your content.
If that's
Mhm.
interests you, then again, consider
Of course, it
subscribing. You
adds
can
to
find the full
watch
link
time,
as well as
too.
exclusives over
Also,
on
you were right.
Patreon.
This guy has
Now,
a
let's
gay
get-
voice.
How did you know?
It could have been the
Your-
background. It
Your
could have been-
phrenology is
It could have been
amazing.
the. It could have been the fact that, unironically, wearing a Hawaiian shirt with nothing underneath.
Yeah, his white shirt is pretty open there.
Like I do that when I'm on vacation, not when I'm streaming.
Oh yeah, that's your
Casual.
vacation.
You do
look.
that when you're getting a sunburn, not when you're inside.
Casual Friday.
Gonna be a lot of anime I don't watch in any given season. I'm only watching like 20 to 25 at any point in time.
Only?
I'm not
25?
watching over that
Only
because
20 to
I
25.
have way too much to do. All right, I
he's-
cannot dedicate my life to just watching every
He has
anime.
to.
It's not
If you're
possible.
watching
can't
Plus,
25 a
drive too
season,
close to
half of that is
elementary schools.
garbage. I guarantee you. There's no
Mhm.
way your 25 shows in your season like that's some good stuff right there. No, I guarantee you, you're pushing to watch garbage for no reason. Like, even if I would disagree which ones are good or not, there's no way you like over half the anime that come out every season.
He's watching for clicks.
There's no way.
Oh, I gotta do a lumberjack up there.
be real with you, there are way too many anime that don't deserve to be watched. Yes, I said it. In fact, I watched a few this season.
Hand
You'll see
motions.
later on in the video which ones I'm talking about that did not deserve to be watched. As always, we're gonna start off with the
Yeah, the real
If
Giga
he's talking
Chad
about
keeps your hands out of frame.
shows that he watched, if he's talking about shows that he watched at all, and he watched like 20 to 25, like started
This
and
guy's
then dropped
a bottom.
half, that's fair.
This guy's
Mhm.
100%.
But I
bottom.
feel like he's talking about the fact that he finished like 20 to 25 shows. That's what it feels like to me.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think he finished 2025 shows?
No, that's what I mean. It feels like the way he's talked about it that he has.
we used to tease kids like this in school for talking and using these mannerisms with words we're not allowed to use anymore.
Yeah.
Dude, I for some reason had to look up that Simpsons line where Martin is like, "Alone we are but a puny twig, but together we form a mighty and he just drops it. He dropped it on live TV, and they just posted a giant dictionary definition that said a bundle of sticks. Because I was like, wait a minute. I remember as a child hearing the F word on TV. There's no way that happened. I gotta be like feeling. Maybe they just like cut it early, and I'm filling it in with my brain. No, they actually said it. I was like, oh my gosh, it's amazing.
great, isn't
Thank you,
it?
Simpsons.
Oh, the '90s was such great language.
Stuff that I did not see. Okay, we're just gonna start slapping them into a did not see tier. Okay, so
C
let's
tier,
just
get
start
it?
doing that. I think I'm right on these. I don't even know. There's probably gonna be something I mess up on.
Great insightful review there,
Some of them
guy.
I want to talk about.
Or
I'm-
gal, or whatever.
I'm glad you
identify
couldn't take the
as.
time to cut any of this. You're just gonna show yourself moving images onto.
This
a
is how he
blank
gets to
area.
35 minutes. What do you think?
It really is.
My
I hate
style is
peop- I
Sinead
hate people
O'Connor
like
with a
this.
beard.
Oh, he's
Oh,
so
it's a My
mean.
Hero Academia thing that came out. I didn't even know about that. So I only watched. This doesn't seem accurate. 3, 4, 5. Oh, and we had a few holdovers. Helk, Dark Gathering.
He watched
I guess we're
Helk.
not counting those.
Did
Okay,
you watch
that's
Helk?
then. Okay,
No.
so these
Yeah,
are the
I
anime
didn't.
I didn't watch. All right, there was a lot of anime that I did not watch, but I just want to touch on a few of them first. First off, I didn't know there was anything My Hero Academia related at all during this anime season, so that's kind of taking me by surprise. This I knew was going to be bad. This one I didn't have.
Why
time
doesn't he
for,
make
though
his
a lot of
own
people
tier
were telling me
list?
I should. This one I
Because can you even make out
Lazy.
any of these shows?
Not even a little bit.
Because they don't have any titles
I
on
see
them. I mean,
one
that's the
girlfriend,
reason I was like,
girlfriend.
okay, you know, I have to put a title.
Okay,
on these
I got
things.
Migi and Dolly. I got Dr. Stone. I got the.
That's the one about the
the
demon lord.
the pig show, Butureba.
Let's see if I do this.
Great
Can
freeze frame, Blaine.
I make it big enough? That's as big as I can make it.
There's like a Kengan Ashura thing. There's the
Man, it's a real life soy jack meme. This is picture.
He didn't watch
Yeah, there's-
Girlfriend.
there's the Priestess show there as well in the top row. I think that's like Kaiju number blah 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 something.
The
As like the
Yakuza.
black and yellow.
He didn't watch the witch one. Didn't watch the dog one. Didn't watch Ballbuster.
He didn't watch Stardust Telepath. He didn't watch the girl and her guard dog.
To be fair, I didn't watch any of these either.
He didn't watch
Good. You
16-bit.
Wait, is that fucking Eminence and Shadow in the bottom right?
Bottom right. Yeah, looks like
He
Eminence.
didn't watch that.
What a piece of shit.
This guy didn't watch anything this
Dude,
season.
there's so much here. I'm shocked. As someone who barely watched anything, I'm shocked.
How's he gonna whip out?
How do you call
one
yourself
show?
an anime guy when you didn't watch you didn't even touch at least 3/4 of the season? That is
I
most.
forgot to shout out the channel. This channel is freshest anime, all one word.
This is like
He has 60,000 subscribers.
this is the significant majority of the anime this season. You didn't watch them, and that's your whole thing.
Okay, maybe he dropped most of them.
No, he says he didn't watch. Like I
Like,
have
being
to
a
imagine.
start.
Maybe he'll
That's right.
explain it, but it's the way I would take it when he says did not watch is he did not watch any of it.
Mhm.
Because he was talking about, I was like, I didn't even know it came out this year, blah blah blah, like that. You know, that's how he was describing it.
You
That
think
is
he'd
how
have
he was
more
describing
time
it.
with his husband's boyfriend taking up all of his social time.
I think I have at most 2 rows that I didn't watch, like didn't give a shot.
Yeah. Same to me, because I mean, it's just like it's pretty easy to watch just a episode. And
Makes Anthony Fantano look
stopped
masculine.
watching. I
Oh,
stopped
God.
watching anything Seven Deadly Sins related once they had that one rushed season where they made Meliodas like in the bed like that. And he
You
fought
saw a
Escanor
silly
and he was
meme
dog
on the
shit.
internet and you
I
gave
didn't watch
up?
that season because
Wait,
I
they're
saw
still
the
making
clips.
episodes of that
I'm not
show?
interested. Toilet
oh
Mountain,
yeah,
House
there's
Bukuri,
an
love-
you can pause it. The thing is, Seven Deadly Sins ended, and now they're doing the sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
kind of
they're-
like that
yep.
show.
Yeah, it ended. They're doing a sequel. I like the first season, okay, but it seemed like it got worse as it went on.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, basically Meliodas' like grandson or whatever is present, but not the main character in that show in the sequel.
Present but not main.
Yeah, they have a new main character. Some girl is the main character.
It's Kanye.
Kanye.
The white Kanye.
Kanye.
Kanyo.
what Kanye wishes he looked like.
Oh.
Low key, I was thinking about watching this. I don't know if this is something I can watch before the reboot. They're doing a reboot of the series. Is that something I'm supposed to watch before the reboot, or is this supposed to be something if you watch the original season, you watch this in between that original season and then the reboot? I don't know how all that works, so I didn't touch it. This I heard is getting a second season. I don't know how good it was. This I heard is the second season. Arknight's second season of that. People said that Arknights is really good. Maybe one day. It's gotcha. Who knows? This I wish I watched, not gonna lie, because the firefighter thing, I bet it's done well. I don't even know what the hell
This
is.
thing that I'm pointing out, I don't know the
Everybody
title
hypes
of.
up Baki,
Like
and I'm
he
sure-
he needs to say the title.
There's so much of this.
How many
Just
It's just
skip it.
no,
Just-
that didn't watch that, didn't see that.
Hold
You're
on.
supposed to be-
Just skip all of this.
Do-
Talk
let's-
about what you actually watched.
want to make
the
Blaine
be-
sad? How many subscribers does it
I
have?
already said he's got 60.9 thousand subscribers.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
there's
you
no
couldn't-
way I can't become a successful YouTuber as long as I
You
actually
couldn't
make
even, like,
videos.
leave this on in the background. You couldn't pay attention if you were watching it.
No, you can't because he doesn't describe anything. He doesn't
Yeah, he
say
doesn't
any
even show
names.
the show.
The best part is this video is called ranking all in all caps the anime in fall 2023.
That's why I was interested.
He
in
just puts it all in I didn't watch it and then sticks one show in like S tier.
That's why I actually chose this one too. That's why I was like, okay, we'll go with this one because he says all the shows instead of just like 10 or whatever. Because I could make a better tier list of this because I actually watched an episode of almost every single show.
True.
Like I said, Blaine, you're criminally undersubbed.
The thing is, I wouldn't
make
make it like this because I don't have a reason to talk about the shows that are one episode because I have very little to add there. I would just like, it's pretty bad. I'd give a couple little descriptors of that, and that's it. You know?
You'd be done. You'd be out.
Yeah, that's not what I. I don't think it's valuable commentary. It's not going to help people figure out. I was like, should I watch the show?
He doesn't, like I said, he doesn't even say the name. This
No.
this show this thumbnail that I'm pointing at, this one.
Like, even if you're watching this like on your second monitor, it's like a second monitor kind of thing. You look over, you cannot tell what show he's talking about. It's too small.
Too small. Too tiny.
It's not the
He's
first time
he's
been
not
told
he's not
that.
going to comment on the name of it, and he's not going to zoom in on it either when he's already doing the editing job. So many stupid things here. So many stupid things.
I don't have enough room for a lumber mill there. Okay.
Let's keep going. Yeah, I think you cut down one more.
I
tree or
wasn't a
something.
huge fan of the first season. I thought the second season was better than the second season. That's all I've watched of Baki. I have not watched any Son of Ogre. Kengen Ashura, I tried to watch the first episode of a long time ago.
Did
Let's
you?
not, let's
like the
just
TV,
skip.
so I
Let's
stopped.
skip the
That's heaven's
place where he's
official
talking about
blessing.
shows he
Season
didn't
2,
watch.
did not watch that because I didn't watch season
Maybe
1.
that's
don't
the title
care.
of the
I
show.
just
The
didn't have
show,
any faith in it. so
all
I
the
did
shows I didn't
don't
watch in
talk about it.
2023.
I don't know.
Right?
Simulcasting is finally available on Twitch.
This
Why
is
is it
Hey, look at the new
happening?
Twitch, Matt, everybody.
Why does he have a woman take
I'm
over?
sure-
That was a out of video ad. That was a YouTube ad, right?
That was a YouTube video.
Okay.
Like I had
Okay.
to skip
I was
5
like,
seconds.
there's no way that he just like put a woman in here to advertise his Twitch or whatever.
He's not interested in those.
Oh my goodness.
Ew, ugly. Get rid of it.
Okay, is this where he
And
starts talking about
Fansite
shows
wants
he
me to
actually
use an ad
watched?
blocker. Come on, Fansite.
Okay, how far in the video is this where he actually starts talking about shows?
We
he
don't know that
watched?
he's talking about shows yet, but I'm 4 minutes 10 seconds in.
Okay, we'll start. I guess.
Not as good as season 1, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to say Shield Hero is a B tier.
Okay,
B
this is shows he
for
actually watched.
Back from the
Beta!
Dead, I don't know,
Come, wait, Back from the Dead. People watch this show?
because it kind of died with season 2. I was trying to think of something. couldn't
He
think
said
of
it's
anything.
terrible
Shield
and he's
Hero.
giving it
It's
B
definitely not
tier.
gonna go an S for a Shield. That's not happening. Goblin Slayer. Admittedly, I am sure that the light novel, maybe
better
even
not put it
manga
in
for
B
Goblin
tier.
Slayer, is great. All right, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's a fun watch.
He's gonna
But
put it
when
below
I watch
Shield
it,
Hero after he
it
talks
gets
Shield Hero is
kind of
terrible.
repetitive when you're watching them kill goblins all the time. Now I understand he's the Goblin Slayer,
Whole
but
frickin'
but
show.
it doesn't mean that you just have to do one thing the entire time.
I mean, it
okay?
kinda does,
not
right?
mean that. It does. He can be known for killing
Has to go.
goblins. He can encounter goblins a lot. He should be doing more than that. There's no overarching
Which
story
way
to
should I
it
go
beyond the
up?
fact that he's got some goblin trauma.
The
and he hates
overarching
goblins, he wants to
story
kill
is just the
goblins, get
characters
world.
killing goblins. That's all there is to it. Yeah,
Well,
that
like
is the point of
Noblins
the
were.
show. It's just like a D&D adventure where a guy is playing extremely in character.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I can understand if you'd want something more, but that is what the show is. It's not going to be something more. Do you
Just
enjoy it
won't-
for what
just
it is,
can't
or
be.
do you not?
It won't be.
Rid of goblins. That's the overarching story. There's absolutely no depth to it. None of it at all. Okay.
No depth.
C tier.
What
I'll
depth
be
you
honest
said
with
need?
it's- You
And,
said
I
Shield
like the
Hero
fact
was
that it didn't
garbage,
CG him.
but you
know,
put it
looked
above
pretty
Goblin
decent at
Slayer.
times. Looked not so decent.
Garbage.
Slide in films, hit or miss. It's just again, story was almost non-existent. There was a little bit of a story, kind of, for the saint girl, the cleric girl. I don't know what term I'm
Cleric.
for her, but that was her depth, her kind of growing, her like becoming more.
Her death?
You know, coming into her own more as an adventurer. That's about it. Wizard boy's
She had
little arc.
conflict and
That's
an
about
arc.
it. Maybe the
She did
Sword
conflicting
Maiden,
things.
her almost kind of overcoming some trauma. I don't know.
She did.
It just was not that great for me. Next up, Under
Ninja.
is probably going to be
Why was that cut
He just
necessary?
cut Ninja in because he wanted to do that. He's a funny man. He did a funny thing.
biggest sleeper of the season for me. Not in terms of like I was sleeping on it or you should sleep on it because it puts you to sleep because it's so bad. No. It's
Your
more
jokes are
that
bad. Don't.
everyone's-
I think
Cut
lots
that
of
out.
lots
that
of
out.
people would fall asleep watching that show.
They
Lots of
would,
people.
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, I don't hate it, but a lot of people would fall asleep watching it.
Yeah.
slept on it. It went under the radar, and it was actually an A tier anime. Animation wise,
A tier.
C tier. Story, A tier. Jokes, this man is Spider-Man, A tier. Action, B tier. Just the wild silliness of it all, just the whole everything was just like, what is going on here? A tier. I think it deserves to be an A tier. I think that if I went like an A minus or a B plus, it would be in there. It's above Shield Hero, definitely above Goblin Slayer for me. You might hate on it, you might not like it, but if you listen to the OP, maybe you'll change your mind. I actually really like the OP. I think the OP was one of the best of the season. but
OP
this
was
isn't the OP
fine.
series. Next up, we've got the Faraway Paladin, which for me, solid B tier. There's a story there. I love the lore, the classic like fantasy elements in it all. This time they're taking on a dragon, trying to help out an entire people's. Just this hero.
An
That's-
entire
that's
So
people.
what
you
it
mean
is.
the only thing
Billy
that's good
is a
about
hero.
it over Goblin Slayer is the fact they're fighting a dragon instead of goblins?
Pretty much.
Pop culture.
That's what
Can you
the
not see the
entire
Pochita
season-
that's in this
like
background?
That's a very
Oh, no.
low.
There's a
That's very
Pochita
low
right
level
here.
reasoning.
Okay, but it's next to a Tengen, so you know he has bad taste.
What else is back there? There's a no face back there. I like how he's got his soundproof panels just sitting on the shelf here.
I definitely see Ichigo underneath No Face.
Chichigo? Chichigo? You didn't see that?
I
Oh,
love it.
you felt
really
it.
enjoyed it, and I gotta go B tier on that one. B tier for Billy. Billy G. Mary Blood. That's our boy. Next up, we've got Ragna Crimson, which is also gonna go in B tier.
Oh my goodness! How did you make it through the? Does it start at B? Is there no such thing as F tier anime for you? Do you like no? They made it, which means it can't be F. They didn't fail to make it. Therefore,
You watched
I
the first episode, didn't you?
yeah, I did. I spent
Yeah.
45 minutes because I remember sitting there watching it, being like, "Oh man, this isn't that good," but I'll just finish it. And then at like 30 minutes, I was like,
It's
"Why
not
is it
over.
still going.
It's not over yet, right?
I
Yeah.
should never feel
what it feels
why
like
is
watching
it
Rising
still
Crimson.
going when I'm watching a
Yeah.
show.
I didn't really think about it that hard, but Raiden Crimson is worse than Hell's Paradise because the characters are just garbage too.
Agreed.
It's
Oh,
not like
yeah.
there's like some interesting characters. No, the characters are garbage too. There
They
is
don't even have good
less
designs.
redeeming value than Hell's Paradise.
They have worse designs.
Oh, definitely too. The art is just so much blander and ugly. The animation is what I criticize in Hell's Paradise. Even if there's like some issues with storyboarding in terms of like the key art in certain scenes looks wrong because production issues. But mostly it's the animation, the fact that lots of that got messed up by production issues that I really disliked in Hell's Paradise.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. That guy. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah, you
Right.
just have his tier list and then
For
beneath
me,
it, the
probably
blob.
above Faraway Paladin, but below Shield Hero. I like Ragnar Crimson. I want him to never lose that edge. I want him to be hateful. I want him to get his revenge, and I want him to kill the fucking dragons. I want fights. I want
Oh, he's
violence. I want
swearing.
shonen. That's what I want. You give me that, I will continue to enjoy.
So
Ragnar.
he's a simple
Do not
man. He
pull
just
what
likes
something else.
an extort smash with blood.
Ragnar has great. Nah, maybe not great. It has good animation. Good animation. Great at times with the fights and stuff. I liked Ragnar Crimson.
You
okay?
don't
And
have
I'm gonna
any
continue to like it into
authority
the
to
next
talk
season.
about animation
Next up, we've got
quality.
Shangri-La Frontier. First S tier. Yes, I said it. S tier. Now,
At least you
admittedly, if there
recognize
was like an
something
A
good.
Mm-hmm.
He got an
plus
S.
tier or like an S minus tier or again there.
Even Brandon
It's gonna
dropped
be the lowest of
Ragnar.
the S's. It's going to be the lowest of the S's. Very interesting. I like the VR MMO theme going on with it. I think that it
Don't
was
even
really
compare
enjoyable. You
it
kinda get to know
remotely
the
to
main
VR
character,
MMO.
plays the broken games, moves to a god tier game, which is just like a really good AAA, just well developed game. You get to know all of these other characters. You see the fights. Dude, the fights beautiful. There's the whole element of these unique encounters, unique monsters and stuff. That's huge.
There's
And
unique
Oh, why
stuff
is
set
he
up
like
for
that?
insane
Is his
stuff.
favorite
I
part
am
of the
really
show?
excited
That
for
was,
next
like, the
season,
weakest
going against
part,
Wezaimon, and
honestly.
then who
There's
knows
not.
what's to
It's not
follow,
really that
freaking
interesting.
giant
It's
Shadow
kind of.
Wolf or
It's
whatever. I don't know.
more of
I
an
really-
anime.
It's
thing
also
than a
less
game thing.
important the longer the show goes on.
Yeah.
You know?
Mhm.
Like it starts out like, oh, that's cool, unique encounter. It starts this whole thing, but then he only gets the one unique encounter, and it's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess this is his unique encounter then.
It isn't even a unique encounter. It's just like no one discovered it yet.
Well,
It
that
doesn't
would make
actually
it.
mean
It's
anything.
basically just a more special quest, not like the special.
Oh,
special.
funny. I
Yes.
never took unique encounters as meaning like only one
Literally a
person
single
gets
person,
it.
yeah.
I always just took them as like super rare. Like very
Yeah.
few people know the instructions.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like more so.
But that I get where you're coming from with that.
Well, that's what I initially thought it would be, like purely unique encounters, and I was like, ugh. I just don't like that idea. It was very overplayed in Infinite Dendrogram.
It's like everything's unique. It's like there's so much unique content. How could they ever make a game with all unique content for like specific players?
It'd be literally impossible. But on top of that, like they're kind of leaning that way when they're like, oh, if an NPC dies, they're done forever. Like, damn.
Damn.
That's not very
I don't
cool.
think anybody would really do that in a game. It doesn't seem realistic to me.
It
Yeah,
doesn't seem very fun to play either.
exactly.
Permadeath sucks, you know?
I love permadeath in some games.
Well, you can never reset an MMO. Is the
Yeah.
issue.
that
Hey,
was,
DJ
like,
Ronnie
pretty
G,
different.
welcome. Thank you very much for the membership joining. I will crack a brand new seltzer for you because we are in our low calorie, low sugar time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
We need to lose the weight. It's time to
Yeah, it's cutting time.
Post holiday cut.
Yep. The racing will come out shortly. I wanted to try to get through this Settlings map. It's the last one I have. That you're having a 99-cent tier. It was easy. I just set the base tier to 99 cent. What's annoying though is you can't gift the 99-cent tier. If you
Oh,
do
really?
a gifting membership, it has to be the $5 tier.
Curious.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
really liked it. I really, truly liked it. Now, when we finish this list, I might move it down to the top of the 8. I'm gonna be honest with you. It might not deserve S, but I'm gonna put it in S for now because that's where I want it to be. Okay. Next up,
I got
Undead
so
Unluck. Undead Unluck
He's gonna
is
give us,
above
like, an
Shangri-La.
A
So now
tier.
that I've said that, we are moving
Oh,
Shangri-La down.
God.
Undead Unluck, S
Fuck
tier.
yeah,
Great
holy shit.
world building. Phenomenal.
There's
so
oh my god, I'm gonna kill this guy. This world building sucks ass. It literally has one of the most disgusting worlds I've seen in an anime.
Oh,
It does the thing every shonen does. I talked about it a couple times before. They all do it this way.
I think I
talk about it
boned
again.
myself here. I need to reset.
intriguing. You've got the UMAs, you've got the negators, you've got people that are against.
What does that
negators we
mean?
just got
That doesn't mean
introduced at the end
anything.
of it. So
The
you've got
Negator.
other like rival factions kind of that are using negators to fight negators, or they are just, some of them are just negators themselves, and you see the different abilities that characters have, and it's all like something, unchained, uncool. Not really though, because everyone in this is pretty cool. Andy, super surprising.
Everybody's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, right, guys? Andy, super surprising.
when we meet Victor. That's insane. There are so many elements to it we just have not been introduced to. When they introduced the galaxy, my mind is shattering. Episode 5, when they introduced Apocalypse, quests, penalties, rewards, wild. What? Still one of my favorite episodes after all 13. Still one of my favorites. So S tier, Undead Unluck. Surprising because I actually read the first chapter of it and I was like, yeah, I'm not reading any more of this. This is kind of weird. Eli was like chasing her down to like
One chapter is like, I don't want
to.
to.
It
Maybe
wasn't
watch the
bad
anime.
after one
it's just so
chapter.
surprising how much
It was
changed
bad
over the
after
course of the
like
season.
5.
When they got to a background or a backstory that stopped making sense, you were like, nope, no more.
Yeah, once they introduced like, there's these 8 big bads, you gotta defeat 2 of them to join them, and it's just like, I was done at that point.
You should be giving you 10 to 50% more tall time. It's a good time on. Oh, you're talking about Pop Culture's Trades Talk Tuesday. If anybody's interested in the trades and what it's like to be a tradesman. I remember last week we learned that Bombardier lost the contract to Boeing because everyone may be like, why do we spend so much on our military? So that our military gets a contract with Boeing to make the P-8 Poseidon, and that P-8 Poseidon creates jobs at Boeing for people to design and develop it. And then when we're like, oh, hey, we're kind of done with this, we then say, hey, Canada, would you like a cooler plane? And they're like, yeah, your plane's cooler than our Canadian-made planes. And then they buy planes from us. The world buys our military tech, and that plane shoots down submarines from the sky.
How's a plane shoot down submarines, Blaine? Please explain.
It launches torpedoes. It's the coolest plane on the planet.
And why would we not want to fund this?
We did. We wanted to fund it. We made it.
That's what I'm talking about. Why would we not want to fund it?
It's so cool. And it's so silly too, because it is literally a like a Boeing 737.
But it just shoots torpedoes.
Yeah, there was I think it was 2010, maybe 2008. Suddenly Boeing was like, "Oh, hey, we have this like commercial fuselage that has tons of room in it. What if we just stuck military equipment in a standard plane? We could save so much on production." And so they have this one, and then they have the AWAC, and then the AEW and C that do a bunch of like radar tech. And then there's one more that's basically a giant laser. It's like an anti-air missile plane, and they shoved a laser in the fuselage of a 3.7 or a 4.7. But it's great. Way to go, America's military making money. Thank you. Japan has a crap ton of F-15s. Exactly.
Thank you for making my stock go up, Boeing.
Thank you, Boeing stock. When them dividends. Give me that split.
Gives that.
And I'm glad I didn't read
747 laser.
Yep. All and been caught up, and you
It's
been watching my
so-
reactions as somebody that read them.
It's so cool because like lasers need every focusing dish to be dead on. Like obviously you have some clearance, but like they gotta be dead on. And like planes kind of flex as they're flying through the air, so they have to develop a way to keep all of the lenses aligned in this fucking giant plane. God, I love science.
At least you're not a redditor that fucking loves science, you know.
That's true. I'm a redditor who loves anime. It's slightly different, I guess.
People don't tend to like, but I'm ranting. So next up, let's talk about Helk. Helk was pretty good, though not great. You know, there are things to like about it. I don't think it's anything.
He's gotta
like
put it
too
in B
insane,
tier.
anything too new. I like the growth between Helk and Anna over the course, or Vermilion over the course of the season. Helk's backstory, which from the first episode was like the thing that hooks you. That was the hook. Just caught you and it reeled you in, and very
Nice.
interesting. You know, I liked it. By the end of it, it's a very. I'm gonna be honest with you. The end of the first season, very shonen ending, because they go from like a seinen ending. It would just been like some fucked up shit. They would just been like, all right, well, we got to do it. But the ending for the first season was like,
What is
no,
a
no, hold on.
shonen
What if we
ending?
found another
What does
way?
that
A
mean?
good, nice,
You
friendly,
know,
wholesome way.
when
A
they
shonen ending. I don't have
shonen
anything
them
against
what
it. I
to
like
do.
I just, for me, animation wasn't crazy. I thought the story was like an A tier. Animation was like a B tier. Characters overall, kind of in a B tier.
B
Comedy
tier.
wasn't as hitting as much. First few episodes, yes. and then
He's
after that,
kind
not
of
as much.
undescriptive
Action, not
on
as
a lot
much.
of things.
Very
Extremely so.
I don't think he has a script. I think he has a tier list that someone else made in front of him.
Yeah.
intriguing in the backstory stuff.
Animation
He has a reason to
and-
want to do the things that he wants to do, mentioned in the first episode. Go watch it if you're interested. Kind of a revenge story a little bit. You got your hero, you got your demon lord, that type of thing. Kind of newer take on it all, or at least different take on it all. I enjoyed it. B tier. Next up, we've got our first F tier, which I'm actually going to change the name of to trash.
Oh, we got an F tier. Oh, commercial. This game is called Light No Fire, apparently.
Oh, there's a No Man's Sky one.
These are the trash anime of the season. First up's our dating story.
Yeah,
It
Light No
is
Fire
not
is
good.
a new game by
What?
the
No!
Hello Game Studio.
What are you
How
saying?
how could you betray me? The one thing I hoped was that your bald ass would be like, I like the romance and dating story, but no! You went and ruined it.
I think he's based actually.
What did what did he give for dating story? Trash?
Trash tier. Give it the trash tier.
I
Eh,
don't like him.
Do not
that
tell
sounds
me
deserved.
that our dating story was good. I don't want to hear that shit.
It was great.
It was not good. The amount of like most bullshit drama that they can pull. They
What do you
try
mean
to
bullshit drama?
What?
any sort of bullshit.
Okay, the drama was like the most real I've seen in a show.
I didn't even think there was that much drama in that show as far as I like looked at. It didn't seem like I know there was a little bit, but it didn't seem like it was like, oh, this is gonna be the end of it.
It's
This
like
is
the
end.
same, and it's never the end. It's literally leading up to them having sex, the whole show.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, well, in quotes, having sex, sure.
Hey, it's legit.
No, it
That's
ain't.
how it went for you for your first time.
There was not a Pootie Cootie booth involved. No.
Hmm.
What do you mean? No, they didn't. They literally do.
Mhm,
They
sure.
literally do eventually sometime in the future.
Oh my gosh, you guys! I'm gonna like build a time machine just to send you back to a time when all you got at the end of 24 episodes was a handhold, and then I'll see what
Yeah,
you
that
think.
was better.
Yeah, that was bad.
Bullshit at any moment to just cause any sort of drama. It just got so boring, annoying, rage bait bullshit drama. Everyone's fucking stupid in the anime. Just so dumb. We get to the end of it.
They're fucking
What do they,
kids.
no, what do they do though? You're just really stupid, but what happens? What actually happens, sir? Tell me what happens.
Wait, what? You want him to like
Explain.
express what the problem is with the show?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't
Yeah.
have time to do that. He had to get his lighting just right.
He gets gay lighting just right.
Gotta get that gay lighting just right.
You think he shined his head a little bit for this?
I think he always shines his head every morning.
And even in the end, the one girl that rejects the guy, and then, oh wait, he shows up hot again. Oh my god, he looks like the guy that I'm so interested in. No. You rejected him.
That was funny though. We all cheered when Fat Guy came back hot, and she was like, "Damn it!" Because then what does she say? She says, "I can't tell him I want to date him now because I rejected him because we weren't friends." She's legit with like sticking to her principles of that, and she's like, "Why does he have to look so good now?" Like it's a problem for her, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, she's actually like a real woman.
Exactly. She's like, "Fuck, I messed up." Like that is a great set of dialogue. That's more real. This guy obviously, you know what the problem is? He never talked with anyone in high school. That's his
Why would
problem.
anybody talk to him in high
The
He
school?
doesn't
problem is that
know-
he uses olive oil for his forehead.
It's nutritious and shiny.
Because of some non-shallow reasons. Don't you dare come after him because you're shallow. I swear to God, that pissed me off. So
Why
much
would
of the
it
drama
piss you
between
off?
the main girl and her sister.
'Cause he
and
got
the
rejected
guy
in
is
high
just like,
school.
why am I even
Mhm.
here watching this? I finished it because I was close to the end anyways. There wasn't a moment where I was like, oh, this is a 7 out of
Dude, you
10,
got so
6 out of
deep
10, 5
into
out
it,
of
it's
10,
your
4 out-
own fault.
He actually finished
You
it.
are entirely responsible for all the pain and suffering you've endured in your life. Real or imagined.
Real and imagined. Okay, 3 trees will be fine for now.
out of 10. It's bad. It's not good. Do not recommend. Don't watch this. Just bad. It's just bad. All right. With every bad, there's some good. So let's talk about some good. Frieren. Frieren is in contention for the best anime of the season. If we're counting the second arc of Jujutsu Kaisen as being part of fall 2023, then that is the other thing in contention for best anime of the season. It's just those two, in my opinion. There are only two that could contend. You've got
Overtake! Watch Overtake! You would love it! It has PTSD and people who have trouble, and then they get over their trouble. It'll teach you something about how to not suck.
Frieren. You've got Jujutsu Kaisen season 2
Finishing
part two.
anime you hated.
Nothing else, in my opinion, comes
Vertex
close.
went to
I mean, there
bed.
are other great ones, and I'm going to mention them. They're going to get S tier, okay? But personally, for me, the only ones that I could call the best of the season are those two. Frieren was phenomenal, is phenomenal. I can't wait for the second core, coming in January. It is such a good series. I love high fantasy. like classic fantasy with these additional elements. Absolutely phenomenal animation. Great emotional moments. Drama, jokes, hilarious, action insane. The lore, demons, just all of it.
The lore.
The juxtaposition with different characters and their
Demons.
relationships to this character and that character, past, present. My God. I love Freerun so
My
much.
God.
I love it
Should still
so,
be more
so much. And since I
descriptive,
already mentioned
but
it, we're gonna talk
Freerun
about
is good enough that at least it's correct what he's saying, because it does get everything right for me. Like, he just doesn't tell you additional reasons of what little
And
aspects it
just-
actually does so well.
Mhm.
I couldn't tell you what. I think it's well made. That's all I can say about Freerun.
It
I'm
is
still
really
not
well
into it.
made, and that's like actually important. I think it really gets me engrossed in the world, which is all the little things it does correctly
Oh, that's
in terms
super
of all the
important, yeah.
side characters
If you
and
feel
like how
like
they
you're
actually
actually in it,
respond
yeah.
to things. That's what's really good at, or yeah, because they take care of little details of all the side characters and get their stories to make sense and have them react in ways that make sense. It makes everything feel real when all the characters are realized. Even tiny little characters get 2 episodes.
Right.
Yeah.
JJK as well. Now these two are kind of 1A, 1B. I can go boop. I can
'Cause,
go
like, the
boop. It don't
demons
matter to
all
me. It does
feel
not
like
matter where I put
real
them, okay?
people,
I'm gonna put
too.
Freerun right.
Oh yeah, I like the demons as a, what do I want to call it, like just a foil to humanity. Like
Yeah.
I like that whole aspect.
I
was
like that they're
oh, that's a
actually
fun
just
way to-
evil. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, they just suck. Cool. That's interesting. It's unique. Why
Yeah,
is that
it's
unique?
not just like there's these tortured souls. They're just like these things you just don't understand. No, they're evil. They're straight up evil. That is their entire existence. Is they are evil.
Well, and I like that we're not like led along. Like they don't try to make Freerun look like
An idiot.
she's the moron grandma who's getting it
Yeah.
all wrong for too long, and they're just like
No,
immediately
Freerun
like,
knows
no,
exactly
they
what
do
she's
suck.
talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
Freerun is exactly on top of the situation.
Yeah.
And she didn't want to deal with the demons, but she got locked into it because of her other doofuses that she has to take care of.
That's great.
Right here because I get more views for Freerun than I do for Jujutsu Kaisen. And so since that's the case, it's going to get more love. But they're in the same place. All right? They are neck and neck for the best anime of the season. Literally the entire season. Every week. I was like, oh, this one's better. And then I would watch the new episode for JJK. No,
Man,
this
this
one's
guy's
better. Watch the new
stupid.
episode for
Feel
like
This
he's
one's
stupid.
better. Wait a week. JJK. Freerun. JJK.
Dude,
It's
you
literally
check
the
out
cycle
the
back and forth.
JJK
It was
animation.
so
It's like
great. Just
it is
both of them,
rough.
okay? Shibuya arc
I've
and all of
seen
the
so
Freerun
many
have
of
gotten
those
up to this
scenes of
point. Phenomenal.
JJK. It does not hold up. If you want to say
You're
this
not,
is like
you're
the
not
best,
a fan? I like
if
it.
you want to say this JJK animation is the best stuff you've ever seen, you know you're wrong because the animators told you you're wrong.
Mhm. Yeah, we only did about
Like
30%.
there,
of what we
yes, there's
wanted.
good aspects to it.
I
Obviously,
see
there's
what I
good
like
parts.
is I like when they sort of like, you can tell that like someone was like, I don't want to get this done, so they like find like some kind of creative way to like make it go faster. But then what they do is they still maintain like the feeling that you were hoping to get out of that scene.
because they're talented people and they're doing the best they can, but there's obvious flaws and weaknesses because of the production.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like you can obviously still enjoy it. There's nothing holding you back from that, but I think it's clear that there is a separate level in terms of how complete it is.
All right, now we're gonna move on to some things that I didn't really love. Shy, personally for me, I could not get emotionally attached to these characters. It just, I
Yay.
mean, the first episode was promising.
Yeah,
I
we're
liked the
in
first episode. I thought the first
unison,
episode
I
was
guess.
good. First episode, B tier. Everything after that, not so much. I don't know. I think that I found I've been saying this as the reason.
They're just a
The
little
fact
too
that it's like, oh,
simplistic.
the
They're a little
heart,
bit
that's
too
your
young,
powers, the heart,
and
you know, manipulate.
even if it's somewhat realistic, you can't really attach yourself to them because we're well past the age of being like 7 years old and understand the world in the way the characters Shy understand it,
Mm,
right?
Mhm.
yeah.
Like
Manipulating the heart
it's not
for-
specifically bad because of it, but we just do not connect to it.
No, and then the like, the way that she reacts doesn't feel very real for some
It feels
reason.
kind of stupid. It's because you can understand why, but still not like it.
Exactly.
Your dreams, and I don't know. It's so like kind of shonen-y, but in a way that I just did not like. This is a shoujo series.
Oh,
I've
this
never
shonen
been
you
a
don't
big shoujo
like.
person, but it's not to say that I don't like any shoujo or any anime with a female lead. Like literally, Freerun's on top, female lead. I think that's maybe more of a shonen series than a shoujo. Actually, now that I say that, it might be a show. No, I think it's a shonen series. I think Shonen Sunday.
wait,
It
what do I
does not
call it?
matter.
Apothecary Diaries, female
Excellent.
lead. Love it. Anya, you might say is the lead of Spy Family. Love it. Ancient Magus Bride, Jisei, love it. And Yona of the Dawn, love it. There are a lot of series where there's a female lead, and I love it. Bocchi the Rock, love it. You know, it's just Shy.
Yona of the Dawn. This guy's been watching anime for a while.
Older one, yeah, like that is an older one.
But it's like a weirdly specific. Like you got into anime at the same time that like Crunchyroll streaming started.
I think
like,
more so.
legit.
This is a show most people would have picked up after it's long gone, after it's long done, because that's what
You
it's
think?
gonna be for me. I'm gonna end up watching
funny.
it someday. I'm gonna try it out.
When
I have it on my
Crunchyroll first
list.
went legit, Yona of the Dawn was like when you were watching Crunchyroll with ads, that was the only ad you got was Yona of the Dawn. And so that's just what we watched. So like, yeah,
I
we've
only
been
got
watching a
ads for
commercial for it,
fertilizer.
might as well. He
I
had
only ever
hair.
got ads for fertilizer.
Fertilizer, big old shit pit.
Mhm. Yep.
Did not do it for me. It did not do it for me, and that's all I'm gonna say.
What's up, IJP? How are you doing? Wait, how did I unlock stuff last time? Oh, the shop is already open. Oh, I better open up that axe then.
Stay on it. So I'm giving it a D tier. You know what? I'm gonna go lowest C. I don't think I'm gonna put anything in the D tier. I think I go C, and then if it's not C,
I'm not gonna put anything in.
Why
D
is the
tier.
D tier there then? Why would you do that? Why would you waste the time?
Why wouldn't you put Shy in D tier? It's kind of bad, and you don't like it, right? That's what it should be. It's not literally the worst thing, but it's just kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no offense,
kind of like a
but it's
million
just
times.
not that good.
middle
Like
of
that's
Pac-Man anyway,
exactly
so
what
try
D
Oh, I
tier
swear to God.
is.
Every time I think he's done, I go to him playing. You're like, blah.
Yeah,
Perfect
that's how I
timing.
talk.
Perfect timing. Yeah, no, you just put it in D tier or make your own list.
Right? Also, you can just get rid of the D tier. You can literally remove it. It's tier
Yeah.
maker. You can remove any tier.
You don't even have to like make your own list. You can literally just like edit the list that exists.
And we're gonna get rid of the D tier. All right, that feels a lot better. Okay, next up, Berserk of Gluttony. Berserk of Gluttony, man. Berserk of Gluttony. Berserk of Gluttony.
Pretty
it's,
trash.
It's so crazy. I just deleted the D tier. Berserk of Gluttony would be in the D tier. That's where it would be. I'm gonna put the lowest of the C.
Oh, you
but
did?
really it
Okay,
would be in
cool.
the D.
Okay,
I
you
should've
actually
let's bring the
deleted
D
D
tier
tier.
back, boys. Let's bring it back.
Oh,
All
God.
right, let's bring the D tier back. That's my bad. I didn't think about it. There was actually a D tier anime. There was legitimately a D tier anime. That's Berserk.
Just raging.
Trying to do an Amelia Watson. She's the
Berserk
goblin.
of Gluttony, man.
Goblin
Just below
scream.
mid. Not as bad as the two trash anime for the season, though. It's just not as bad. I would feel bad putting it in the same category as the other two. It is a step above. It's just not a big step. It's like kind of like a baby step. It's a baby step above. You know, it's the step right before the baby falls. You know, the baby's first
Okay, I
step.
think I'm done. I
And then
think I'm
fall
done
over
listening to
because
this guy. You want to try the other one?
Yeah, we can
Please.
try the other guy.
Let's try the other guy. See if he does more. Because he only had 10 or something, right?
Repeat after me. We'll never
Yeah,
see
it's just
from the
top
week
10
run
of
all again.
fall.
It's gonna be a fire.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Classic
That is a
format.
wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a better intro until he asks us to like and subscribe.
Oh, still, that that microphone coming in from the sky. It's so funny to me every time.
Oh, this dude's a
The fall
Fate fan?
2023 anime season
Yeah, he's got a little saber.
Nice.
Sabre.
has come to a close.
Oh, also, this guy has
Nice.
timestamps on a video.
Yeah, good job.
Like, I get not timestamping live streams, but when you make a video, you should timestamp it. Hawaiian Jedi, you're our only hope. Come on.
This season had a fantastic
Oh,
mixture of
Ben.
anime to choose from. We had two harems where the protagonist didn't have girlphobia. Yor actually did assassination stuff. Lots and lots of goblins were killed. An elf learned how to feel while making us feel. I had a strong desire to adopt and protect the Yuzuki sons. We had probably one of the most edgy
Oh, I saw a couple episodes of that. That was
I
pretty
think,
cute.
I think this is a straight, solid way to start a video. You just like give a little description of all the shows you're going to talk about. Yeah.
It's a great start. Great start, everybody. Big cheers. Big cheers for this one.
Yeah.
DSF Edge Boy series in a long time. Mia Tirmun said Desawa more times than I can even count. I found out what a Junji Ito comedy would look like. More cute anime girls were exposed to PTSD. Naoki Urasawa reminded me over 100 times that war is bad. A dumb piggy sekai managed to raise the bar for unsettling worlds. An esports anime nearly managed to dethrone Orimo as the most siscon of siscon shows. Kamiarabi ended confusing. Thank you, Yokotaro. Shield Hero managed to outdo itself with the worst full plotline on the last episode. Yayoi cussed out a spirit. Both 16-bit Sensation and Helk fought over who could crush its beginning hype more. And finally, Sid became Atomic for the 50th time. Because that joke is still but
That's true.
what ended up being the
It
best
was
of
so
the
good.
the cream of the crop?
Actually.
Well, the verdict is in. This is my top 10 anime of the fall 2023 anime season. It is important to note that my top
Hold on. Let's. I want to hear this guy normal before I keep chugging through at 1.5.
I think his speaking voice is totally
Seasonal
fine.
picks are based on what shows actually ended in a season. So ongoing series like
Yep,
Fairy and
I agree
Apothecary
with that,
Diaries
yeah.
will not be included. If they did,
Very clear, very nice. Love
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, this guy's way
Still
better.
speeding you up because I don't have time.
Who's
I'm
this person?
subscribing. This is
This guy has like 2,000 subs,
Otaku
too.
Spirit. He has 21,000
Yeah, pretty
subscribers.
respectable. He's
Mhm.
definitely doing better than the other guy, though. definitely better.
He doesn't want anime popular. Mushoku Monday. Fall anime review part 2. He's got a big long ones. Oh, this is like a stream, I'm guessing. It's got that design at least. Greatest anime of the year 2023, the top 10. This is the one we're watching right now, right? Or are we just watching fall?
Yeah, it's
Hold
just
on.
fall, I thought.
Fall.
Or we're just watching fall. Maybe we should watch this one instead, because then it'll be
His
like,
fall one was like 5 days prior. It looks like.
yeah, right. Okay, we will. Let's see his fall,
just know
and
they would
then
be
we'll get
number
into
one and two. Also,
his.
make sure before you leave, hit that like button down below and leave me a
2023.
comment. Let me know what your picks are for the season. So with all that said, let's jump into it. Kicking things off, we have my number 10, which is Dr. Stone New World Part 2. Now, I have made it very perfectly clear to people that for some reason, Dr. Stone's one of those shows that whenever I think of a top list or whenever I think of my favorite anime of all time, Dr. Stone never comes to mind. It's not that it's a bad show. It's the opposite. It's a show that I just really find entertaining, but at the same time, I'm not in love with it or invested in it. It's just one of those series that just kind of works. I've never really kind of figured out why, because technically it's one of those series that I should hate because it's all about overly explaining things that they're creating over and over and over again. And yes, in a lot of cases, me going, I don't think you can necessarily build that. For those unaware, it's a series about the entire world being turned to stone. Every single individual being turned to stone. Jump forward many, many years later, Senku is released from that stone tomb. And he's slowly figuring out how to release other people and rebuild technology so that one day he can go to the moon. And going into part 2 of the season, we're slowly possibly
Go to the
uncovering who is
moon!
responsible for turning everybody to stone. And Senku is dedicated to getting after them. Now, I will admit, there's a main reason why this is my number 10. That's because I didn't find this particular segment, New World, to be that interesting. But it still, at its heart, has that same thing that I'm addicted to. This idea of building from scratch and that excitement that comes from discovery and science and all that kind of stuff. Essentially, you have a lot of people that were never turned
I
to
think
stone.
that
They were
is a
actually people
great
that were birthed
description.
after the stoning happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think that's a great way to describe it. You didn't over-explain it either.
yeah, no real spoilery. Just like here's what it is.
Yeah, and
Little-
he's
little
giving,
bit just to get you,
and
like, excited.
reasonings around what his feelings are. Yeah, I
Mhm.
think this is exactly how you should be describing stuff like this. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Told you I should have listened to you. You knew what we were looking for.
Happened. And those people are now discovering this science that Senku has all kind of tapped in his brain. It's a lot of hype. It still gets me super hyped every single episode, and I just thoroughly enjoy it, despite the fact that it's
He's
again one of
fatter,
my
so
favorite
you know
series of
he
all time.
actually
Going
watched
into my
all the
number 9.
shows.
Oh, you can tell because
good rave. Give it, lay it down, sir.
give it a minute. But he's got a wall full of fan art. It looks like that he's picked up at cons.
Yep.
Buta Reba, the story of a man who turned into a pig. This is a series that I wasn't too sure about. Coming into it, I thought I wasn't going to enjoy it because mainly the seiyuu behind the pig, which is the voice of the guy that did Kirito. I am kind of tired of his voice. But he absolutely sells and nails this.
Thinks he's gonna not like a show because of the Japanese voice actor.
That's kind of based.
For the normies
Yeah.
in my chat, Seiryu is the talking actor in Japanese. That's what they call him. They don't call him voice actors. That's hilarious. I like this guy. We should
Okay,
go
stop
get
for a second. I'm still playing the game. I think this guy's called Batista. Have you ever tried his car out in this game?
that's the hyper fast car.
It's one of the fast ones, yeah. Let me. Go
If
bring
it's
it
one
up
of the
just a
fast
little
ones you get at the
second.
beginning, then yes, that was the
No.
car I started with.
Iba's the black guy. No, different one from that.
Oh, different guy. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the competitors you run into on Viv's story in the city.
Gotcha.
Let me see. Double check his name because I want to make sure I find the right guy. Oh wait, why is it not on here? So yeah, I believe his name is Batista, and I don't remember the name of his car. So that's why I was trying to find him. Weird. Yeah, it's just not on the list. It's fine. I'm like looking for the vehicle to select, and it's just not on the list. Is it because I didn't
Funny.
beat the challenge? Maybe because I needed to beat the challenge mode before I can actually use it. Where is he? Yeah, Batista. Okay, I didn't have it. I didn't unlock that. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, Batista. Oh no, this guy is like super fun. His car is crazy. Basically, his car, it says his handling is terrible, but it can go lateral. it literally goes laterally and uses
Just kinda
the power
shimmy
of
left and right.
No, it is literally going sideways while still going
Oh.
forward. It is really cool.
Dang.
It is like this is probably the most fun car I've tried out because I haven't driven it before doing the Twilight Rivals DLC challenges. I think this is probably like the most fun car I've tried so far
Gotcha.
because you literally go laterally while you're going forward to do super sharp turns. I'll try to get a clip of it for you so you can see.
Yeah, fansite. We got normies like Jemmy who don't know words like that. Not everybody here's a weeb. What if Flawed Man of God was still here? He'd be like, "Who's Saryu?"
I thought it was supposed
gotta-
to be say
gotta
you.
be-
That's
we
the
gotta
voice
be
actors that
inclusive.
say you.
I've always heard say you,
Okay, yeah, say you.
but at least he's close. Maybe Saveryu is like a dragon voice actor. That'd be cool.
Siryu. Or maybe that's just gendered.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
don't know.
man. Keep it going while I switch over to Gran Turismo.
The series. It's essentially about a guy that is reincarnated into the body of a pig, and he's in some kind of alternate world where there's magic and all this kind of stuff. And he's quickly rescued by a girl named Jess. Now, Jess is one of this race that is subjugated. They're a group of people, a race that is pretty much treated as maids and servants in this world. But the special thing about this race is that they have the ability to read minds. So, being that he's a pig and he can't talk, she's able to hear what he's thinking. Now, the two of them hit it off really quickly, and over time, Jess has to make this journey to the kingdom's capital. And so this pig decides to go with her on this journey. But it's a very dangerous journey, as this race that Jess is are constantly hunted down. They'll be used, discarded, and in a lot of cases, their heads will be chopped off so they can get
Oh, look at that pig.
Oh, that's an interesting idea.
The pig's got some thickness going on.
Oh yeah, that thing is just a circle. It's
Just
like a big
all of
tube.
it is. Look out, Cardi B. He's coming for your throne.
get the color from them that yields power. Where the series excels early on is the chemistry between the pig and Jess. It's very kind of comical and funny in the idea that the pig is constantly thinking about pervy things, and Jess always hears it. Now, Jess is very understanding of it and very welcoming to it because she's always lived her entire life being a servant. So if he is thinking about something that he wants to do to her, she just kind of accepts it and says, okay, we could do that. And he goes, wait, no, I didn't actually mean that. Now, the reason why this series is down at 9 and not
What?
Oh yeah, she like straight up says, "That's okay, Mr. Pig, you can do that." And she
Okay.
like, just pets him and stuff. It is kind of funny, but I also just find it off-putting and don't really like it.
Mhm.
I'm not a
That-
fan of the lech archetype in anime. That's why I did not watch the show.
I had no idea that this was the bestiality show.
More so, it's because she's a slave. Like he was describing, it's because she's a slave, and it doesn't really matter whoever it is. She's just willing to do the work,
Just willing to
whatever
do
is
the work.
required of her, because of her position. She accepts living as a slave specifically. Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Oh, Jeebles, that's loud. And let's put this guy back over onto my other speaker. Do this one.
The second half of the show is where things get a little bit rocky. Now, it is very intriguing and very interesting because it starts to get into who this race is, why they're being subjugated, why they're treated so terribly, and yes, the very darker side of this world itself. Getting into how their race is hunted down, what they do to them, and yes, the question mark as if Jess can actually make it to the capital or even enter the capital to begin with. It gets very heavy and it loses a lot of that flavor and that enjoyment that I had from the earlier segment. So my warning to a lot of people is expect that even though it's a lot of fun at the very beginning, it gets really heavy and very dark at the later parts. And I really wasn't sure for quite a while if that heaviness had any value to it. But even still, in the end, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and all the reveals they had in the later part were very interesting. Moving on to my number 8, I have Tear Moon Empire. This show was so much fun. It essentially opens up with Mia Tear Moon, and she's a princess of this kingdom. And right off the bat, at the very beginning, she's actually being beheaded by her entire kingdom. They have rose up and beheaded her because she's so selfish, and there's so much terrible things befalling the kingdom, they decide to overthrow her. But when the guillotine comes down upon her, she wakes up as her 12-year-old self. Now, unlike most villainous type of shows where you have like an isekai where some Japanese kid ends up in the body of the villainess, this is Mia Tear Moon herself. This is the princess. She failed
Yep.
miserably, she was executed, and now she has another chance at life. Now, you would expect, okay, now she's going to be nice to everybody. That's not Mia Tear Moon. That's what makes this series so refreshing, is the idea
Yep.
that this is this snobby little princess
Mhm.
that is very selfish, and her whole desire is just to not die. So she has this little journal that she had in a previous life that pretty much lays out how she's going to die, and she can fix that. But the entire time, you see that selfish side of her inside that's always just thinking, I just need to get away from this person because they're involved with my death, or I need to make sure I fix this situation because that's going to lead to my death. But even still, there is a lot of signs that she is changing. She's seeing that this new life, this new thing that she's doing, she does like it. Like, she does end up meeting this one prince, and she kind of starts liking being around that prince. She realized very quickly that one of her maids was the only one that ever came to to see her when she was in prison, and so she just like dotes on that girl, like grab her, keep her at my side at all times. She is special, despite the fact that she's so selfish, and that turns into a lot of the humor. She does enjoy a lot of the things that she's now gaining. But I think where a lot of the humor comes with the series is the misunderstandings. She'll end up doing something selfishly in most of the cases, and somebody will see the wrong thing out of it. They'll just see that she's a genius, even though on her side, she's just kind of going on her whims. She's just trying to figure things out as she goes along. She's gonna be seen as like this genius princess, despite the fact that she never thinks of any of this stuff. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Her demeanor is great. I just love Mia Tearmoon's personality. It is just so much fun. Moving on to
A
my
real
number 7.
character
My gosh,
study.
Mia
Yeah,
very much-
Dolly. This is a series that I
Mia
honestly struggled
herself
with wanting
is
to
what
put
makes
higher on
the
my
show
list. It is
interesting.
absolutely a special show.
That was the
Whoa.
best
Megan Dolly was created
description.
by the same mangaka that did.
Hold
Pico
on,
good.
Miggy and Dolly is special.
Yeah, he really likes this, I guess. But yeah, for Tearmoon, I definitely agree with the reasons he talked about. Is like
Mhm.
Mia herself is a really fun character to follow. Like that is really the show.
It was just a perfect description of the show.
So if you didn't like that description, don't watch the show. But if you're like, I'm intrigued, go ahead.
I think I would have liked him to talk about Buchareba more and explain more, but overall, I really like this video.
I liked his explanation. It let me know that I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things like he's gonna talk about anime that I don't care about, like Buchareba and Migi and Dolly, but he's saying it in such a way that I'm like, oh yeah, I like listening to you tell me about it. I could see how someone would enjoy that. That's the beauty of it.
I could easily watch more videos from this guy, yeah.
Mhm.
Just to get to hear about stuff that I don't watch.
Right? Especially with like Migi and Dolly. Like all I know is Brandon said, that's weird, and stopped watching it. I need more, Brandon. More!
Komoto, Nami Sano, rest in peace. Now, what this mangaka excels at is weird things done in incredibly awesome ways. That was the whole shtick with Haven't You Heard of Sakamoto? Somebody would pull a chair out from underneath him, and he would somehow manage to sit in the air and look cool doing it. And that's sort of what you get with Migi and Dolly. You have these twins that are hiding themselves as one single person in order to be adopted into this one village to look for the killer of their mother. And you'll have this dynamic where one of them is always in the light, while the other one is hiding in the shadows. And every now and then they'll trade places. One of them will do recon while the other one is dealing with the family. And the best part about this is that the two of them are so bizarre. And yes, technically a lot of the people around them are bizarre. It seems like everybody in this town has at least one screw loose somewhere up in their head. And that turns into some of the cringiest, creepiest, bizarre, and just absolutely entertaining stuff that I've ever seen in any anime. It feels like most of the time things are done so over the top and on purpose, and every time it feels like this writer just absolutely nails it. The one example I give everybody is a situation where one of them is eating at the dinner table in front of the parents, and they become full. Well, the other one is underneath the table, and they have to trade places. And the way they swap places was just absolutely bizarre. Every night, whenever they're doing a meeting to find out what they need to do next and plan out their next day, they're always kind of inside this
Whoa.
little tent, just so close to each other, it's so
Whoa,
creepy. All the
You didn't tell me how they do it. I'm so curious. I'm so intrigued now. How
Yeah,
did
like,
they do
leaving
it?
that
Did one
open
like
is-
drop
yeah,
his
no,
hot dog?
yeah.
And he's like, "Oops, dropped my hot dog," and like went down.
I think if you want to insert a clip there of what's happening, I think that would be good.
I bet he's had clips in the past that get him hit, and now he's just like
I mean,
screenshots only.
that's the dangerous part. Is like that's how it
Right.
happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
while they have this fantastic
Because if
musical
you're putting
track
out
playing in
more
the background,
videos,
vocals,
it's
it just
obviously
completely
better
accents the
to
whole
be
situation.
safer.
The style of it's fantastic. The comedy
Exactly,
is fantastic.
exactly.
Through and through, this show is phenomenal. The best way to describe it is a Junji Ito comedy. Yes, you heard right. A Junji Ito comedy. That's literally Migi and Dolly. And yes, it gets dark as sometimes Junji Ito gets. But even when it's at its darkest, it still has this background of this is technically kind of comical and creepy. I love it. I love every single minute of it. It's a full adaptation, and I, at this point, miss it. Moving on to
It's
number
a
6. I have
full
Core.
adaptation.
This series was absolutely fantastic. Great animation, great presentation by the creator of Monster that did basically his take on the Astro Boy kind of universe. It follows a guy named Geshek who is currently trying to investigate the killing of these
Does
robots
it?
that were
Does
once
it
part of
follow
this war.
Geshek?
All while they're in this investigation, trying to find out who's behind it, and at the same time seeing
I
all the
think
different
that's
robots
right.
and their involvement with the war itself.
I don't think
the
that's
stars
for
of the
us.
battlefield itself, and yes, bring up the massive question mark as to if AI, if robots themselves can feel. Can they have scars from the battle itself? And yes,
I mean,
that
they
kind of
can if the
relationship that
author
humans
says
have
they
with
should.
robots. It's a really incredible series, but I will admit that there was a side of me that felt like a good chunk of the series wasn't that interesting. Now, yes,
Yes!
there's 8 episodes, 1 hour each. It is pretty much the same.
He's like, oh yes, you know, this is my top 10 for fall, but man, there's a lot of boring shit that happened in this one, guys. I don't know, it wasn't that good, but you know, I gotta put 10 on here.
I really, you do well to be more introspective. Something like this, like go back and think about these couple episodes. Like that really wasn't worth my time. That really dragged.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I wonder how much he would put in the not worth my time category, because obviously there's some amount where he's like it kind of drags, but like
Yeah.
how is he anywhere
I
near
assume
my I could cut 4 hours out of this series?
I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think he's up that high.
You
I
could
think he's
easily
probably
cut out
more
4
like I
hours.
could cut out 2 hours, and it's like that's not the all of the series. So yeah. Blah blah blah.
Link of but 2 core anime series that you typically get. But when it gets out of that first half rut, the series kind of ramps up and gets incredibly good. Like every single episode, it was getting better and better.
he
and
just
better.
loved the
I really loved
ending,
its take
that's why
on
he was
robots
gonna
and their
put it
ability to feel.
Mhm.
And gets into the aspects of war and the effects on the people themselves. It has a great style,
I
great
don't know.
animation,
The
great music.
the
all that
ability
kind
to
of stuff all
feel, I
mixed
think,
into
was the
one
most
incredible series.
boring thing
Moving
of
on
the
to
whole
number 5, I
series
have
to me.
Overton,
Yeah.
easily the biggest
That's the
surprise
way
of
I
the
take
season
it. It's like,
itself.
I'm
Open
not
up with
interested in
Koya,
that type
who is
of
having a
story
difficulty in
idea.
taking pictures of people. Now, at first, it seemed like a cheesy thing, like, oh my gosh,
Yes!
Shutter sign.
Yes!
You can't take a photo of people. Why is that? You get these hints over time that he was criticized online and on media because he took a photograph of somebody during a natural disaster. Well, he's given a job to take photos of F4 racers, and during this time, he eventually meets a racer named Haruka. And Haruka is a part of like this private group that doesn't really have much money.
Ah,
that's
it's so
trying to
good.
compete with a lot of these big corporations that have tons of money to spend on the racers and their race cars. And through watching Haruka during his struggles and being a racer, he kind of gets this invigoration in his desire to take photos again. And finally takes his first photo of a person in a long time. And he pushes to actually support the group, trying to find sponsors for them and everything. And over time, you learn more about this racer, Haruka, the competing teams themselves, and yes, getting more into Koya and why he struggles so much with taking photographs. It's one of those series where you kind of assume that it's going to go into the usual sports tropes and tropes about trauma that you typically get in anime, but honestly, in the end, over time, this was probably some of the best character writing I have seen in anime in a long time. I really did feel for Koya, and how they presented what he was going through was absolutely incredible. Additionally, I loved pretty much every single character of the series, including, and in a lot of cases more so, the rival group of Haruka. This big corporation.
Yeah,
that has
Bel
racers,
Cerecio
it's
is
the
the best.
The leader of the pack and the follower of the pack, all that kind of stuff.
It was like watching Rocky 4 and hoping that Ivan Drago wins. Like that's
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
you're like, yeah, come
I
on,
could
Ivan, you've been working your whole life for this. You're a machine.
You're the
But
machine.
what he killed
difficulties-
Apollo.
Paulo had it coming.
No, he didn't.
That come with being at the front line, and he has a lot of insights into the industry of F4 racings in Japan and all that kind of stuff. It's really good stuff, and like I said, the character writing was absolutely phenomenal. I highly recommend checking out the series. The CGI was really well done, and yes, the music was fantastic. Moving on to number 4, I have Arknights Paris and Frost. Yes, Arknights is back. And better than ever.
Arknights, the
I
game?
absolutely love
Yeah.
the anime adaptation of Arknights. Now,
Yeah,
granted,
because there's
I
a
tried the
second
game
season
itself, but
anime.
They
the
made
anime
a
is where I got
second
from.
season
And that's
of
mainly
it?
Because,
And
unlike
yes, the
some
second
mobile
season
games,
was
Arknights
absolutely
actually
going to be
has
better than
some
the first. The
extremely
second season story
talented
was
story writers
much,
behind
much
it. This
better.
story is
Gotcha.
so freaking good. It essentially takes place in a world where there's this ore called iridium, and with it came this disease, this illness that is inflicting people called oropathy. It is a disease that over time will crystallize your body. And in response to this new
Oropathy.
illness, society has pretty much turned anybody that's infected into second-class citizens and all but pretty much forced them out of their cities. And yes, what comes from that is these people that have
Yes,
this illness
because it's
eventually not
extremely
wanting to take that anymore
infectious.
and uprising. You have the
Gotcha,
creation
it's
of
like
a group called
leprosy.
Reunion that is now
Yes.
fighting back. And in the middle of it is our characters that we kind of follow, which is Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island is a group that's trying to find a cure for the oropathy, while at the same time trying to work with both sides in order to find peace. And yes, it's not an easy task. In the first season, we
Clearly
have Rhodes Island
not.
retrieve Doctor, who is this guy that was looking for a cure for the oropathy. And then the second season, we're getting more deeper into another location called Lungmen. And yes, Lungmen has its own way that it's handling the infected, but additionally, you have Reunion is coming in to take it over. And we get several perspectives, one mainly being an Amiya, who is the leader of Rhodes Island, trying to create peace between the two sides. And then on the other side, you have Shen, who is pretty much the leader of the Lungmen Defense Force. We get a deep look into the darker sides of Lungmen itself, while at the same time getting a lot of driving force for the Reunion themselves. That was one of the main reasons why I enjoyed Paris and Frost so much. Now, granted, it was present before, but especially in Paris and Frost, we're getting that sense that yes, both sides have the reason for fighting.
There's
the
a
way they
lot
do.
more
The Reunion aren't just a bunch
sympathetic
of bad guys
or
for the sake of being
sympathetic
bad. You're seeing their struggles, their
characters in the
pain,
second
everything they're
part.
going through, and what society
Gotcha.
themselves has pretty much created by pushing them out. It's a series that unfortunately isn't like the most craziest animation, even though it does have some great animation points.
Yes,
A lot of my love of the
that's what I
series
noticed
is the
the first
storytelling
season.
itself, and yes, incredible directing that's being done for it. The series just looks too good, and I love a lot of the characters in it. Moving on to number 3, I have Dark Gathering. Yes, this series is so
Yeah, I
so
think
phenomenal.
that's fair.
And my gosh, it's over, and I
Yeah.
wanted the
Yeah.
season so bad. I will admit that the last episode
Not my
was,
favorite,
like, a
but yeah,
massive
I
amount
think
of
it's
hype
a good
going
show.
into the next arc.
But
and
it's
like,
over, so that's
but
cool.
we're not getting an
Yes.
announcement yet. I want an announcement. From what I understand, they're still working on the next arc. Like, it's still not even done.
Oh, there's
Like,
another
maybe
arc.
Announcement for Core, maybe at least, but we'll have to wait and see. But Dark Gathering
Oh,
itself,
yeah, they're gonna
the
make,
first
like-
season, this season itself,
Hopefully they'll
I
make another
absolutely
season.
loved it. Now, I will say there is only one stain you can pull out of me, and that is it's not the most incredibly animated series ever. This show
No.
loves to utilize a lot of action stills and panning stills. They don't really have fluidity to them. But that's like
True.
the only thing you can pull out of me. The music, the sound, the
Ah.
characters, the voicing, the writing, everything about this series just screams, pun not intended, screams absolutely fantastic horror, thriller, suspense.
There's
It's
a
very
lot
rare
of
that we get
like
a
just
horror
really
series
good
like Dark
scenes
Gathering.
of
I kind
like,
equate it
oh
to
wait,
something like
what's their
Miracle Time without the
motivation? I think
edgy
that's the
and
best part.
cutesy and the slice of life stuff that had. It is just pure dark horror. And yes, it is extremely dark. It opens up with a guy named Keitaro who at some
Yeah.
point in his past was cursed by a spirit. And that kind of drove him to being kind of a shut-in because it led to the harming of a friend of his. Well, over time, he kind of gets over that, goes to college, and eventually becomes a tutor of students. And one such student that he becomes a tutor of is Yayoi. Now, Yayoi is very special. This is a little girl that just has a very
She got
dark
skull
secret. She
eyes.
basically has
Baby
two
can't do
people.
that.
One allows
Remember
her to see the world of the
everybody?
living, and one allows her to
Mhm.
see the world of the dead. And Yayoi is taking huge advantage of this because in her past, she got in a car accident with her parents. Her father died, and her mother was taken away by a spirit. And she confirmed that she was taken away because every time she goes to her family grave, she only sees the spirit of her father. And Yayoi knows that she can't take on this big, massive spirit. She knows that it's powerful, so she has to create an army of spirits to fight it. And the way that she goes about that is absolutely incredible. She puts spirits inside of dolls, and then makes a pact with them by putting fingernail clippings or hair strands into the doll itself. So whenever she is harmed, they'll be harmed. And additionally, another way that she kind of makes them submit is that she'll put the spirit inside of her room with all the other spirits that were harmed because they attacked her, which attacked them. And it kind of turns into this really crazy, twisted submission that she makes these spirits go through, and eventually allows them to absorb each other and get stronger to the point where they become graduates. And graduates are extremely powerful and extremely dangerous to use.
Yep.
But she has to use them in order
So
to be
good.
what
It's
she wants to
the
be. I
it's the
absolutely love
bug
every single minute
the
of it. A
bug
lot of
curse,
stories
but
were
like done
massively
super
screwed up
well.
and extremely twisted. I mean, we're getting into, yes, like this one situation where a father accidentally killed the mother, and the daughter somehow makes a pact with some sort of spirit in order to create an angel, and she has to birth a child with the father and sacrifice it. It gets super twisted and super dark. Oh,
Yeah.
So
the
good.
child for the meatballs.
I
the child
like
that was
that.
fed
I
meatballs
like
from
the,
the mother, which weren't.
YouTube music.
The other god that just shows up and he's just like, he drops his nuts on the table. It's like, I'm the guy you should actually be scared of.
Yeah, that was
It's to the
slapping
point
your
where-
slapping your balls on the table is always a good scene in anime.
Yeah.
It's to the point where
when
his
you get the,
presence is making the big bad stronger. It's
he's
great.
deliberately strengthening the big bad because he thinks it's funny.
So good. Oh, finally the apex of turn 1. I found it.
Music Premium is an experience that
Oh,
gives
no.
you complete
Music
control of your
Premium.
music, so you can listen ad-free down.
Normal meat. It's super twisted, and I loved every single minute of it. I highly, highly recommend checking out Dark Gathering. And like I said before, I cannot wait for another season. Hopefully, they get the next arc wrapped up really nicely, and they can do another season. So we'll see. Moving on to number 2, I have 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You. This
Number
show was
dose.
an absolute blast for me, and so refreshing. Far too often do we get these dumb harem shows where it's all about the girls. Like the main character is just they're
I
meant
agree
to
with this
be
top
like these
two.
self-insert characters that have
Oh,
no
I forgot he's not gonna
personality, or
free run up there.
they're constantly screaming because they see a girl in front of them. Like they
Oh,
have
God, might be
girlphobia and they just
JJK.
can't be anywhere near them. Like, oh no, don't touch me. Rentaro is so different. He is such a refreshing
we
main
gotta-
character that is put in the situation
I
where
just put this
essentially
up if you
he's
want to
always
see
been rejected his entire
this
life.
game.
And finally he goes to this god, and the god tells him, yeah, I kind of screwed up. It just takes a while before it starts to kick in, and I accidentally wrote down that you have 100 soulmates. And so you have to return their love, otherwise bad things will befall them. And yes, sure enough, he's constantly running into these girls where he gets a zappy sensation with them, they get a zappy sensation with him, and they realize they're soulmates, and he pretty much
Yeah,
returns
to
their love.
talk with
They
Spirit.
both
You
kinda
listen
fall
to
in
his
love with each other.
jobless novel reviews weekly? What? Why don't you tell me about this guy? He's great.
Why do you keep linking H. Brandon videos? I'll never forgive you, Alex. Despicable.
each other, and yes, that harem is constantly growing and getting larger and larger, and they all know this. He pretty much introduces each one of them to the group and says, okay, this is my next girlfriend, whatever, and it is just so much fun. I think the thing that I love most about this show is, like I said before, I respect Rentaro as a character, and he's one of the few cases where I can honestly say,
Oh,
this
number
dude
one's gonna be
deserves it. This guy
girlfriend.
goes above and beyond for every single one of these girls. He does these great things for them,
Dude,
and
that'd be
it feels
epic.
like the love is more natural than you typically get. But yes, obviously, a lot of the enjoyment of the series is
It probably
each
won't
and
be.
every single one of these girls adds something unique to the flavor and the chemistry of the series, and how the writer kind of juggles all that is absolutely incredible. Hakari, who is super, super thirsty. You have Kanane, who is the massive tsundere. You have Suzuka, who is the quiet girl that
No, it's gonna be
has trouble
Emmons
speaking
in
out, so
chat.
she talks through her phone with text-to-speech. Nano, who is like overly calculative. Everything has to be efficient and all that kind of stuff. Kusidi, who's just making chaos in the group because she makes these crazy potions, so on and so forth. I love every single one of these girls, and they're so much fun. And like I said, the comedy writing is just absolutely phenomenal. There was never a moment throughout the series where I was like, gosh, that was like a boring episode. No, every episode I'm just laughing out loud. The references, the chemistry, the over the top, the etchy here and there. It's just so good, and I loved every single minute of it. And yes, can't wait for the second season. Which all comes down to my number 1 anime of the fall 2023 anime season.
Number 1.
A series that nobody, absolutely nobody, should watch. Yes, a girl and a dog.
Oh no!
Why does he like
It's
this?
the
No!
number one
Why
anime
does he like this?
It was a joke. It was a joke. He pranked you. He pranked you.
He said no one should like it. Why is it his number 1?
It was a joke.
It's literally pedophilia.
It's
You
gonna
got
be a
baited.
it's a bait switch. It's a bait switch. He's gonna bait switches.
Fall 2023 anime season is the Yuzuki Family's 4 Sons. This
Ah, yeah.
show is an absolute gem. It is a
Okay,
show that I
this show
wish
is
more
fun.
people would
I-
watch,
I-
but unfortunately, very few people will watch because it is, yes,
Nah, I did not
a
check it out. I
drama,
did
comedy,
not have
slice
interest.
of life.
This show is actually really cute. The brother dynamics are played with such a real, like, I have a brother and here's how I felt, that you're like, this guy had to know these people in some way, somehow. This guy knows these people just because of how they interact.
It's always that last part that just scares everybody away. But Yuzuki Family 4 Son is super, super wholesome and super massively relatable. Like the title leads you to believe, it follows the 4 sons of the Yuzuki family. Shortly after the youngest son, Gakuto, was born, the parents unfortunately passed away. And while all the family members were trying to figure out who would take in each one of these sons into their families, like aunts and uncles and whatnot, the eldest, Hayato, decides that he doesn't want them parted. So he decides that he's going to take care of all of them. Even when he's still in college, he decides to get a job, and he's doing all this work in order to keep them all together. And through the episodes, you're seeing different perspectives of each one of the brothers. What they feel about the loss of their parents, what they think of their other brothers, what they're currently dealing with. And yes, the struggle sometimes they have
And
with even
why
getting along
they
with each
feel
other.
that
A lot of
way
Hayato,
about their
the eldest
brothers.
brother's
That's the
perspective is,
best
yes, that
part.
He is having to take on this responsibility of taking care of his brothers, all the while trying to keep up a job in order to have money to keep them, taken care of. It's a lot of burden, a lot of weight that's put on his shoulders that, yes, at times he struggles with even accepting. You have the second and the third son, Mikoto and Minato, who, yes, when they were younger, didn't get along very well. And you see what they kind of struggled with early on, and eventually getting that bond, it eventually came from it. And then you have Gakuto, the youngest, who unfortunately didn't really know much about his parents at all. And yes, the struggles that he has with being a burden upon like Hayato and wanting to do things to help alleviate that struggle. What I love so much about the show is that it feels so real. Having two brothers of my own, I relate to a lot of what they go through. And I think the writer
There
did
it
an
is.
incredible job of
Yeah,
portraying
he's just
their
like
stories
me.
and the
I don't
emotions
have
they go
any
through.
brothers,
I
so
kind of
yeah,
point
it
all the time
definitely
the
mean
story
less
of
to me,
Mikoto
I
and his
feel.
struggles with getting along
Oh,
with Minato. It's
definitely.
portrayed in a way
You
that
would
almost
probably
shows
look
his
at
inner
this and
thoughts
be
through
like,
this
wow, this is
sketchiness. That sort of
objectively
shows that
well-designed
willing point
drama
he's going through. It
between
has an incredible
brothers.
art style to it. I
And
love
then
the
it would
designs
just end,
themselves, and I
whereas
love the
this guy's
characters
like,
overall. I
just
joked
like
about it at the very beginning, but
me.
it's totally true. I just want these four brothers to be happy. I want to see them smile, and I want them to just succeed in life. They're definitely kids that you just want to root on from the sidelines. It felt like every single episode, at some point in the episode, I got emotional or cried. It's just that good. The
No,
writing
don't
is that
cry.
good.
It wasn't
And never
that
feels fake.
bad.
It feels real. Like I said, it's situations that I personally have faced. These characters feel like they were wrote in a way that feels alive, and not wrote in a way that feels like an anime. It doesn't feel like it's wrote in a way that is
Something about the way he
bombastic,
keeps saying
and there's no
wrote makes it
melodrama.
sound like
These
it's not a
characters feel
word.
real. Their struggles feel real, and their resolve feels real. I highly suggest checking out the Yuzuki Family's Four Sons. It is absolutely incredible, and yes, it is my #1 favorite anime of the fall 2023 anime season. And that's it for my honorable mentions. I'll mention Goblin Slayer second season. Still really enjoying that series. Really having a blast watching it. Helk, unfortunately, while I did
Crying
love
is
like a
cringe.
large chunk of
I
the show,
still, I
the other
didn't
half
cry.
just kind of fell off a cliff.
I just felt that I
unfortunately.
could've.
I
Helk
wanted
fell
to love
off.
it so much, but it
Helk
just kind of
fell
didn't work in the
off.
end.
Helk
Started
fell
to
off,
was
everybody.
absolutely just
Tell
like a pure
Brandon.
joy to watch,
Sound
even
the
though it made me cry
alarm.
too much. But I did feel like it got a little bit too melodrama-y towards the second half, but it was still fantastic. It essentially gave me my Hattori Bochi vibes for the season, that sense of wanting to cheer on this poor girl that just can't speak out. Saints Magic Powers Omnipotent second season was still absolutely fantastic. I will admit there was like an entire arc that I just didn't really care for, which was unfortunate. Vexations of a Vampire Sudden
Yeah,
was
that's
just too much
overrated.
fun, and I really enjoyed that. Disgraced Noble Lady was a lot of fun as well. I actually really enjoyed the chemistry of that show. I think the main
He
guy in that
doesn't
series
have
was
nearly,
just,
he doesn't
I
put
loved
nearly enough time to give reasons around the honorable mentions. If he wants to actually give a description, he needs to dedicate more time to it.
No, you don't. Honorable mentions are just they're lucky to be there. I think you're fine just powering through.
I mean,
them.
that's fine, yeah, but mostly it's like, I feel, having watched the shows, it doesn't really give you any kind of detail about them.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he has other reviews elsewhere about him, because then
If he
it would
does,
be
that's fine,
it would be
yeah.
more acceptable. But I do still think that like honorable mention in your big review video, you just blast
Yeah,
through
he did a
them.
good job on his actual stuff he was reviewing, the actual stuff he intended for it to fully be there and talk about it at all.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to see these
Personality,
sick,
his
nasty
dialogue.
drifts after this.
Oh sure.
and stuff was just way too good. Spy Family second season finally gave me Your being awesome, and I really enjoyed that. And like I mentioned earlier, yes, Apothecary Diaries, Fairy and Beyond Journey's End, and Undead Unluck were just absolutely fantastic. It's just unfortunate, like I said, those shows are going on into winter, so they'll probably be my top picks for winter. So we'll wait and see. But that's it. That's all of my picks for the fall 2023 anime season. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as always. Hopefully you found something in here to check out. Like
I
you know,
did
Yuzuki
like
Family,
it.
Give that show 3 episodes.
Yeah, I
Give
like
it 3
that video.
episodes.
Well, let me,
And then if
let me hit the button to make it official.
Oops.
All right, let's see. What do we got? Show me your driftings.
Okay, I accidentally hit a wall. The thing about
I
this
hit a
one
wall.
is, yeah, you can see you can just go like sideways.
What I liked about this game is like if you do it right, you can actually go sideways on the straights, which is funny.
Yeah. Oops. This one is like super hard to control, but it's very fun.
It's impossible to control until you finally figure out the DDR pattern, and then you're golden. And suddenly like everything.
And just like that. And
it's
then
like
you just go
Neo,
aimlessly
like you
hold
see
it.
the Matrix, and you're like, all right, I got it.
And you just hold it around the whole corner because you don't want to get a new angle.
Why bother with new angles when you got old angles that work
Yeah,
great?
the only problem is because you literally start going backwards, like the front of your car is behind the back of your car. If you hit a wall, you start going backwards.
Oh yeah, it sort of like resets you if I remember. It's
Yeah.
got really kind of goofy physics is the only thing.
Yeah,
like, don't
oh,
go
yeah,
into it looking
The
for a
physics are
racing game.
the physics are totally fake in inertial drift. It is entirely about the arcade racing.
Oh, and you said there was bad rubber banding, right?
The DLC specifically was pretty dumb. In terms of like, you're just racing as yourself because except for the last guy, they do not put up much of a challenge. There's like one race before the last guy of the 4 that
where you
actually
just-
was difficult whatsoever. Yeah, this race isn't the best to show off, but I do like how you could just like go, wow! You could just go,
Just whip it out.
yeah. This is like, yeah, this is the one I was talking about. This is the car I really enjoyed.
The rear view angle doesn't.
Which does the rear view angle change?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, yeah.
He said 0 out of 10.
That's kind of funny. Because like I said, yeah, this is purely an arcade game. If you want a really fun to control arcade racer, this is it.
Plus, it's got the best dating sim storyline you've ever seen.
Hmm.
It doesn't. It's awful. It's so dumb.
Yeah, the characters kind of
Oh.
suck.
Damn it.
That's all right.
Man,
Michael, it's
Yakuza
been
Gaiden.
forever.
Yakuza Gaiden was so good, man. Man, that ending. That
You
was a
played
sad.
Yakuza Gaiden?
Yeah, Yakuza. Well, Like a Dragon Gaiden. They released
Right.
this year. It had one of the best endings in the series. I'm gonna put it that way.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Like, I'm just gonna word it as he finally gets a happy ending.
Yay!
Anyway, he comes back in the next game with cancer, so that's gonna be great.
Finally, the real ending.
Finally, he's gonna get to die.
We can finally let him go.
I started playing Zero again, and
Yakuza 0.
yeah, Yakuza 0. It's been fun. I was pretty annoyed with the like blatant plot hole in Majima's storyline, but then I realized it's just so they can have some conflict, like some emotional conflict, it's fun conflict, so who cares?
Yeah, it's good enough that you don't really care.
Yeah.
Plus, like, everybody loves Majima. Like, how could you not?
Everybody knows Majima, but then they're like, you need to kill this person. It's like, oh, but you actually are not supposed to.
And then you don't? Or you do?
And then he doesn't. But
And then he
like,
doesn't.
there's the whole conflict of, oh my
Really
god, I need to kill this
force that
person.
in there, don't
Oh.
they?
Yeah, they do.
You have to kill this guy, but we know he exists in future games, so...
Yeah, it was really it was a weird thing that happened in that game.
Kason.
Oh
getting a
yeah,
happy ending.
Kason. Kason was fun. It was really fun seeing her in the Cabaret Club minigame, except I also hated that minigame because it just spent way too much of my time.
Is it because you're staring at her boobs?
Not really. I just found it boring. I don't like GFE shit.
That's why you watch VTubers all the time.
I don't watch them all the time though.
Yeah, okay. That's why Narissa's your favorite VTuber.
I like her songs. I like sing. Like her singing.
True favorite singing, you know?
I
Oh
like
right,
her.
she's your favorite singer. Name all of her songs.
I don't think she's done any originals, has she?
Name all of her covers.
Well, there was that.
Name
one-
every
song.
song. Name
don't
every
even know who
song
that is.
Narissa covered with her sister for Christmas.
What's Narissa's sister's name?
I don't even know
Narissa.
her sister's name.
I don't know. I don't watch her regularly.
I
seen,
think
like,
she
a
just
few
calls her like
karaoke things.
Nason or Oneris. Onesan.
Yeah,
just like
Onerissa,
the-
right?
Onerissa.
Anarissa?
Onerissa. Yeah, I like that.
Anerissa.
No,
Mm,
she has 2
mhm.
sisters.
She has 2 sisters?
Yeah, she has 2 older sisters. One of them has like 6 kids.
So they would both be Nasons.
Yeah.
Starting to lose my tires here. It's a long one, though. It's okay.
Do you want to talk about Fluffy Paradise?
What the hell's Fluffy Paradise?
He didn't watch
Look.
Fluffy Paradise. He has no idea what Fluffy Paradise is.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
It was the
Is this
first.
Fluffy
uh,
show.
Paradise
new
is the
this
only show that's
season?
come out this season.
Oh, we talked about that at the very beginning.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah.
When I was like, I watched anime, and you were like, you watched the one show, and I was like, no, I'm catching up, man. Leave me alone. I got a backlog I'm trying to get through. God, I perfectly leveled the bathtub in the remodel. I'm so proud of myself. So hard to do. House is like 100 years old, but I made
What
those
story
studs
is
line
on?
up.
What story is the bath on?
Second story.
Hmm.
But the bathtubs nowadays are all like fiberglass. Like they don't weigh anything, so it's not like it was hard to get up to the second story. It was just annoying having to go all the way downstairs to like cut things. Because it's a finished home, so I can't like just cut in the area, which is annoying. Or Aradia? Now you're just making stuff up, Jemmy. Alright, M. Heisel, I'm coming for your ass. If I can get around you before Eau Rouge and Radion.
Eau Rouge of Love.
It's called Eau Rouge because that means red water, and underneath here used to run... Ah! Come on, you fuck. Why do you go so slow? There was like a river that had a lot of clay in it, so it was like a red-looking river. It's okay, I'll get him on the Kemmel straight, and that'll just...
Germans would name something after that.
French, actually.
Oh, it's a German thing. I was...
You can't trust the French to not be like
Wait, no.
Germans. That's why you don't trust
Austrian.
the French.
Austrian?
Oh, okay.
So the fake Germans.
Yeah,
Spa
so I was right.
Francorchamps? Where's Spa Francorchamps? My god, my brain is broken now. I don't remember where this place is. Help. Somebody help me. I'm broken. Australian. Austrian? No. Can't be Austrian. Austrian's Spielberg. They don't go to Austria twice, do they? Eau Rouge literally means red water in French. Belgium! Okay, I had to just think about other
Oh, the
countries
fake
that spoke-
Frenchies. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
I had to
who
think
it
of a
is.
country that spoke French. That's all I had to do. Yeah, this is in Belgium. Oh, you've been wondering why people do races aren't called racists or something similar? They are called racers.
Blaine, what was the name of that guy we were just watching? Anime Soul?
It is Otaku Spirit. Very close.
So yeah, you got alliteration away.
And
Land of
subscribe.
Fondant. Yeah, plus he's in, 20,000. Maybe he's on Twitter and we can talk to him. Hopefully he's just as base as that felt, where he, like, even when we disagreed, we still were able to, like, talk. That would be cool. I think they're called Fast Boys.
He has AI. He has an AI avatar, I think. So.
I'm looking at his top anime of 2023, and on the cover is Onimai.
I think that's a troll.
I hope it's bait. Or maybe it's going to be like, it
This
was
is
actually
Mushoku
really good.
Tensei, Dangers in My Heart, Oshinoko.
He trolled us
and
with
Onimai.
the dog one, so, like,
He did.
I
he did.
believe he's got the humor in him.
Stop
Oh, he
getting
has a video
penalty.
about Paul Greyrat. That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff right there. Paul Greyrat's a good character.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is he? He's a good character, but he's not a good guy, right?
No, he's a terrible person. He cheats
Yeah,
on his
okay.
wife, like, as the story starts.
That's all I kind of remember.
He
from
becomes
that
a better guy. He becomes a better
does he?
guy.
Good.
Yes.
Good for him.
Also, it's made into a bit of a joke because his entire family is exactly like his dad.
Oh yeah,
They
That's
are
hilarious.
pure womanizers. That is their entire being.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Because there in the second season, when Rudius goes to the Magic Academy, there was a
Yeah.
princess from the area, like the second princess from the area he was from, like the region he was from. And her guard, her like primary guard, her like main guy to guard her. He is from the same family. He's from a different branch of the same family. He's like Rudius's cousin, basically.
Oh, that's funny.
And he knows because he has those proclivities.
That's literally how they find each other. They're like horn dogs, and they're just like, man, I like them. Yeah.
No, he says when
like,
he-
yep, me
when
too.
he-
And like, oh, brother.
Oh, he was gonna say when he learns of Rudius, because there's another character. It was Sylphie ends up with that princess and to being her guard.
Oh, I
And
remember that. That
Sylphie-
was in like the
yeah.
first episode.
Yeah, Sylphie starts describing Rudius to the princess, and she's talking about like he seems to like, and the guard guy explains that people from my family like women with larger bosoms. Because I am one of them. I know. I am
I
not
know.
Sylphie, I am not attracted to you whatsoever.
I am my father's son. What can I say?
I love that whole scene. It was beautiful.
How would you,
You
not
guess
like
racers
Sylphie?
work. Racers could still be racist. It's not
So, yeah,
illegal.
I will be subscribing to Otaku Spirit.
Way to go, Otaku Spirit. You just gained 3. That's what this is all about. It's about collab work. You should play
This is a
Samir, you
collab.
break the car as you race.
I don't think he does
Non-consensual
anything on
collab.
Twitter. It looks like he's just retweeting videos.
Oh, that's fine. Are his DMs open?
I can check. It looks like it doesn't look like they're closed.
They don't look closed.
Yeah,
What
I don't
was that? Non-consensual sexual speech you just used.
I could put a message to him.
Hey,
It
is she
doesn't
married? Well,
stop
she
me.
doesn't look taken. Like,
Oh, he does a review unboxing my new favorite figure, 1/7 scale swimsuit heiress.
great.
Yeah.
1/7 is a pretty good scale.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's a
Eris
great
from
scale.
Mushoku Tensei.
Oh, I think my friend bought that one.
Yeah, he just uses the Twitter to post his videos.
Got it. You are Yabo Knight, as was my father, and his father before him.
Oh yeah, his banner on Twitter is Rise's thighs.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I would enjoy talking to him.
I hate this pit lane.
And he was so much better than the other guy.
Mhm.
Dude, Michael,
You can tell
missed
he
the
actually
first guy.
watched them.
Yeah.
Or did you?
Because he did actually watch them. Because you can see the other guy didn't watch most of the shows from that season.
hmm
The vast majority of the shows were unwatched.
He specifically watched a few episode 1s and probably didn't finish them.
Okay, I got 7 laps in the first 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, click the don't refuel.
How many
That's
laps do you
half a
need?
tank. Well, I need to go for the next 45 minutes.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking maybe I'll do softs again, see if I get into first, and then if I can, awesome. If not, I'm gonna switch over to hard or medium
Okay,
tires.
you pit out and then you change your tires again.
Oh, Jeebles. What? Oh, this
Mm.
pit lane sucks.
Oh yeah, that's really.
It's the old pit lane. It doesn't do that anymore.
Because you know the track, and that's not what it is.
But yeah, well, at least that's not the one that Formula runs on. That's
I would
I guess-
assume it's standard for the same vehicles. I mean, it's a pit lane. Like, why would it be
Nope.
different?
there because it's so long. There are depending on how many cars are going to be racing, the pit lane extends farther depending on what it is.
Okay, that's
It
weird.
has multiple exits. It's
So
one
how
of
are they going to apply the penalty?
there's
they'll
just
slow
a
'em down.
yellow. There's a yellow
Yeah.
wall, and it just cuts my engine for 3 seconds.
Oh, weird.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, they don't like just add it at the end or make me take it at the next pit stop, which is what you would normally see. Is like, oh, it's a pit stop. We're gonna have to, cancel it.
You just don't pit again.
Well, if you don't pit again, then they add it to your time. But oh,
All right,
dang
up
it.
next, this is a fall anime review part 2. It is 2 hours and 20 minutes long.
Okay, so he puts
It looks
the
like an-
words on.
Yeah, it looks like a
Looks like
live
a
stream
stream.
on Blood Bow. Yeah, with his friend though. So
The year 2020
All right, here's the one everyone's been waiting for.
for anime fans was the best and the worst the anime industry has ever been. A colossal amount of anime was released. Not all good, mind you, but still within it there was a massive amount of anime that duked it out over which was the best title overall.
Might not be
After
the
watching
best
over
year
200
ever, but,
anime
you know.
offerings this year, boy was it a pain in the to figure out what was my top
I had a lot of
10.
fun
My
stuff to
short list
watch.
was 15
It's just
titles,
this
and I
is
did
the this
everything
seems like
within
the
my
new
power to
standard.
decide
There's going to
which
be a
got
lot
cut.
of
I tried
shows.
talking myself
period.
down. I mean, it only had 8 episodes, Andrew. Throwing darts, flipping a coin,
Hard Samir energy.
consulting
The hell does
friends
that
and
mean?
loved ones. I mean, what do you think I should do? No, they're not Chinese cartoons. I even tried to figure out how I can mathematically convince people 15 was the same as 10. In the end, I just had to grit my teeth and eject 5 of my kids to the side of the road, doomed to the self-shaming category of honorable mentions. But in the end, I think I have it. My top 10 anime of 2023. As per usual, my top 10 list only includes anime that has actually completed its run within the year. So shows like Farron, Apothecary Diaries, Undead Unluck are not included as they are ending in 2024. As per usual, before you leave, make sure to hit that like button down below and leave me a comment. Let me
Just
know what
don't
your
put
top
JJK
10
in
anime are of
0,
2023.
'cause it's
So with that
trash.
said, let's just jump into it.
That's a better
Kicking things off,
strategy.
my number
Just tell
10,
them,
we have
hey,
cute
you leave a
anime
comment
girls
about
with
what you want.
PTSD. Yes, Arknights, Perish in Frost. Arknights is a series that should not be this good. Based off a mobile game, its story is like it's wrote by a novel writer. It takes place in a world where
It
many people are
is.
inflicted by this
Uh,
illness.
yeah, I would
The
guess
government
that it
have pretty much
was.
pushed those that are infected out of society. And as a result, we have
is
the
literally
rise
a
of the
light
Reunion,
novel.
a group of infected that are trying to take over the societies. And caught in the middle of this whole situation is those of Rhodes Island, led by Amiya. And they're the ones that are trying to figure out a cure for the illness while also working with both sides to create peace. And in Perish in Frost, we continue that story going into the town of Lungmen. It's a rare instance of one of those mobile games that actually has an incredible story. And despite the fact that I can't devote myself to playing that mobile game, at least I get the story through the anime adaptation. Now, while it's not the best animation out there, the directing is spot on. It's one of those series that shows both sides of a battlefield, and it has you hurting for each side, both having their reasons for why they're fighting back, and ultimately turning into tragedies that just kind of put fuel to the fire. For many of the main characters of the story itself, it's a fantastic character study, and it's one that I just can't get enough of. And yes, you can add to that the aesthetic of it, which is cute anime girls with puffy jackets and guns. What more do you need? Don't let the fact that it's from a mobile game dissuade you. Check out the series, it's fantastic.
Also,
Moving on to
gonna
my
let you
number
know
nine,
there
I have
aren't
a
many
harem show that I
guns.
really,
Guns
really,
don't really
really,
exist
really,
in
really
Arknights.
like. Yes, 100 girlfriends who really, really, really.
Wait,
Guns-
is there or is there not a lot of guns?
only exist in Arknights if they're owned by the Angel faction. Only people who are like the Angel species can actually use guns because they use a special kind of magic, basically.
Gotcha.
Yes, there aren't actual gunpowder guns. They're people who have bows. Everybody else uses bows.
Wait, so the
Bows
soldier
and
at the beginning was
crossbows.
an angel?
Yeah. What's her face? Exusiae. She's an angel. The only one that has a real gun outside of that is Jessica, because she's extremely rich and she doesn't. It's not gunpowder. It's just I don't remember what it was. I think it was actually active originium cartridges. It's literally exploding originium to shoot a bullet, which is insanely dangerous. So the production of which makes it extremely expensive.
I'm surprised she's like able to just have a pistol full of them.
Yeah, that's why she's like one of the only people in the entire series that actually has a gun that isn't an angel.
fucker.
I think the angels basically use magic bullets.
Shampshire?
I don't know the whole lore of it because I don't look that deep into it, but yeah, there is specific lore
Well,
around
just
all this kind of stuff. It's
research.
very much written like a light novel, as I mentioned. It's super long. The story is super, super, super long. There's way too many words because it's written by a Chinese guy.
The Chinese and their use of words, you know.
Yeah, the story isn't overly like difficult to understand. It's like pretty straightforward in terms of like basically people treated bad because they have disease.
People
The
bad.
work that is nice is the fact that the character writing is pretty solid, and especially for the second part, Perish and Frost, you get 2 new characters that you learn about, and Frost Nova and Patriot, who are on the enemy side, who are worth caring about. They have cool backstories that are intertwined with each other. Basically, Patriot raised Frost Nova, and he wasn't originally part of this reunion movement. He was originally a rebel against the Russia of the universe, because they treat infected extremely poorly. So he wanted to fight back against them, push them out of his ancestral lands.
Gotcha.
And he's like
Jesus.
he's a total beast. Like, he's much weaker when you fight him in game than he used to be in the past. He's like well beyond his prime.
Got
He's
it. Like
basically a
Dark
dead
Souls
man.
boss.
He's kind of like a dead man walking, yeah, like a Dark Souls boss. But he still wants to fight for the infected, for their right to exist. And even though he does not agree with the leader of Reunion, who you're going to be fighting, the like infected faction, he still is doing it because he believes it will help forward the infected's place in the world overall.
And the infected don't like die. Their life just sucks.
Oh no, the thing is they do
Is it like
die.
having allergies?
Yes, no, the infected oropathy does kill you eventually. There are treatments you can use depending on how infected you are, like how much of your blood has been crystallized to stall it for basically your lifespan. But sometimes it's too far gone, you're too infected, and you're just gonna die as like a young person. You're gonna die like in your 30s or whatever.
Yeah, like there are characters, specifically Lava, who have like their arms are just bursting with crystals.
Oh,
Yeah.
crystal burst. That sounds bad.
Yeah, basically they have crystals on the outside of their body that if they like chip off, they can actually infect somebody else.
Oh, Jeebles. Why?
Also, once a person that's infected dies, their entire body basically turns into spores of Originium and infects other people. That's why the
Gotcha.
infector is super feared as well, because you could just like breathe some of that corpse dust in, and it infects you.
like a fungus.
Yeah, and without the most advanced technology in the world, like the sciences from Rhodes Island, these people will just eventually die, and that's why Infector casts out to the dregs of societies, because most societies cannot afford to deal with them properly.
Right. And you don't want to get it. You don't want your whole people to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that will.
And then
kind
they
of
weld
doom
the
you.
doors on the apartment shut
Yeah.
so that no one can get out. I get you. I've seen this
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, I think ArcNet's world is really cool. I think the story, it's okay. There are some good story segments, especially season 2 that's coming up, is good. Otherwise, it's kind of hit and miss. I wouldn't recommend playing the game for the story. You can check out if you think the world is interesting, you can check out lore videos on YouTube that summarize the stories, so you can get the whole story of like a specific event. Like they'll have an event like every month and a half-ish. You can get the whole story of the event in like half an hour.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's how most people consume the story.
Kind of like people who are into 40K because they read the wiki.
Yeah.
Hey,
I need to start 40.
You need to start it?
Yeah, I need to start it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom.
down.
You
Let
guys
us know how it is.
Enjoy video.
Really, really, really love you. This show is absolutely fantastic. It's one of those ones that actually is fun just to kind of dive into every now and then, just pop on an episode and just get lost in it. It's a rare instance of a harem show that I can honestly tell everybody, please go watch this. Let's face it, harems for the longest time just got very stale. And 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You is a situation
40K
where it
is
feels like
okay.
that formula is being completely flipped on its head. Having a main character who has been pretty much told that he's going to have 100 soulmates and that he has to return their love, otherwise disaster will befall them. And it's one of those rare situations
I
where the
believe
main
it-
character
doesn't it say
actually
literally,
does
like, they will
return
die?
love to these girls. And he's actually
yeah,
a
but,
cool
like,
guy.
through a series
it's very
of
rare they have a
unfortunate
harem
events.
show
Oh,
where
that's
I
what it
actually
is.
root for the main character. He's not just a self-insert. He's not just a blank protagonist. He's not a, oh my gosh, I can't touch that kind of person. He doesn't have girl phobia. Rintaro is a fantastic character, and then added to him
Did you
is just
finish it,
a
by the way?
fantastic set of girls.
I have not
Yes,
watched
I
the
always
last
have, like,
episode
that
yet.
one girl that I choose,
Okay.
but this is one of those situations
Oh wait, but
where
you've
I
seen
like
the
all these
conclusion
girls.
to
They
the
all
conflict.
Then no. I am at the last episode I watched ended with mom saying like, "Come to my room," and then I haven't seen past that yet.
Oh no, then you've seen like the balcony scene.
Yeah, I saw the balcony scene. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to reference as. Oh, this was like now or never if he doesn't accept her love or like doesn't
Or if she
Or if
can't,
she
if
doesn't
she
accept
can't
him.
love him, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, if,
It
if
was
they're
like now
unable
or
to be
never.
together, then it's death. All
Mhm.
Romeo and Juliet style.
all have great personality. They all have a reason for why they like Rentaro, and each one of them adds a fantastic chemistry to the show. And not just that, it just really kind of feels like all these girls actually like each other as well. Which another thing that's kind of rare. in
Some
harem
more than
shows.
others, am I
Typically with harem
right?
shows, the characters don't even interact with each other. These
Yeah.
girls actually do. And yes, we're all hoping that Karane and Hakari actually get together in the end. The comedy is spot on, and every
Yes!
single episode had me laughing
The
out
Jedi
loud. I just
speaks
can't
the
get enough of it,
truth.
and I'm so happy we're getting a second season. Moving on to my number 8, an isekai that is not really an isekai that needs to be labeled as an isekai that's full of Yuri. Yes, the magical revolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady. That title. Just call it Magirevo.
Really?
Magirevo is a fantastic example
Big
of
Magirevo
isekai
fan,
done
okay.
right. Honestly, it's one of those isekais that you're not really sure you should really classify as an isekai for the longest time. Magirevo is extremely refreshing for the fantasy genre in general, but yes, to the isekai genre as well. It follows this princess Anisfia, and many people
You
want her to
can,
become
but you
the
don't
queen,
need to.
but she's kind of a oddball. See, most of the royalty are actually blessed by these fairies to have magic, and unfortunately, Anisfia doesn't have magic, despite the fact that she really, really loves magic.
Ooh,
So she
good,
does
they're
everything
fighting.
in her
Let
power
them
in order
fight.
to experiment and try to figure out a way to give herself magic that she doesn't have. All the while, her responsibilities for being the next ruler of the kingdom is kind of thrown upon her brother. On the opposite end, we have the daughter of a noble, Euphilia, who has her reputation destroyed by Anisfia's brother. But Anisfia brings her under her wing and starts taking care of her, having her be her assistant while she works
Oh,
on her
Ruth.
experiments. There's so much within the story to unpack, it's not even
Radion.
fun. You have Anisfia and her desire for magic. Euphilia and her losing her entire purpose in
Yes.
life. Her entire life was spent being raised to be the
Oh.
next queen. You have Lainey and what role that she played and the thing that she's inflicted with. All building
Like
up
40K
to
Tau
pretty much
have
this
cool
bigger
mechs?
story about the kingdom and how they treat those that don't have magic. It was beautifully portrayed. The animation was great. The storytelling was great. The character writing was fantastic. I couldn't get enough of this series. It was a series that I loved watching every single
I
week.
remember enjoying it,
highly,
but then it sort of
highly
like
suggest
fallen
checking out
off on me.
Magic
Like it
Revo.
just kind
I
of bored me
absolutely
out for
adored it.
some
Moving on
reason.
to number 7
Or
is
something
the
else got
show
more
with
exciting.
smiles that you must protect. Yes, the Yuzuki family's 4 sons.
Makes sense.
My
That was
gosh,
his top in
this show
fall.
was an absolute gem for me. A series that unfortunately not many people watch, but thankfully after I made it my number 1 of fall, a lot of people spoke out saying, yes, I love this as well. I'm so happy to hear that. The Yuzuki family's 4 sons follows the Yuzuki family's 4 sons. And after their parents passed away, Hayato, the eldest son, decided to take
Go, go,
upon
go.
himself the responsibility of keeping his brothers together, rather than sending them off to different relatives. And what comes from this is kind of getting individuals' perspective of each one of these sons and what they think of their situation they're currently going through. How the eldest son struggles with the fact that, yes, he has to give up a lot of freedoms in order to take care of his brothers. How 2 of the sons used to hate each other when they were younger. How the youngest son is trying to figure out ways in order to not be a burden upon others. These stories feel real. They don't feel like an anime. Well, there's some goofy anime tropes in there, like one brother is a little bit overly obsessive with the other brother. Overall, these stories feel very real. And like I said earlier, very relatable as somebody that has brothers. I adore these kids and I want them to be happy. And there's smiles that I want to protect. It has a great style to it as
And
well.
heartbreak,
the
heartbreak,
actual
heartbreak.
adaptation was
Bus stop,
fantastic.
bus stop.
The portrayal of emotion for some of the characters was so
bit of
well
gas,
done.
a bit of gas.
I cried so many times watching this show. It is just, it is the gem
Hard,
of
hard, hard,
the
go,
year,
go,
I think,
go, go.
overall. It's the show that nobody's
Yes.
watching, but it's like, I
216,
want
baby.
everybody to watch it. It's so fantastic. I couldn't get enough of it, and I'm sad it's gone. Moving on to my number 6, Bungo Stray Dogs. You can
What?
pretty much call this Bungo Stray Dogs season 4 and 5. If I had to pick one, I guess I would probably
Okay.
pick season 4.
This
was
guy,
probably my favorite of
whatever
the
he
2, but
recommends
Bungo Stray Dogs
for all of my
continues to
female
be
viewers.
one of the
All
greatest
2 of
anime
you.
series of all time. What I usually tell people that makes Bungo Stray Dogs so special is that it's a series that has way too many characters, but every single
It does
one of the
have way too
characters
many characters.
is
That is true.
so well wrote. And the idea that typically with a lot of these shows that have a lot of characters, a big cast, whenever it changes scenes and you go to another character, there's a lot of cases where I don't even care what that character thinks. I don't feel anything for that character. Bungo Stray Dogs is different.
You care
Bungo
about
Stray
all the
Dogs is a rare
characters?
example of when it changes scenes to another character.
I feel like I
immediately
only
remember,
cared
oh,
about
this is this character
Desai
that went
in
through
the
this.
first season that
This
I
is their
watched.
driving focus. This is who they're
And
following.
everybody else was like,
and
okay,
yet,
cool, this guy's
I'm
like a
still
tiger, I
wondering what they
guess.
think of the situation and if they'll change their mind on their stance of what's going on. That's what makes Bungo Stray Dogs so special. The characters
You actually
are
skipped that one?
perfectly wrote. I actually had to finish the 3rd season before the 4th season came out. And while the first segment of that 3rd season was my struggle, the later part of the 3rd season was fantastic.
It was
and
his
as we got to the
struggle.
4th and 5th season, things just kept ramping up. It's one of those examples of a writer that I think kind of gets better as they keep going. The
Real
twists and
struggle
turns of
buster.
the plot line just keep getting better. And 4th season, man, just had an absolutely shocking moment that I was like, holy crap, I can't believe that just happened on my screen. The only really thing that kind of keeps the series down for me is I'm not really a big fan of the main 2 characters that are always focused on. Atsushi and Akutagawa. Those 2 characters I think are like an obsession with the writer, and I just don't really care about them.
Oh,
But
funny.
that's like 2 characters of hundreds. I can't get enough of it. I'm
Hundreds?
heartbroken.
Wait, how big is this show?
The manga, and I might just actually reread the manga just to get the story again, because it's that incredible. I highly suggest the series. The writing is just too amazing. Moving on to my number 5, we have In Another World with my ED. Yes, Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation 2nd season part 1. Yes, I will get my biases out of the way. I am a massive fan of the Mushoku Tensei series. I'm currently reading the novel series. I'm absolutely in love with it. Yes, a lot of my content is designated around Mushoku
I'm gonna
Tensei.
switch to hard
It is a series
tires.
that has captured my heart. Mushoku
See if we
Tensei
can go a
is
little
just
bit
a
longer.
special series overall. It is a dark look into the mind
Unless
of
you're cutting
somebody
after
that
his
was
limbs on
discarded by
must
society
have-
and has just a dark nature within themselves.
You're
getting a
the
new chance
chosen
at life.
one,
And getting into the
anime
2nd season, we're
brother.
seeing him in a lower point once again, feeling like he's been discarded by those around him and just trying to find a place to die. It is a story arc that you don't typically get with isekais. Typically, it's always, let's have fun. I have my smartphone in another world. Let me get a massive harem to follow me around and not touch them. And just blow up things
And
and,
not
everybody
touch
says
them,
sugoi.
yes.
No, it's very grounded in reality. Mushoku Tensei has always been a series that is so unfiltered, and that's what I love so much about it.
Unfiltered. He
Seeing
said
how
that funny.
flawed the main character is, and seeing the struggles they go through while things around them are still moving. Characters interacting with him that all have their own lives and their own focuses that don't necessarily always have to coincide with Rudius, the main character. The world building and the character study of Mushoku Tensei is just something that is unmatched by really any other series I've run into. And yes, while I'll still struggle with the decisions that Rudius makes, that's what makes it so interesting. When I can question what the main character does, when I can question the situation they're in, but still at the same time sort of understand why he's chosen to do what he does. The only reason it's number 5 and not my number 1, which I'm sure many people will question, is because yes, I will put my bias to the side and admit that I wasn't that fond of the directing and the animation that was done for part 1 of 2nd season. There's so much context
I
and
wasn't
whatnot
very
that was
fond of
lost with the
18 kids.
adaptation that I didn't
Eh?
I wasn't very fond that the main character groomed kids. That was a little weird.
Oh, that's right. You're in that camp. I forgot.
I actually got over it once I realized, oh yeah, but like he's separated from them for years, so what, it like doesn't even matter.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
stops
I'm
to
at
even
that
be a
point now,
thing.
so if I went and rewatched it, I would be fine with it. But like other shows,
Well, it's like at this point, would you ever go back and rewatch Mushoku? Like, it'd be a pretty slow year for anime to, like, be like, yeah, I'll go
I have
back.
a friend that really likes it, so
Oh, you might at some
who
point.
knows?
They'll anime
I could
Sherpa
rewatch it
you.
next week. I could rewatch it right now. No one would know.
Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah. And you just never talk about it again.
True.
didn't really see was lost in the first season. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I still adore the series. But yes, if you've not jumped on this train yet, or you're just staying away from it because, you know, questionable content,
Experience next generation sound
Yeah,
quality
tell me
through
about
your
that
live
next gen
events with the
sound.
L-Class speakers from QSC.
QSC
Oh,
speakers,
State-of-the-art
okay.
technology delivers clear, crisp, and powerful sound in a lightweight
You
and
should click
easy to
through on
deploy
that one.
package. Shop the L-Class speakers at
definitely give this
What?
I said you should click through on the ad so he gets AdSense.
Does it work that way?
Sometimes it depends on the ad.
Well, I do go to Sweetwater, so.
series a shot. Moving on to my number 4, we have the
So
perfect
out of the loop
waifu
on
show
newer anime, I
that
was so
caught me
surprised Naruto.
completely off guard. Yes. The Dangers in My Heart. Dangers in My Heart was
Oh, interesting
truly
choice.
a shocking series for me because when I came into it, I expected, okay, nerdy outcast guy, hot model girl, they're gonna fall in love for some reason because she's gonna see something incredible in him. Maybe he picks up her eraser at some point and she just goes, oh, Doki Doki, he picked up my eraser. Something stupid. I don't know. But what I got in this series, it took around until about the 3rd episode. What I got from this series
Third
was
episode,
something
eh?
absolutely incredible. Emotion, characters, directing, music, everything just suddenly hit me. The whole idea here is, yes, you have the outcast guy that has these incredibly dark thoughts. He loves murder mysteries, and he loves just kind of fantasizing about, you know, one of his classmates, you know, ending up being murdered or something like that. This guy had kind of a dark mind. And yes, one of the targets of his dark thoughts is Yamada, one of his classmates, who, yes, happens to be a model. But through some chance encounters in the library, this place that Ichikawa,
I forgot
the main
she was a
character, likes
model.
to hide away at. Through these chance encounters between the two of them, slowly over time, Ichikawa sort of starts to like the presence of Yamada, despite the fact that he always thinks the worst of her. Oh, she's hanging out with me. She must be messing with me. Oh, she did this for me. Oh, she must be laughing inside of me. It's best kind of summed in one comment that was made later in the series. This idea of being unable to love others when you hate yourself. It is sort of a
Whoa!
self-reflection
Whoa!
story. This
Hey,
idea of
no reading
somebody
my
feeling the
Evangelion
worst of
script.
other people, but at the same time never feeling like they're adequate
Stop.
enough. This person's obviously messing with me because nobody would like me. And how they portray that story just was an absolute gut punch. I absolutely
Spoiler
adore
alert,
these
everybody,
characters,
for
and I love
my
how they portray
Evangelion
their
script.
stories. And if that wasn't enough, if the characters in the story itself, which was absolutely fantastic, wasn't enough, the adaptation took it to a whole nother level. The studio, the director, and yes, the musician behind the series all came together to synchronize into creating something absolutely beautiful. There's several points throughout the series where something incredible happens. Something important happens. Something with
Synchronized like a
impact
Power
happens.
Ranger troop.
And the whole team kind of came together perfectly to create more impact in the scene, especially the musician with these notes that are very deep and
mean the
very
composer?
impactful. You almost feel
an
the
interesting
emotion in
choice
your
to call him
stomach
the
through
musician.
music itself. I'm so happy this is getting a second season. I'm so happy the team is returning, and I cannot wait for more. It is easily going down as one of my favorite romance series of all time. And yes, is kind of fighting to find a place within my top 10 of all time. I highly suggest checking out the series. I love The Dangers of My Heart. Moving on to my number 3, The Perfect Storm, coming out at the right time following the disaster adaptation of the second season of The Promised Neverland. Yes, Heavenly Delusion. It's one of those mystery series
interesting.
that you just
Okay.
love to kind of figure out what's happening on a
It
constant
is a
basis.
big
There's
mystery
a
box
mystery that
show,
kind of
agreed.
opens up this series and the idea that you have two different perspectives. One is Kiroko and Maru, who are kind of traveling around what looks like a post-apocalyptic Tokyo. And on the other side, you have a bunch of kids that are within this kind
Facility.
of confined and sanitized facility, hence
Yeah.
the Promised Neverland reference. And as the story goes along and you're jumping back and forth between these two
It's like
different
reverse
perspectives,
Promised
you're
Neverland, I
slowly
think.
unraveling
I didn't
the
get far
mysteries
enough
of the
to
world
actually
itself.
unlock
This
the
idea that
mysteries. It
in the
just
outside
felt that way.
world, you have the presence of these man-eaters, these monsters that are coming out and killing people. And within the facility, you're seeing how all these kids have different abilities that make them each unique. And the fascinating thing
I don't
is
even
that
know if
over
they're in the same
you're
time
kinda
period
seeing
right now.
those threads that connect the two sides
I think
as
about it.
slowly comes together and things are unraveled. It was an absolute joy to watch, and it was so much fun trying to create theories behind it and just talking with other people and trying to theorize
Maybe
on
I'll,
what exactly
maybe
is
that'll be the
happening.
binge.
It's that type of show that you just can't get enough of, and you're
We'll
waiting
do
for the
like a
next episode
Discord.
to see
Soros really
what
likes
will they
it.
reveal here and what questions will they create. It was a pure joy, and I just cannot wait for another season of it. Add on to that the fact that Production IG did an incredible job with the adaptation. There was so many great animation points in it that just had me hyped. Moving on to my number 2,
Yeah,
I
IG
have
is
the
great at that.
absolutely horrific look into the disgusting side of the entertainment industry that I never thought I wanted, and now I'm so happy I have.
Oshinoko?
Yes.
Oshibroco?
Oshinoko. Oshinoko
Yeah.
is truly a special series. Why it's so special is that it's one of those series that as it's playing through and the stories are being told, sometimes you kind of wonder, why is this person like this? Why is this so dark? And then you realize at some point, no, that's exactly what happens. The series is essentially about Aqua, our main character, who is trying to look into something in the entertainment industry. He's trying to find an answer to a question. That's about as far as I'll go because I don't really want to spoil things.
That's
But
so
Aqua
good.
is basically looking for these different threads and going to different areas of the entertainment industry of Japan and trying to solve this mystery. And all the while, the darker side of the entertainment industry is coming to the forefront. You have the
being
lighter
laid
aspects
bare.
of things like, simply an actor didn't get a job even though they did an incredible job because this other person is being promoted by the company as the next model. But then it gets as dark as things like, cyberbullying and somebody unfortunately being pushed to the edge. Why I love
Yep.
this series so much is, yes, Dogo
The
Kobo did an
very
incredible
edge.
job adapting it. The music was fantastic. The voicing
Dobo
was
Kobo.
fantastic. The
And
characters
it's fun to say Dobo
fantastic.
Kobo.
But at its core, the thing that I love the most about this series is that it's so, unfortunately, real. Aka Akazaka, who of course is the original mangaka for Kaguya-sama Love is War,
Aka Akazaka.
has a very,
You made that name up.
unfortunately, raw insight into the entertainment industry itself. This is a writer that has been pretty much involved with most mediums. He's worked with the entertainment industry with doing live actions, anime adaptations, so many different sides of the industry itself. And that shows in the idea that a lot of these stories that he's telling within this series are stories that are unfortunately kind of true. While covering anime as long as I
5
have,
seconds for that one.
I have looked into a lot of elements of the entertainment industry in Japan. And yes, a lot of this stuff does happen. A lot of these decision makings by
Perfect Blue,
companies,
guys.
a lot of the throwing people
That's
on
the only
bus,
thing you need to watch to
ruining
know about
lives
the
for sake
entertainment
of
industry in Japan. It's
promotion,
Perfect
all
Blue.
that kind of stuff does technically happen. It's so real and so raw that yes, one of the particular stories they get into with this first season upset a group of people because it was pretty similar to a real life event. Aka Akazaka knows what he's talking about.
It's kind
But
of the
despite
point.
the fact that it's so real and it's so uncomfortable, there is a message within there that I think is actually incredible. For instance, when we get the story of Akane, I felt it was portrayed in a way that says, people, wake up and stop. It was a message that unfortunately people keep ignoring despite the fact that it's something that constantly happens in the real world. And Aka Akazaka's willingness to dive into a story like that and not hold anything back is exactly why this series should exist and why it is so incredible. And that's not even getting started with the characters themselves. I love pretty much all these characters. Kana's fantastic, Miyako's fantastic, Aqua's fantastic, Ruby's fantastic, Akane's fantastic, all these, Memcho's fantastic. There's not a character in the series that I'm not completely like invested in trying to find out more about, and I can't wait for their moment to really shine. It is just all around
I do love
a
everybody
fantastic
in the
series.
show.
It's just perfections in every realm. Animation, music, voicing, emotion, character writing, everything is just bars above really anything else. Anyways, that's Oshinoko. So your question is now, what could possibly
what's
beat
better than
Oshinoko?
Oshinoko
He
to
just
you?
literally said it's perfect and it's incredible. What could possibly beat it? Yes,
Pause, I
probably the
won't
most
figure it out.
controversial pick of this list, the one that everybody's gonna be upset about, that I didn't choose the most popular shonen show. Where is this show? Where is this show? How could you pick this over all these other stuff? Yes, but if anybody actually knows me, they know that I'm honest. I don't pick what is the most popular on Mal. If you want a
It's not
top
gonna be
10
Demon
list,
Slayer. Thank
It's
God.
not
the most
Jujutsu.
popular
Yeah, he already
shows ever,
said this
just go to
shonen.
Mal.
So
Just go to AnyChart, filter it by the year. You'll see the most popular shows that most people are remembering. That's not my list. My list is personally after watching 200 plus shows of this year. After spending so much time covering content and producing content for people, my focus is to give every single show a shot.
God
And
damn
yes,
it,
the
Dragon
show for
Crimson.
2023 that came out on
What
top,
is it?
the show that personally I adored, and I would hope that everybody would give it a shot.
Is it a
A
bonus
show that
show?
definitively, every time I think of my favorite show this year, this is the one that always pops up on top. There's not even a question. It's just an instantaneously,
Oh my
this
gosh,
show
I'm-
is on my mind. Honestly, a show that is a prime example of how an anime adaptation could essentially take the source material and create something new with it in a way that kind of transcends the original source material. Yes, that show, my number one anime of 2023 is Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister. Onimai was an absolute treat for me. I
It wasn't
could not
bait.
get enough
Please
of this
no.
series. I absolutely adored it. For those that don't know, it opens up with this guy that wakes up one morning and he's been turned into a
Okay,
girl.
we have to watch
Yes,
it now.
his mad scientist sister
It's over.
has slipped something in his drink
can't be real.
and it has transformed him into a girl. Now, yes,
Dude,
we
it's
have
real.
a lot of stories about gender swaps and how it kind of just fetishizes the idea of a guy now being a girl, and lots of pervy things happen. That's not Onimai. Onimai is almost, you
Oh,
could
it's
argue,
literally the
pretty
thumbnail.
much a mostly wholesome take on that concept. Because the deeper story of this, and like I said before, is where I think Studio Bind did an incredible job adapting this, is they pretty much took this manga, which was mostly a skit-based comedy, and they turned it into an actual story here. Mihari, the sister, is essentially trying to get Mahiro, the new sister, the boy turned into a sister, trying to get him to change his life, essentially. He's been a shut-in for a long time, and he really hasn't gone out. He hasn't met anybody. He
Yeah,
doesn't want to
drinks
socialize
sometimes.
with people. He just a shut-in. And Mihari has
No.
always looked up to her brother. She adored her brother, but she's honestly kind of seen that he's kind of stuck in his little rut. And so, yes, it seems like part of that whole plan was to turn him into a girl. and show him pretty much the outside world in a new light. It kind of turns this balance between different elements the story goes through. Yes, one concept is how Mihari really does love her brother and wants the best of him, wants to essentially save him. Yes, there's the concept of Mahiro and his desire to be a shut-in. But then there's those deeper elements of like Mahiro essentially coming out of his shell, going out to the outside world, meeting people, learning new joys in the world that he's never experienced before. And yes, all that has been created by that initial concept of Mihari turning him into a girl. But that's not to say there's no fun here. This show is an absolute blast to watch. It's just one that constantly brings a smile
What
to your
track
face, and the
limit? I
comedy
was
is
sideways.
absolutely hilarious. Seeing how, yes, Mahito sometimes forgets that he's a girl, and so he does things that you really shouldn't do when you're a girl, like running into the boys' bathroom and lifting up your skirt in front of the urinal, confronting the other boys in class and them completely being flustered because a girl's talking to them. All these different girls that he meets and befriends, and all their kind of fun together. It's just through and through, the show was just absolutely incredible. And just adding to that fact that Vine did an incredible job animating it. Just the animation, the Sakuga that was in it just was absolutely incredible. This was still back when Vine was in its heyday, before it kind of lost a lot of its staffers. And so it kind of shows really like a lot of the passion behind the group that did this.
There's gotta be more time.
The animators online, just seeing them in their
Nope, this is a real
celebration
number
of the
one.
show itself was just an absolute treat. Onimai, in the end, for me, is a perfect show. It is an absolute masterpiece. It is a prime example of taking a source material and doing something absolutely incredible with it. They move things around in the story so they can have a nice, amazing climax. at the
TLJ all
end.
over again.
And it was something that I was afraid of at first, but when they
I was
actually
afraid.
executed it, I was stunned. I cannot suggest enough. Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister is an absolute prime example of uncomfortable truths.
It's no Full
done in a
Metal
way
Panic.
That is
Nope.
super wholesome.
Never will be.
All packaged in an incredible job at the
Wholesome?
animators did. I highly suggest Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister. And yes, it is by far above and beyond, without a doubt, for me, the anime of 2023.
Do we tell
And there you have it.
Serranos?
That is my top 10. I'm
I think we
putting
have to tell him when he comes back.
the stamp on it. It's just done.
It's
I'm not gonna
Joker.
move around.
Gotta
them
let him
anymore.
know.
I've spent way too much time just kind of
I'm gonna
figuring
put on
out which
episode
one
3
will
right
go
now.
there, trying to figure out what will go here. My
You gotta
honorable
know.
mentions, the ones that unfortunately got cut. In the end, the children that I had to put on the side of the road and I felt so bad about.
Human Empire.
Dark Gathering
Thank
is
you.
one of them. I absolutely love Dark Gathering. It was an absolutely amazing horror show. Just didn't hold anything back. It gets super dark. It is easily one of my favorite horror animes in a long time. Yayoi of that series is just so twisted, and I love the crazy stuff that she does with the spirits. The mechanics that she's kind of figured out within that world is just super fascinating. Fate Strange Fake, I talked myself out
Fate
of this one. I
Strange
just, you know, like,
Fake?
it's an OVA.
It was
It's kind of
so
like a
good.
movie. I
Is
don't want
it?
to include it in a TV list, so that's how I
Like,
talked myself down from Fate
it's
Strange
just
Fake.
the
But Fate
preview,
Strange
it's
Fake
already so
is
good.
incredible. I absolutely adore this author's work, and it shows in this kind of take on the Fate franchise. And I cannot wait for them to come out with a series because it's that dark grittiness that I love. Like it reminds me a lot of Fate Zero, and I'm like, yes.
Oh,
give me
good.
that.
I love Fate
want that.
Zero.
It's so good. Ranking of Kings, I talked myself down on this one because technically, like, quite a bit of it was like skipped content from season 1, but I still loved it. Like, I got all the answers that I wanted that the first season didn't give me. All these insights into characters, and yes, finally a closure around Oaken that I wanted so badly.
Nice.
I adore Ranking of Kings, and I loved Treasure Chest of Courage. Handyman Saito was an absolute treat. I love that show. The only reason this one was the easiest one to take off my list, and that's mainly because there was this whole section in the middle
that
of the
Micronesian
series that I
Sith?
didn't like. But the rest of it, the beginning and the later part of it, I adored the show. It was so freaking funny. Especially the early part was so funny. And I love the characters. Zom 100, man, the hype died with that one because it had such a massive
it
delay.
stopped?
But I still really enjoyed it. It's like a rare, my gosh, why don't we have more zombie anime? And it was a lot of
High
fun.
School
It's
of the
just
Dead
a-
and Zom
it's just a
100. That's what we
joyride.
get.
Now, I will admit, and I wasn't really going to change my
wish High
thought
School of the
when
Dead
they
was better.
announced they were going to do the last
Oh,
three
I
episodes.
you know
for
I could wish
recently
anything was
because I
better.
like,
I think it's good enough.
I remember that part in the manga, and I hated it. Like I hated all the antagonist characters and their driving force, and it felt like a therapy session. Like this whole segment was like everybody's dying, but therapy session for a bunch of bad guys. It was kind of annoying, but I still loved it. Like this Zom 100 is a prime example of a zombie anime that we don't ever get anymore, and just taking it, having fun with it. It's an absolute joyride, and the coloring, the animation was incredible. it's one of the reasons why I'm not too mad about the idea that they.
When have we gotten
delayed for
zombie
so
anime?
long,
Usually
because
it's
at
like
least
demons
when they
in
came
anime.
back, they did it right. Now we'll argue that they should have
I
not
mean, we've
had
had
those
a
delays
few
to begin with because they should have
vampire
planned better. But it's a new studio. I don't know what's
Those
actually
are
going on
kinda
behind the
close now.
scenes. Hopefully, they get that stuff resolved if they ever do a second season. Next is Skip and Loafers, which is just fantastic characters.
I knew
it was
this guy
it's
would
a
like
slice
Skip
of
and
life,
Loafer.
very light drama
can just
series
tell.
that I
Yeah,
just
he's just like
adored the
Sopranos.
characters. The
Wait
character
a minute.
writing is so
He
fantastic.
exudes
It's just
character
one
love.
of those cases of seeing a group of people all being
But he
kind
likes
of
Onimai. Serrano's has some answering to do.
Yeah. And Alex watches this guy all the time for his Mushoku Tensei reviews, I guess.
Tokyo Ghoul is not zombie, Kitty Bear.
It's ghouls.
Yeah. That is, like, they're basically vampires.
It's true. It is more vampire, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they're just a different race of people that eat humans and have some sort of power system.
Yeah, the zombie, like, to be a zombie anime, they need to be brainless and they need to be, like, an unending force.
We're
I don't
here to
even
talk
think they
about
need
my
to be
favorite
brainless.
show.
They don't need to be brainless. Oh, yeah, your favorite show, Onimai.
Yeah, dude, his number one was actually Onimai.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
He's
it
not
was.
even
It
one
was.
yet.
It was. He justified it for like 3 minutes straight.
I know you talked about lying to me when I came back.
Serranos.
I'll
I
rewind
am
this.
dead
I'll
ass.
turn
I
this
did
bus
not
around.
lie.
And
Was
you'll
this
have
an
to suffer
honorable
with
mention
us.
then? Or we're
Yeah, we're in
skipping
This was an
honorable
honorable
mentions
mention.
Boo.
It's like his seventh
Skipping
one.
loafers.
But he's actually
Better.
going in depth, so it's nice. No, you don't need to have them be brainless in a zombie show because Return of the Living Dead had zombies that were
Yeah, I want to
smart.
stab Leon.
Work more.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking Shiki is basically zombies, even though it's specifically vampires.
Okay, Gemini said I'll believe him. He's the most trustworthy person in this stream.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he liked it.
No, I mean, I
He
can
liked
see somebody
Onimai.
liking it. I don't
It-
mind.
It was his number one.
He literally was like breaking down about how it like breaks down barriers and like it reveals things about people that you haven't thought about and forces you to look at these things that you may not have considered.
I think there
It's
are
like-
some good aspects to it, but there's also things I really hate.
Well, how would you know about the good aspects?
Because I watched some of it. Yeah, I watched like 4 episodes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What about stabbing, Leon? What about you? IJP, I'm sure you've lied to me.
Guys, we didn't reveal this, but this is actually Serranos' main channel. That's him right there.
Yeah, this is his face reveal.
I've just been sandbagging.
Sandbagging. Sitting over there with his 20,000 subscribers, never once shouting me out.
To be fair, if Brandon can't get you subscribers, he can't either.
Wait, Brandon anime guy Brandon or AH Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon anime guy Brandon.
I mean, Brandon's at 1,600.
Yeah, 1,600, and he can't get you any. And how many times have you been on his live streams?
Right, but this guy's got 20,000.
You're gonna get 3.
Just saying, the audience is bigger.
He's gonna give you less than you gave him.
It's true. Dang, it's so weird. These guys around me are like sticking with me, and
No way.
we're really
Fuck. Jimir just said Revi's husband is commenting on Leon's videos.
no way.
The literal
The
pedo.
lolly guy?
Yes, the actual pedo.
Wait, what? You mean the guy that was defending? What show was he actually defending?
That guy?
Yeah, the
She's a short stack. That guy?
He wasn't defending shows. He was defending.
Oh, just
pedophilia.
lolicon pedophilia.
No, not
Yeah.
lolicon. Pedophilia.
Because he was really talking like he was just a pedophile.
Yeah, I don't remember the show. Was there an actual show they were discussing?
I think he would just keep bringing up like certain character styles, but then every time he did, he was like, "That's not a lolly. That's an adult who's short. It's a short stack." And it's like, oh, why are
gotta
you
feel
the
bad for
champion of free speech right now?
Look, isn't he the one that like snubbed you and said that just wait?
No. The one that
that
was
was the other guy.
The other
That
guy,
was
yeah.
the
The
actor.
one who's not.
The other guy was
Pedophile.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, the dude who was like, "Yeah, it's coming on Friday. Don't worry." Why do you care about Lolicon when Thursday's coming? And I'm like, "What's happening Thursday?" Like, And then he just wouldn't tell me. It was like, what? Why not tell me?
Like, what are you talking about? I don't get it.
What? How do you not know? And it's like, because you didn't tell me. Oh no, it's really dry. I'm gonna burn these tires though.
Yeah.
With the wets.
Yeah, Dante struck gold with them.
That was genius.
And then which one kept going on other people's live streams? Was it the husband dude?
Had to be Revy's husband, right? Because the other guy, like,
Yeah.
he had to get ready for Doomsday.
Yeah, Revy's husband did like 3 debates that day and looked like a jackass in all of them, probably.
Wait, really? That same day? Just
Was it that day or that week? Because we tried looking up the debate. Because we forgot.
oh yeah,
Dante's
because we
name.
found another debate with the same guys. That's right.
Exactly.
I forgot. I totally
was
forgot.
wild.
I pushed all of that out of my brain. I was like, I ain't got time for this pedo shit. Comment on Leon's localizer video. Oh.
Oh no, it was probably about Fire Emblem Engage. They removed like all the romance from it, but the one everyone points to as like, no, actually it was okay because they removed like the ability to romance the Anna of that game, who's like a child.
Okay. He probably complains about that.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Sounds like something.
If he
he'd
knows
complain
about it, he's definitely complaining about it. Fire Emblem is literally unplayable
All right,
because
let's
of
see what we got.
Fire Emblem is literally
magnetized to the main
because of
character
it.
because of their nature, and then kind of seeing these different sides of all these people that are kind of normally wouldn't hang out, but now they're kind of hanging out because they all want to be around this one person. And getting into each one of those characters was just absolute brilliance. I really do hope we get another season because it really did feel like, yes,
Oh,
it just kind of
Oh no!
Show it.
Hold on,
This-
let me make
this
it
can't
bigger
be
so we
good.
can see it.
Did Leon like it? He probably liked it.
He
Does he know? He doesn't know.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. We got Revy's husband saying, instant subscribe to your channel since all content creators need to stick together.
Holy
Thumb up like
fuck.
from Leon. Much
Please reply
appreciated,
to
bud.
Leon saying this
I'll
dude's
check out your
literally a pedo.
content.
No, no. Reply saying he's literally a pedo.
Don't look. For the love of God. Don't look.
Us content creators gotta stick together. Why are you trying to stick
I
your
think
dick
I
in
think you
kids?
scroll down, you'll see my comment.
Oh my goodness. Buck Tat.
Bucket hat. He's wearing
Oh.
a bucket hat.
He's got a bucket hat in this video? I don't look at videos anymore. I just put them on. Everybody use Photoshop.
Dude, bucket hats were so cool.
Crusade
when
against these
Jinx was,
talentless
like,
and
wearing
fan baiting localized.
It's like going his bucket hat.
That's why Revy's husband showed up. He was like, hey, that's a nice little bucket hat. Reminds me of some fan art I posted on Twitter. You should check it out.
No, oh my god. He was linking to like that J dude who was like exclusively posting pedo shit.
God, that's the worst.
Yeah, it was really bad. Revy's husband, Jay, all of them can get the axe.
Yeah, and then Revy's husband was like, my friend Jay. It was like, whoa! I don't know what this means, but it sounds
My
bad.
friend Jay made a thread. He made a thread, and then you look at his like media tab, and it's Nezuko porn or some shit like that. And I'm not talking like adult Nezuko or even normal Nezuko. I'm talking
The
child.
chibi one. The little one you put in a box. God, you monsters.
These people are bad people. They ain't good.
Is Jay your supplier? He was his supplier.
Oh, and then people were trying to be like, Revy's husband, you mean Rev Sesestu? And it's like, no, I don't mean that person.
No, Revy's husband 343. The guy that uses our words to hide his degeneracy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta get out of these tires are dead. They're so
Yeah.
gone.
Jay was definitely his supplier. The thing is, you spell it Jay. It took me like an hour to find him because I kept spelling it like that, but it's just a J, I think.
It's just the letter J.
Just the letter J. You kept calling him Mr. J or whatever.
God, what is
Or
he?
something like that. He
The
was fucking
Harlequin?
Joker.
Oh, of course he would be Harlequin. God dang it! Ah, why does the world work?
He really wants to be Onimai, and not just so he can look at kids.
Gross. Gross. Hopefully Leon gets the word.
I mean, I doubt he recognizes this person.
I don't think he has any idea who this guy is.
I don't remember. Did his YouTube channel have any issues? Or was it just the Twitter when we went to it?
I think his YouTube channel had like. I honestly don't remember. I think it was just his Twitter.
Let's check it out.
Don't check out his Twitter, for the love of God.
My 2 cents on Twitch's new TOS. It has Klee and the other lolly, one of the other lollies from Genshin.
Why do you know that Loli's name?
Oh, Klee is great.
Klee?
Okay, Klee had that commercial when they
Just Klee's
first dropped
funny.
where it was like, Klee is the one you want for an explosive time in Genshin Impact. And she's like running around with bombs and shit. Like, that was a great... I don't care who
Klee's
you are.
voice actor is really cute.
I was joking. I only know Klee because there's a meme about you're not supposed to know her name.
Oh, is that the meme? Okay.
Yeah, the meme is you're a pedo if you know Klee's name.
Mr. Anime 343 plays Armored Core 6.
Oh no.
Armored Core 6. Well, I mean, I guess he is human. As far as we're aware.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to be so far behind.
Ended. It didn't really feel like a very satisfying end, and I want more of it. And finally, I'm going to mention Insomniacs After School. I adored that series as well. It was a really incredible series. Also, Overtake, Pluto. Pluto was great. Miggy and Dally. Oh my gosh, Miggy and Dally is great. I love Miggy and Dally. Masterful Cat, Sacrificial Princess, Bang Dream. Is
Just
my
keep
go.
listing
That one
everything.
too.
What?
Vinland Saga second season was really good as well.
Wait, Vinland
top
Saga
10.
didn't get his top 10?
80,000 gold. Anything else I want to mention? To Your Attorney second season was great. Tsurune second season was incredible. My gosh. Danmachi, Dr. Stone, Butareba. I gotta stop. Anyways, that's my top anime of the year 2023. It was an incredible year. I would admit way too many shows. I really hope that the anime industry kind of dials it back because even though I listed like 20
Yeah,
shows or something like that,
Tires.
there's a lot of bad shows. I watched over 200 shows. There's a lot of bad shows.
One.
But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this list as always. If you did, make sure that like button down below. Comment again.
Oh,
let me
yeah,
know what
he
your
says-
top 10 anime are of 2023.
Ravi's husband says, I don't trust some ordinary gamers because he doesn't like pedophiles.
Wait. Why would you not trust... In what? Some ordinary gamer talking about Christian? Or...
Okay, but at the same time, some ordinary gamers, I'm gonna fault him because he was clearly content farming.
Here's this.
Oh,
Mean
when he was
content
like just
farming.
doing a video that was like, hey, did you see all the cool stuff that the other guy did?
No, but he's posting like all these super content farming things on Twitter,
Oh, interesting.
where it's just like, reply below for your favorite sandwich flavor.
That's gay.
Yeah, it was shit like that, and then he was like, I actually hate lollies. All of them.
Here's the video. from
Wait, am I
Ravi's
thinking of the
husband.
same Just Some Gamer? Is the guy he like...
Yeah,
Yeah, ordinary gamers.
Mudahar. He's the Indian guy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, guys? With ordinary gamers, Mudahar.
Except he's also
Does it start?
Goodness. Oh, I just hit a water patch.
Yeah,
Is this
that
gonna
was the,
start?
That was the drama Jemmy.
Sweet Ghiblis.
That was the drama Jemmy. He hates lollies, but also like actively watch snuff films.
Is this like a minute and a half intro?
Yeah. Okay. Here I
Is
am
this
at
the
the
dude's
intro.
video?
This dude has a minute and a half of just like music
Put it
to
on
start off
screen.
his
Put it on
video.
screen.
Oh wait, why is it not on the screen? Pop. Attach.
I
There we
actually
go.
don't really. Oh no, Mudahar's friends with Hassan. That should say enough.
Gross.
Is that Revy?
Yeah.
That's Mr. Anime 343.
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Roman.
Oh, that voice.
343. Back at it once again, and guys,
Don't rub your hands in front of the mic.
Not actually seen the debate between me and Digital Overlord. I will be leaving a link to.
Don't link to that. You
down
look terrible.
I think you should turn him up
Thank
some.
you, Dante's.
Turn it up.
Please.
He's like his music is so much louder. Yeah.
His music is louder.
His music was
Oh,
way
yeah.
louder than he is now.
Rant room for actually making that
Yeah, he's friends
possible.
with
I
Hassan.
really do appreciate it.
That's good.
You're totally awesome. Go check out Dante's Rant Room and tell him Mr. Anime 343 sent you if you haven't yet. But today, guys,
Hey,
I
I've
wanted
got
to
more
talk to you
subs than
guys
Mr.
about one
Anime.
particular person that's actually been
Thank
getting on the
God.
radar as of late, and that person is Mudahar, aka Some Ordinary Gamers. Now, this dude actually has been popping off about freaking lollies, but
Freaking
I actually
lollies.
just got off the
Lollies.
freaking lolly debate.
Freaking
I didn't want to
lolly
actually
debate.
jump back on it again.
freaking lolly to
You know he wanted to jump back into lollies the second he stopped talking about lollies.
I just got off that debate, bro. You were in like four of
lolly
them.
debate.
I didn't want to get back into it. Yes, you did. You absolutely wanted to get back into it.
The freaking lolly.
But it's like, a no-win
lolly.
situation. Nobody actually wins in those types of things.
Yeah.
I'm
we
still
all
pro
lost.
lolly, okay? I actually choose to die on that hill.
No, no.
Excuse me. But in all seriousness, Mudahar is actually making mountains out of molehills.
Gross.
Creating a freaking
Say it.
a huge mess.
Is this
of, like,
scripted or
freaking
not? What are we doing?
People coming out and saying things like,
This guy just remembered that he has to do the dishes later. There's huge pause where he's like, Mudahar's covering up things like, oh shit, I forgot. I left the stove on. I hope I can get through this in time. The fuck am I talking about? Muda what? Am I having Indian later? What am I talking? His brain just stopped.
He just had a soft reset.
he actually support freaking
Oh.
Mexican beheading videos and actual
A
people
what?
being harmed.
Mexican beheading video?
Wait, what is
Yeah,
he talking about?
This is
though?
just,
What do you...
Okay,
this is
he
just him.
says. Okay, let me explain.
Translate.
So Mudahar, when he was arguing about he was shaming people for liking lollies and shit, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. He had some take about lollies. It doesn't matter. But people pointed out that he had a morbid curiosity and enjoyed watching stuff like snuff films and cartel beheading videos.
Okay. So did everyone who was born in the 90s and 80s.
Yeah.
And probably the 2000s.
Yeah.
I mean, being fascinated with death is kind of normal.
Yeah, you're always like, man, what's the end going to be like? How am I going to go? And you watch someone else and you're like, man, that would suck to go that way.
Also, yeah, men and women very much have it with two different ways. Men really like seeing people die. And women are focused on the people who are killing other people.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's fair.
Never even
I
thought
think
about
it's
that.
mostly just that.
Because
he
yeah,
was
you
trying to
know
build a
how
brand stuff.
every woman is into true crime.
Oh, yeah.
60 to 80%.
Yep.
Serial killer,
Mhm.
love letters, all that stuff.
Yeah, women are very interested in the people doing violence. Men are interested in just the violence. That's
Yeah.
That's generally how it goes.
My mom's been listening to way too much of that shit recently.
Oh, no.
You understand? She's listening to Katie, 10 to Life and Nancy Grace live streams and shit. And they're just the most boring things you ever heard, like Reddit synopses of someone's entire
All right,
fucking
everybody,
life
we're gonna listen
before
to
it
this
gets
one.
to the actual violent event. It's super annoying.
This one is titled "The Axe Murderer Who Used a Knife."
No, I'm serious. They're like, I feel like that 10 to Life lady's just fucking reading off Reddit, like her descriptions of these
probably.
events. You know? Like, there's no way she's researching this shit.
No, never.
Doing a CYOA, which means cover your own ass.
Thought you
I
should
want
do
to
that.
personally thank the mechanic
That's
for
choose
that
your own
one,
adventure.
because he's the one who actually coined the CYOA. But 9 times out of 10, guys,
He's edited
if you're
this.
actually gonna harm actual victims instead of actually freaking
He made this, didn't he?
freaking saying, you know, fictional characters actually leads to, you know, IRL issues. That's like actually saying freaking video games
Oh,
actually
that's
causes
yeah, okay. I forgot that was his take. That yeah, if you like Lolicon, you're probably a pedophile in real life. That was his take. And then people were pointing out that he actively watched cartel videos, which, you know, do video games make you violent? Do cartel videos make you want to murder things?
Well, I would wonder.
there's
Like
you
the
can make
argument
an
would be
argument there.
more: does watching cartel videos support the cartel? Does it propagate cartel violence or something like that? Whereas like watching Lolly that leads to watching of CP is going to lead to more violence against children. And this whole idea, and I hate this whole part of his argument of like watching and enjoying Lolly doesn't lead to CP, and it's like it 1000% does. You cannot tell me that you watching that do not get messed up in the head in a way that makes you view that as okay, even if they were like normal people. It's such a no, I disconnected it because of my autism. It's like, I don't believe you, for one, and you're going to stay away from every child I know. And number two, even if that were true, that is not true for every single person. And the existence of, like, I'll even just say, like, hardcore and softcore lolly porn, like, it exacerbates and should be not, like, you should not make it. Should not make it. And if you make it, we'll put you in a box and send you to an island.
YouTube keep recommending me tranny D&D channels.
Dude, that sounds awesome.
Like, why would I want to watch this guy?
Do they have the crippled goblin in it? I want to see the crippled
Yeah, the goblin in a wheelchair from 5th edition or whatever.
Like, would you want to watch this person, Michael?
Oh, I'm supposed to pull them up.
You pull
You
that
know
up.
what?
You pull that up, Michael.
No.
But why would I want to watch that guy talk about D&D?
Why? They're like dressing like fucking Linkara. Who thought that was a good idea?
Oh god, those real life pictures are even worse.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not trans, I'm just ugly.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's not a good look.
It's better than their Linkara photos, but still.
Shootings. It doesn't make any sense. Where's the correlation between a fictional character, mind you,
It's like a slightly thinner
Mind
Jim
you.
Sterling.
something that is actually happening? People don't stop and actually think for 1 second.
What? You... Yeah, we
But
do.
yeah, you know,
We
got
think about the
freaking
consequences of
people
your actions.
coming out and
Think
lashing out against
thing.
Mudahar. And
So
some of
why
these
is this one
people,
brown?
I really do have to appreciate them
'Cause it's
for
Muda.
actually coming out.
Because it's Muda.
Although I will actually, blur out their names and stuff, because I don't want people going around and harassing them, especially like some of the simps for freaking Mudahar.
Ah, what the hell's an oomphy?
Oh, I actually
Is
just
that a
learned
word
it
I
means
need to like add to my beware list?
Oh
No.
yeah, I just hear beware.
I actually
Somebody
just learned
uses
what
that
it
in conversation.
means,
They're
yeah.
a freaking weirdo.
Yeah, that's what that means. But B, it also means like just your followers.
One of my
Oh.
followers.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just learned that today. Fun fact.
All right.
Oh, I can't stand those guys. The fanboys of Mudahar.
Mudahar has
And yet,
fanboys?
this dude actually.
Yeah, of course. he's a
Mudahar
channel.
feels like such a dry delivery channel. I find it so hard to think of someone who's like, yeah, I'm a huge fan of his. Like, oh, I really liked his video on X. I can see that all day long. Or like, I loved his video on Y. Yeah, sure, I could see that. But like being like, I really love Mudahar. I'm like, how? Who? What do you mean? I mean, what is it you like about talking to tech support about everything? Like, no, there's certain things that he does and he gets in depth and it's pretty fun. But outside of that, it's like, all right, he's just talking about a thing. And even things I'm interested in, I'll still be like, man, the way you talk to me is not exciting. Where's Wendigoon? Wendigoon, read this script for me.
Man, people should pay Wendigoon to read scripts for them.
Oh, maybe that's what I'll
Hey
do
guys,
to
today
get my
we're gonna
channel to
talk
blow
about-
up.
Yeah. Yeah, just make the Evangelion video and then pay
Wendigoon to read it.
read it.
There we go.
Hey Wendigang, today we're going to be modding our 3DS on the new system update. Alright, so first what you're going to want to do is buy these 18 tools.
No, freaking rain.
Freaking
Come on, you only
aligns itself, like I said, with Nuxtaku. A dude that's actually big.
Wait, what's wrong with Nux Taku? Is Nux good or bad?
I think Nux
It's kind of annoying.
has-
Yeah, I find Nux
bad.
annoying, but like I don't think I have any ill will against him.
I think he's just pointing out that you're friends with people who are like okay with Ollie
Or
or
against it?
something. I don't fucking
Maybe
know.
is
I mean,
Nux
okay.
Nux against it, but pro is it the pro free speech anti lolly position that sucks? Sucks to be on.
I don't know. This was a while ago.
Getting shit on, and has constantly been in so many beasts that I'm surprised he actually hasn't even been shoot off the internet.
Yeah,
But he's always
shoot
like
him.
a horsefly. He'll always come back.
A horsefly.
In
No one
fact,
knows
that's
who
why I
that is.
actually, I don't agree with everything Nux says,
No.
but I still respect him to a degree.
Wait, why?
But Mudahar, however, that's a different story.
Mudahara?
No
Mudahara.
respect.
I
He's
edited
just
in
a
these
deplorable
graphics, but I
human
can't take
being.
another.
That
I
does
mean,
not,
I can't with this guy.
I
Like,
hate his lighting.
I have
What the
to-
fuck?
I have to say, this guy makes me believe in physiognomy.
Oh, yeah. Can
Physiognomy.
you read his phrenology?
phrenology? He really makes me believe that's the thing with his voice. It's
Hmm.
like, based on his personal characteristics, he just seems like a pedophile.
Yeah, I'm not for it. Where's that pedo hunting channel that can just like be like, hey man, I got the lolly, but it's like IRL lolly. Come check it out, and then like catch him in the act.
Predator poachers?
Yeah, one of those channels.
You were here to meet with a 13-year-old anime girl. What do you prove?
No, they're not real. They're not real. I told you it was IRL. And you're like, no, no. He just whips out like the Halo beam saber
Yeah,
thing.
Predator poachers one I know, yeah. That's when I see their videos sometimes.
Yeah, who's the guy that got that fat black guy?
Yeah, Predator poachers, I think actually was them.
Hmm.
Chris Hansen, where are you
Look,
when we need you?
EDP did nothing wrong if you think about it.
That's kind of the
I
point
think
of
there
those
was
channels,
some
isn't it?
other. I think there was some other channel that also got EDP.
Because if they do,
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
if they
yeah,
do
There's a
something,
second one.
if they do something wrong, it should be the cops that show up, not a YouTuber.
Yeah. I'm more confused because I never actually followed up on the second people that caught him. And I feel like that was probably bullshit.
You think the second one was bullshit?
Yeah, because it's just people who ran up. I feel like it was just people who ran up to him at like a 7-Eleven or some bullshit.
And one of them looked young and was like, "What, do you think I'm hot?" And he was like, "Yeah." And then they got it on video.
No, I think it was literally people dressed as like clowns ran up to him at like an In-N-Out
Oh,
and just started filming and like accused him of pedo shit or something.
that's kind of funny
know.
though. Everybody loves clowns.
Yeah, it is. It is, and he deserves it. but,
Night
like-
meet, night bad
I feel like
film
that's
student.
some- Oh shit, he changed his name. Oh, no he didn't. Man, logging out 14 different accounts.
Too many accounts.
Freaking go and say stuff that actually aligns with the person's views and stuff.
Oh, deep
It's
breath.
just absolutely freaking ridiculous. I can never understand why people always actually have to say that Loli is actually freaking a gateway drug to real life harm.
I don't know. Maybe it's
Because
the
they see
child
you.
It
acts.
doesn't freaking work.
They
Okay?
see you and it
People
all
just
kind of
really need
clicks.
to learn
Yeah.
to get the hell out.
Yeah, we're looking. It makes perfect sense from my angle. I don't know how else to explain this to you, man. Do you have any mirrors in your home? Maybe. Did you watch this video? Did you watch this as you uploaded it?
I would appreciate better lighting and maybe
And then
ditch the
stuck.
hat.
Who is this poor black guy? He's stuck in the corner.
I think it's Dave Chappelle.
Racist.
The internet.
damn video.
In fact, you
I
actually have
wanna
to have
be
a
here.
certain understanding between fiction and reality if you're going to be on the internet. I actually need to do this since I need to practice what I preach.
Oh, you mean you have trouble with fiction and
Let me just
reality?
simply say,
Ah!
come at this with a bit of common sense.
He outed himself. We got him. Where's the big red button? We got him, boys. I have
Took his
trouble with fiction and reality. Oh my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
They got him with dogs. Beautiful dogs. Busted in the door with a robot, and there he was, crying on the ground as the dogs surrounded him. Oh my goodness.
That's the only thing that's actually missing around the internet. Common sense.
I wish
Okay.
you were missing around the internet.
Seriously. People really need to learn a little thing called common sense.
Is that what I need?
I mean, I don't use it as much, but the only time I do use it is whenever I'm actually trying to talk to idiots.
Look, guys, there's no correlation between what you accuse me of doing and what I actually do, even though they're the same.
Even though I have no common sense and I have trouble distinguishing reality from fiction. Oh my goodness.
Look, there's
But
no
just remember one
correlation.
thing.
Look, just because he's a pedo who likes Lolly doesn't mean Lolly is a gateway to pedo. Like, fuck this
I was
guy.
a pedo before I saw Lolly. Explain that, atheist. Gross.
Piece of shit.
You know, SJWs, people who cry lollies are actually pedophilic or shit like that. Let me just actually say this.
Say it. They are.
I don't care.
Oh
You guys are just saying stuff just so you can actually freaking get your little beepies going.
no! Not about my fifis, man.
It just kind of
It's
aggravates
about my
me.
facts.
I'm not good at debating people. I mean, heck,
We know.
I know that there were a few naysayers in the comments of the
To bring the
Debate,
SJWs
say-
into this.
I couldn't be able to debate, and neither could Digital Overlord. No offense, but he kind of sounded to me like he was playing off as like a SJW, trying to actually get a few.
Can't
points.
believe he's
My
actually
fucking
saying
lord.
SJW and not like Wokester or Wokescold or like one of the newfangled terms we have. This is such an old reference feeling.
This is insane.
Whereas I was coming, however, with facts and logic.
No, you don't. You're not Ben
You know,
Shapiro.
I'm not
Look in the
good at
mirror.
using like words.
You are not one of the chosen tribe. I promise you.
He looked the worst.
Ugh.
But sometimes people need to learn to get out of their comfort zones.
No, I'm staying in my comfort
And-
zone where I don't watch
That's what I did.
Lolly.
I chose to get out of my comfort zone to do a debate and try something new.
I got out of my comfort zone watching Onimai, so I stopped watching Onimai.
Good.
Why'd you turn green there?
Why did I turn
Me?
green?
Why did Michael turn green there?
I don't know. Why am I turning green?
I don't know. I got 13th. Yay, lucky number.
I think my.
That's
I
kinda
think I'm
bad.
lagging out.
I think you should do
no.
better.
I should do better. I'll do better next time. We'll finish this here.
Send that video to Leon.
I will.
And all I gotta say, Mudahar, you should be ashamed of yourself. If you actually really freaking didn't want to actually freaking end up in this situation you are in, stop complaining about lolies and learn to take up responsibility for your actions. Anyway, guys, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash the like button if you enjoyed this, subscribe if you're new, and hit that notification bell for future updates. And as always, just remember these 4 things. Respect the rights of fan service, enjoy your fandoms, embrace your degeneracy, as long as it's legal, don't hurt anyone else, enemies freedom. Until next time, guys, I'm Mr. Enemy 343. God, anime, mecha, BT waifu, fucking speed.
That's kind of cringe that he's trying to...
That was an insanely long outro.
It's kind of cringe that he's trying to copy... What was it? I forgot his name. Razor Fist.
Is that a Razor Fist thing?
Yeah, he says, God fucking speed. Like that. His is just better, because he's better.
Well, he doesn't have the worst lisp in America.
Oh, it gets worse. Oh, it definitely gets worse.
He's not literally Russell Greer. That's how it's not worse.
Excuse me.
Hey, I forget that Leon's like actually up at night when I'm
Oh,
streaming,
did he message you back?
So when I DM him, he's like, "Why does that name ring a bell?" And I was like, "Well, let me tell you."
Let me tell you. Here's a story of a guy in a big blue world.
I wonder if he has time. If I should bother sending him the lolly.
Get him on stream
debate
right
review.
now. See if he's working right now. Get him on stream.
Sorry, Leon, we hate to inform you, the worst person you've ever met knows you.
The worst guy you've ever met commented on your video.
It's such a weird thing too. It's like so and so commented his video, and it would have been fine if there was just like the thumbs up and the little circle thing. Because I click that on anybody
I'll
that does
check
something.
out your
But
content.
I'll check out your content. Oh no!
Us YouTubers gotta stick together.
He's got a roommate passed out on the bed, so no no Leon tonight, but we'll talk later about it.
Yeah, we gotta show him his catalog.
There's something you need to know. It's something he wasn't
We did
telling
something.
you.
Look, Leon, we did some digging into this guy whose content you said you would watch. We don't think you should follow through on that.
Barney, get this guy a cigarette. Who the hell's Barney? You see that guy right there? Oh shit!
What the hell are you posting in this in the private chat?
Oh, this is what I was talking about. That YouTube was trying to get me to watch these tranny D&D YouTubers. This is one of them.
They look like Linkara.
They do.
Like I said, they look like a thinner Jim Sterling.
Yeah, I could see that too.
No, pull up the Lightbringer.
Was that the middle one?
I don't know.
That's Scream.
I don't know what
Scream.
order I went in.
Yeah, that's the middle
This
one.
first one's definitely the most sterling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was an info to Razor. I think you're a little behind, Jimmy.
Didn't he say that a minute ago? He said that like 3 minutes ago.
He's just like copy pasting.
No, he said that like look at the timestamp. That was like 3 minutes ago.
Oh yes, DJ. He was talking about Muda. I don't look at timestamps. I look at the YouTube chat live on YouTube. Oh man. Okay. How the fuck do I find that out? What do you mean? How do I find that out? Same way I find everything out. Oh, this is good. Okay, so for the new year, for 2024, plan on putting together an actual like stream schedule in which you can look at a calendar and you're like, oh yeah, look, Blaine's streaming, and it should be designed in such a way that if something gets planned for that day or that time by myself or my wife, that it will remove that stream. So there'll be like a known stream schedule. And also to get more consistent with the games that we play on any given day. That we have
So we'll have Raft days.
Raft Day, Zomboid Day, GT7 Day, all that kind of stuff. I want to get more consistent with that because I think locking myself into that schedule is going to help me get the Evangelion Manifesto out even better. If I can say, hey, 30 days, here we go. We're gonna
Embrace the
get this out.
autism.
Yeah, just the big thing is that I've got all the stuff now to finish this bathroom remodel. So as soon as that is completed, then I can put the rest of my time elsewhere.
Do you want to make Friday the Raft Day, or do you want to have that be just the wild card day?
Oh, that would be fun to do.
Raft time Fridays,
because then we could get everybody on while we're playing.
Because yeah, there's 8 players, I think it was, right?
Well, yeah, 8 players on Raft.
It's too bad Michael can't play any games. His computer can't play any games.
True.
Michael, were you going to beg him for the components? Get down on your knees
Wait, what component?
for
do you want my
like his old
components?
GPU. Yeah. Well,
No, I don't
like
I've
you don't have
got-
a CPU, but you have like most of their
If
pieces.
you get a motherboard and a CPU, I have everything else. I have the power supply, the graphics card, and the RAM.
I guess you
I'm
need a
good with
storage
that for now.
though, but Michael, you can't play games.
I'm fine with that.
You fine with not being
I'll
able to
live.
play games, or you want to
Yeah,
be my first charity case?
I don't need charity.
Oh,
just
are
don't
you
need to
are
play
you
games.
back where you want this sent yet, or do you still want me to wait?
Oh no, you gotta wait.
Okay.
You gotta
You
wait.
can't send that to his house. That's not cool. His mom's
What
gonna
if I
find
wrap
out.
it? What if I wrap it in like a dildo box so that people are like, "Wow,
Oh, okay.
so
that's
progressive of you, Mike."
fine. I'm glad you're looking to figure out how to pleasure women.
You need charity. He will never understand idiot pedos that post pro pedo shit.
You need charity, Michael. You're a
Neither do
Californian.
Nah. I'll just get food stamps and then transfer them.
What was that comment from? I don't see any of that in the YouTube chat that you just said.
What? Oh,
He will never get it.
Leon in a DM. I'm
Okay.
leaking DMs by
You're
reading them.
leaking DMs, you
Yeah.
bastard.
I am the bastard.
Cringe.
You know how I talked to you about Raft, another game that just like popped up that is like Raft that I saw? It was one of the demos I played called Void Train. Basically, it's Raft, but just worse. You have a train. It does look decent. It looks pretty nice. I like the aesthetic, but it was just boring and there's just no content in it yet. It came out like early this year. I'm gonna see if they how the updates have gone, because it seems really bleak and boring. Oh yeah, a review posted from last week. Void Train actively disrespects your time. That's the first sentence. So yeah, I don't think it got better yet.
Oh, do you want to have the open world discussion right now?
The open world, sure.
Oh yeah, do you have your camera on? Is that why you're black? Your black box?
I don't know why it's black, honestly.
Yeah, it's like you have your webcam on, but you're not. You have nothing hooked up to
You want me
your
to reload myself?
I guess you can.
That'll
I
probably fix it.
don't need it. As long as I can hear you, we're fine.
Yeah, I figured it was fine since you guys were still responding.
Yeah. But what do you want to say about open world games?
No, there's nothing inherently wrong with them, even though I think a lot of the recent ones are lazy.
Yeah.
True.
Like they're very empty, and I think that is a problem that can.
It's
that-
not actually
that- it makes me
specifically that they're
quick-
empty. It's actually just the content that is there is crap.
I agree. They're crap, and there's like a lot of just walking between places is why I describe as empty. And I think that itself is only
I
a
think a
problem that
big
comes
problem
up
with a lot of open world games is you can't really orient yourself on the map very well. Is the fact that the map is meant to be looked at from a map rather than you just walking around. Trying to find where you are on lots of like Ubisoft maps and whatever is kind of difficult.
That's because everything looks the same on an Ubisoft game.
Yeah.
Here's the
Just
here's the biggest thing, okay? And I stand by this in any game. Fast travel ruins map design.
Yeah, generally, it's a bad idea because it lets you cheat.
Mhm.
It lets you cheat your map, and it makes it so you don't have to care about traversal being enjoyable.
You play Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. You're going for shrines just so you can have more places to like spawn towards. Like the getting health and stuff is nice to get, but all you're trying to do is not have to run across the map. And it's like, why'd you make the map so big if you're making me not want to walk across it?
That's what I would talk about. I would talk about Tears of the Kingdom is the fact that you don't really have to fast travel half the time unless you want to go on the other side of the map, because there's usually stuff between where you are and where you want to go that's enjoyable to do. Because there's going to be a shrine on the way.
You I don't know. I started.
There's
a
a billion paths to go down. That's what I mean. It's like
Right.
yeah.
And even games I love mess this up. So like Dark Souls, once you can fast travel, suddenly they were like, well, I guess we can have dead ends that don't really make sense in the world now. And as soon as they do that, you get these really weird unfinished areas. Now, is it because of the time crunch of finishing the game, or is it because they could just fast travel out of there and I didn't have to worry about it? You know, it could be either one.
Like the ones that feel okay are like Nido and the Archives. Those feel okay to have dead ends on, but what was the Lost Isles is kind of a obvious one.
That whole
It's
place just went to shit.
You just you only have really a straight line to travel down. There's nothing to find outside of the straight line you're traveling between the bonfires and the boss.
Very few twists.
Mhm.
The only looping path is like a crazy unlock that most first-time players won't know how to do.
They won't even know it exists,
And
basically.
Actually, I think the one game
think
that
it's-
pulls off fast travel well would be Fallout 3.
I was going to
that
stick with
works.
Dark Souls to say that Dark Souls 3 actually does this better, even though it doesn't have any kind of map looping, basically. It has it only inter-area. It has like a loop inside specific areas. But I think the map feels better because you are kind of going down a path and it's constantly changing your environment.
What about portals between two places in the overworld? If you can make it make sense in the story and having that portal doesn't cause me to not want to walk across the rest of the map. Because here's the thought I can't have. If you're going to put two portals in your map, I can't think, why is it here and not another one over here? So if it's like technology that people came up with, I can't be going like, why can't I just teleport everywhere? Why am I wasting time walking? That thought can't go in my brain. So if you have something that makes it so that makes sense and it's not like just close enough that if it was somewhere better, I would prefer the game. That's tough.
Oh, one way that makes it so much better is like Oblivion, where you are actually no, that's not. It was Morrowind. It was Morrowind because you have 3 separate fast travel chains that go between specific areas.
Like choo-choos?
Because they're trains. They're basically different trains.
That kind of makes sense.
Which is a lot better to do because you'll go in between your hubs, but you still have to care about getting to and from back from the city when you're going on a quest.
Yeah,
you're going for a quest. Doing stuff like that is much, much better. Do not allow free fast travel. Like he's talking about portals between overworld. It kind of could be akin to a portal. If you're having portals between specific areas when you have a huge map, that can make a lot of sense. Like, say, if you want to do this in Tears of the Kingdom, you take out the actual teleporting to shrines. You can't teleport freely in the overworld. You actually have to go to like the horse places, and you can freely travel between those when you can get to those. And if you design the map more around that, it would be more interesting. You'd probably shrink.
Give you shit about that very issue.
I think it is nice to have Hyrule be somewhat large, but I think you probably would want to shrink it down because you're going to take fast travel out. Part of the reason they can get away with it is because you can teleport back to the sky or whatever when you want to and just go wherever. and you can get like a lot of what mitigates the fast or the a lot of what mitigates the like traveling in Breath of the Wild is the fact that you can just fly places. You can fly to all of the towers, and you could not just like glide, but you could shoot out and go across like a bunch of the map.
Yeah,
And it's really easy to see stuff and orient yourself.
And being
because-
able to teleport to the sky and jump out
Yeah.
makes it like
Yeah.
that much easier too.
Part of what I do think is like really well designed about the
Mhm.
Zelda map is you can navigate just going around because you can recognize lots of parts of the map and get around using that.
Right.
Yeah.
My friends gave me such shit about that very issue. But what shit did they give you? Are you making a game where you got 2 portals between places in the overworld?
Yeah,
You
you,
gotta
could
be
also
very
kinda-
careful about it being.
yeah, you
That
could
is the
describe, like,
other
what's
thing
going on
too
there,
is like
yeah.
if you're going to include fast travel, it does need to be so limited and kind of weird. Like in Link to the Past, where you get the duck, the fast travel is like the base of the mountain, the entrance to the forest / the town, your house, a weird place next to the lake, and just south of the first temple. Like it's sort of weird where you can travel to. It doesn't actually, when you go there, it doesn't feel like it's useful until you've walked and explored the map, and suddenly you're like, oh, I know I want to go here so that I can, get here a little bit faster.
Yeah,
So
I'll go
it's-
to another game I do like in terms of its fast travel. There's a couple different ways you can get around quickly. There are some huge open spaces that are connectors between zones that you have to use an ability to get across, basically. I think you don't have to technically. You can like do silly jumps and stuff, but basically you need like the rocket burst to get across a couple different connecting zones. But largely to fast travel, you're going to be using the stag beetles, like the stag network. And the stag network will get you around between like almost every zone, and then you have to explore from there, which is kind of what I was talking about with Morrowind. And I think it works really well in Hollow Knight when they did it that way. Because it's not really too hard. It's fun to move around in Hollow Knight. The movement options you get are fun. So moving around each zone is usually pretty cool. And any challenging platforming is part of the game very much. And then getting between the zones is something you unlock like as you get early into the zone. So you can go back, you get stonewalled somewhere, you go to a different part of the map. Stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
it's
there
the
is
old- the
there's a
old
couple
Nintendo
trains.
system.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are a couple trains as well that are separated, like train cars that will take you laterally across the map in certain areas, which are separate from the stag beetles. And then there's a couple elevators that do the same thing vertically, usually transfer you from one zone to another. So yeah, I like the way that goes as a quote unquote fast travel system. But I definitely prefer the style where there's stations that will take you from place to place in the world. That's my favorite way to have it done because it immerses you in the world. It has extra bits for lore and stuff like that. Because it feels much more integrated in the gameplay rather than going to a menu, then you click on your map and you just teleport.
And like waiting for that load screen when it's like, here's a hint for the game. Like, I hate
Because the thing
screen.
is, you're choosing when you're suspending the game rather than you're waiting till you get to the point where you suspend the game, and then it feels much more natural that you have to go to these points because that feels realistic. Like I said, immersion.
Motion.
Mhm.
Motion dicing.
That's something I look for a lot in most media is to be immersed. So stuff that enhances that is naturally something I will rate better.
Does it make sense? Yeah. It's just a simple question to ask, but sometimes it's a really hard thing to actually think about as you're putting it together. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it because I need to wake up and get this bathroom done. Thank you very much for hanging out with me on this first wonderful stream of the year. We talked a lot. We had some fun. We played some games. We settled some lands. We raced some races. And we watched some people that I don't want to associate with. And some people that I do want to associate with. We met a new guy who's got a weird taste. Weird taste, but he's articulate in a way that makes me okay with his taste. So I'm excited. We'll reach out. We'll see what we can put together. And everyone have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will catch you all tomorrow for the very first Waifu Wednesday of the year.
Woo, let's go!
Yeah.
We have one.
Am I
Oh,
able
we're
to
not even gonna
see
put a
the
waifu on it yet
animated
because, like, the
We might
main charac- the main-
finalize last year. We may do a mass for
we
all
should
of
probably
last
do-
year.
Probably last year because the one character we got yesterday was
actually-
a 4-year-old child.
We get like 3 shows tomorrow.
Oh, we get 3 shows tomorrow. Okay.
Actually, we get Delicious in Dungeon, don't we?
Hmm.
Ooh, fun, exciting.
I think we actually get 2 good animes
So
tomorrow.
we'll review last year's waifus and look forward to this new season's waifus and see what goes on there. Everyone, Kampai.
Delicious in Dungeon is January 4th.